General question of Zoroaster's native place has often been discussed. It is sufficient to mention Hyde, Historia Religionis Veterum Persarum, p. 310 seq, Oxon 1700 Barnab Brisson, De Regio Persarum Principatu, p. 385 seq, Editio Argent. 1710, ORIG ed. Paris, 1590, Ainquitil du Perron, Zendavesta, Tome IPT2, p5 seq, Paris, 1771, Spiegel, Iranisk Oerthumstkunda, I 676-684, tr by Darab D. Pisanjana, Gaggers Eastern Iranians, 179-189, London, 1886, C. de Harlez, Avesta Traduit, Introd. Pages 23-25, 2d ed. Paris, 1881, Darmstädter, Zendavesta, tr Introd. Pages 47-49, SBE. 4 1st ed. Oxford, 1880. Special notice is not taken here of works relating to the home of the Avesta itself as a sacred book, although this question is more or less directly connected with the present subject. If references be desired, one may find the more important Bibliography 186 Appendix 4I Zoroaster's native place. A. Classical references to Zoroaster's nationality. The classical references which allude to the country of Zoroaster seem very contradictory if they be viewed alone, and they are doubtless responsible for much of the uncertainty which has prevailed on the subject. It must also be remembered that a man is sometimes known to fame through his adopted country rather than through the land of his nativity. Although often conflicting, these classical references are of service in argument. It is well, therefore, briefly to present them, first giving those statements which connect Zoroaster's name with the west of Iran, with Media or Persia, second, giving those citations which imply that Zoroaster belonged to Bactria or eastern Iran. Most of the allusions date from the earlier centuries of the Christian era, or somewhat later, although claims may be made in one or two instances that the statements rest directly upon older authority. 1. Bactria. Classical references placing Zoroaster in eastern Iran. Several allusions in the classical writers of Greece and Iome point to the fact that Zoroaster was thought of as a Bactrian, or, at least, as exercising his activity in the east of Iran. The writers seem to have somewhat of a hazy notion that Zoroaster was not a Magian only, but that he was a king and military leader, the opponent of Ninus and Semiramis. There appears to be a reminiscence of an early struggle between a presumable Eastern Iranian monarchy and the Assyrian power of the West. Most of the classical allusions to Bactria seem to indicate a common source. This source may reasonably be traced back to a misunderstood allusion cal material on the subject of the Avestan cradle noted by Geiger, Vaterland und Zeitalter des Ost und Synchrome der Abhandlung der KGL. Bayer. Alcid. Dewis. Philosophie Philal ci. 1884, pages 315-386. Gagger's list may be supplemented by de Harlez, Der Avestas Kalender und die Hamath der Avestamologen, Berliner Orientalist Kongress, Abiten. 237 seq, Berlin, 1882. Gagger's views are criticized also by de Harlez, Das Alter und Hamath des Avesta, Bezenberger's Beitrage, 12. 109 seq, 1887, and by Spiegel, Über das Vaterland und Zeitalter des Ost, Zweiter Artikel, in ZDMQ. Sli 280 seq, 1887. Consult Darmstädter, Le Zendavesta, 3. Introd. Pages 89-90, Paris, 1893. Zoroaster's native place 187 in Tisias *. In his legendary accounts, Tisias refers to wars carried on between Ninus and Semiramis and Duvwapreis, variants, Ea 6 PRTS, Zaoptt colon, Zaopchi, the allusion in Oxyarts, Ab Uxyaperta, is not to Zoroaster, although Cephalion, Justin, and Arnobius, who draw on Tisias, make Zoroaster a Bactrian and the opponent of Ninus. The matter has been commented upon above, Appendix 2 154 SEQ. The statements of these particular writers, however, are added for the sake of completeness, and they are supplemented by other classical citations. See also Appendix 2. A. Fragments of Cephalion, AD 120, which are preserved in the Armenian version of Eusebius, Chronicles 1. 43, ed. Aucher, describe the rebellion of the Magian Zoroaster, king of the Bactrians, against Semiramis, de Zoroastri Magi Bactrianorum regisert amin ac debellationi Semiramide. Compare also, in this connection, Georgius Syncellus, Appendix V41 below, cf. ed. Dind. 1p 315, and the reputed work of Moses of Corine, 1.6, Le Mage Zoroaster, Roi des Bactrians, say a dire des M6 des, or, on the other hand, Moses of Corine, 1. It, Zoroaster, Zarathustra, Magi t chef religieux des Medes, Mar, Langlois, Collections des Historiens de Armenie, 2. 59 and 69, also Appendix 6. 1 below, here Zoroaster is a contemporary of Semiramis, and he seizes the government of Assyria and Nineveh. Semiramis flees before him, and she is killed in Armenia, Langlois, 269. See also Gilmore, Thysia Persica, p. 30n, Spiegel, Aaron. Alterthumskunda, I 682, Windishman, Zor. Stud. Pages 302, 303, Miller, Fram. History or 3627, v 328. For the statement of Thomas Artrani, cp 217 below and Appendix 6. B. Theon, AD 130, Progymnasmata, 9, Triple Cravictoius, ed. Spengel, Bet. Groic. 2 115, speaks of Zoroaster the Bactrian Zwipita Poptov Batplov in connection with Semiramis. CAP Appendix V8 below, and cf Windishman, Zor. Stud. p. 290, Spiegel, Aaron. Alterthumskunda, I 677. C. Justin, CAD 120, in his Epitome of Pompeius Trogus Histori Philippic. 1:1. 9-10, makes Zoroaster a king of Bactria, a Magian, and the opponent of Ninus Helium cum Zoroaster reg Bac Trianorum. See Appendix V10 below. D. Arnobius, AD 297, Adversus Gentes, 1. 5, also mentions a battle between the Assyrians and the Bactrians, under the leadership respectively of Ninus and Zoroaster, inter Assyrios et Bactrianos, nino quandam Zoroastrici ductoribus. See Appendix V16. 1. See also Justi in Iran. D. Iran. Philal. 2 402. 188 Appendix 17, E. Eusebius, AD 300, Grin. 435, ed. Aucher, has a like allusion to Zoroaster, Bactria, and Ninus. Zoroaster's Magus Rex Bactrianorum Claris habiturat versum quern Ninus demicavit, and again, Windisclyman, p. 290, Perspiratio Evang 10. 910, ed. Dind. p. 560, Antivas, Kaku ov Ziapoda rprjo meos Baptogi iao ixafcre. See Appendix V18 below. F. Epiphanius of Constantia, AD 298-03, ADV Syracuse, Lib I Torn. 6i, Torn I Kernel 185 SEQ, ed. Migna, associates Zoroaster's name with Nimrod, and states that Zoroaster came to the east and founded Bactria, Tiapotenperji, os Irpakno uprj, ta percent irn to Abhishaksako, Piapirj almotr, isov Tibat puv. See Appendix V21 below. The same statement is later repeated by Procopius of Gaza, see Appendix V33 below. G. Ammianus Marcellinus, 23. 632, in discussing magic rites, connects Zoroaster's name with Bactria, but identifies Histasps, Vishtaspa, with the father of Darius, quia scientia sequus priscus multa ex si haldi orum arcanus Bactrianus attidat Zoroasters, deant Histasps rex prudentissimus, derapater. See Appendix V22 below. H. Paulus Orosius, 5th century AD, states that Ninus Conqueror and slew Zoroaster of Bactria, the magician. Or the Siddhartian, and for the Anglo-Saxon version CP 167 and Appendix V27 below. I. Augustine, AD 354-430, De Civ Dei, 21. 14, Torn 7 Kernel 728, ed. Migne, follows the same idea in making Zoroaster a Bactrian whose name is associated with Ninus, Anino quip regisiriorum, cum esset ipsi, Zoroasters, Bactrianorum, bello sup ratus est. See Appendix V28 below. J. Isidorus, AD 570-636, etymol. 8-9, Torn 3 Kernel 310, ed. Migne, Magorum primus Zoroastris rex Bactrianorum, quem Ninus rex Assyriorum proelio interfacit, and he alludes to a statement of Aristotle regarding Zoroaster's writings. See Appendix V38 below. Again Isidorus, Grin. Torn v Kernel 1024, ed. Migne, Liac etate magica ors in persida Zoroast Bactrianorum rege reperta. Nino reg occiditor. K. Hugo de Sancto Victory, died AD 1140, ad not. Elucid. In Pentateuchon in general, Tom I Kernel 49, ed. Migne rex Bactriae Nino vicinus et vocatus Zoroasts, inventor et octor maleficii mathematici art is. Zoroaster's native place 189 2. Media or Persia. Classical references placing Zoroaster in western Iran. There are 9 or 10 classical allusions, on the other hand, which connect Zoroaster's name with Media, or rather with Persia, the latter term often being used doubtless in a broader sense. A. Pliny the Elder, AD 23-79, if H. 30. 2-1, for example, gives his opinion that the art of the Magi arose in Persia with Zoroaster, but he is in doubt as to whether there were 2 Zoroasters or only one, and he alludes to a Proconnasian Zoroaster. Thus, in his first statement, he writes, Nh 30. 2-1, signed Ubio illic ars magica, orda in persida Zoroaster, ut inter octors convenit. Sed unis hi fuerit, and postea alias, non satis constat. Again, in his second statement, when speaking of the Magian Osthanes, who accompanied Xerxes to Greece, he says, Nh 30. 2-8, Diligenti oris Paulo anti hunc, Osthanum, ponent Zoroasterum alium proconissum. See Appendix V5. Perhaps in this same connection may be mentioned the curious remark of the scholiast to the Platonic Alcibiades, see Appendix V1 below, to the effect that, according to some, Zoroaster was a Hellenian, or that he had come from the mainland beyond the sea. Zwoe orpages ovol phioexxtvo, olserdvekts virup ttjv/zia I Appendix 6d \a, Ravrajirapovu j.rgji voiv tratsij f acri, k, tx. CV1, and cf Windishman, Zor. Stud. P 275n, b. Clemens Alexandrinus, AD 200, speaks of Zoroaster either as a Mede or as a Persian, with an allusion incidentally to Pamphylia, Strom, I, Tom I Kernel 773, ed. Migna, Zoapoda TPRJV Tov Fyadiov T6V Jupa RJV, and Strom, I, Tom I Kernel 868, ed. Migna, Ziapoda TPT, 6MSOS. Cf again Strom, V on Ilogy K Yukos. See Appendix V13 below. C. Origens, AD 185 to 254, Contra Celsum I, Tom I Kernel 689, ed. Migna, speaks of Zoroaster as a Persian Tovyupa RJV Zumpada TPQV. See Appendix V14. D. Diogenes Laertius, Flor CAD 210, de Vit. Philos Prom. 2. Rites of Zoroaster the Persian, Zapada RPRJV Tova Perjave, and apparently bases various statements which he makes about him on the authority of Hermodorus, BC 250, and Xanthus of Lydia, B.C. 500 to 450. The text should be consulted, see Appendix V15 below. E. Porphyrins, AD 233 to 304, de Antronymph. 6-7, refers, at 190 Appendix 4 least, to Zoroaster's retirement into a cave in Tly Mountains of Persia, Zoapot Pavavtojve, CNRRJ 04 Toli TRX Opatri, TRJ, Ilpotsos. The context shows that the region of Persia in a general sense is intended. See Appendix V17, and of Windish man, Mithra, ABH. F. Kund D. Morganel. I-62, Leipzig, 1857. F. Lactantius, about AD 300, INST 7. 16, refers to Hystaspes, Zoroaster's patron, as an ancient king of Media, long antedating the founding of Rome, Hystaspes quoque, qui fut Medorum rex antiquissimus, cf. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Tom. 6, and Windish man, Zor. Stud. P 259, 293. G. Gregory of Tours, AD 538 to 693, Histoire Française. 1-5, Kernel 164 SEQ, ed. Migna, identifying Zoroaster with Chus, Cham or Ham, places him among the Persians, to whom he is said to have emigrated, hi ad Persis transiit, mine persevocatavera Zoroasterum. See Appendix V37. H. Chronicon Paschal or Chronicles Alexandrinum, AD 7th century, but with spurious additions AD 1042, Kernel 148 SEQ, ed. Migna, has Ozito Pokerpisode Grubavois Hip Croiv 6 Trepi /SOR/2s. Again the allusion is very general in sense. See Appendix V39. It may be noted merely in passing that Georgius Syncellus, about AD 800, Chronicles IP 147, alludes to a Zoroaster who was one of the Median rulers over Babylon more than 1,000 years before the Christian era. To emphasis need be laid upon the passage, nor any stress upon identifying the name necessarily with the prophet. The chief interest of the allusion consists in its showing that the name Zoroaster was found in Media. See Justi, Frundris A. de Iran. Philosophy 2. 402, Windish man, Zor. Stud. P. 302, Hogg, Lecture on Zoroaster, P. 23, Bombay, 1866. Consult Appendix V41 below. Suidas, about AD 970, SVZ, Po ATPRJS, assumes a second famous representative of the name, a Perso-Median sage, Alpo-Isiges, OOOS. This is evidently the prophet. See Appendix V45. K. Michael Glykas, flourished about AD 1160, and Pars 2. Kernel 253, ed. Migna, repeats the statements current about Ninus, Semiramis, and Zoroaster, whom he speaks of under the general term of Persian, Spdeoti Pago Trepich Saritos Hepawv Act Pavo/Exo, and he adds several allusions to the magic art in Media and Persia, Tyjvaat Pavav Juvzofti Tt Provit Jkivav Svioiat Iaziapo. Tt Pav, Svrpav 81 Sa Avro 01 A Imranoi, Trjv8 Efiawif Pav M Sot, Ira Ilip T, U. See Appendix V47. Zoroaster's native place 191 Estimate of the classical allusions. The classical allusions on the subject of Zoroaster's nationality are rather contradictory and conflicting. They refer to Bactria on the one hand and to Media and Persia on the other. The allusions to Persia are doubtless to be taken in a broad and general sense. It will be noticed, moreover, that the direct place of birth is not necessarily implied in these national appellatives. In point of time, few of the classical passages are much older than the more direct Oriental allusions, some of them are even later. They are of value chiefly for bringing out both sides of the question of Eastern Iran and Western Iran, and they are of importance when checked by tradition or when used for throwing additional light on tradition. B. Oriental references to Zoroaster's place of origin. The tradition laying the classical authorities aside, we may now have recourse to the more direct Oriental tradition. For the most part the Oriental material is either directly Iranian or it is Arabic matter drawn from Iranian sources. This gives it a special value. The statements on the subject may therefore be taken up in detail. The allusions found in the Pahlavi or patristic writings of Zoroastrianism will first be presented, these will then be elucidated further by references in Arabic and Syriac authors, and, finally, they will be judged in the light of the Avesta itself. If the Oriental citations be examined critically, they will be found generally to be quite consistent in their agreement on the place of Zoroaster's origin. Western Iran Atropatene, Media. The scene of Zoroaster's appearance. According to Oriental sources there is a general uniformity among Oriental writings which touch on the subject in locating the scene of Zoroaster's appearance in Western Iran, either in Azerbaijan, Atropatene, or in Media proper, Media Regiana. The city of Mad. Urumia, Orumia, Shiz, or the district round about Lake Orumia, Avc Casta or Sisista, and Eai, Av Iga, are the rivals for the honor of being his home. The See of Sisista is the Galilee of Zoroastrianism, Shiz and Iga, the Nazareth, and the Bethlehem of Iran. Urmai and Shiz represent Atropatene, Eai, Iga, stands for Media proper. 192 Appendix I are the rivalry between the two regions mentioned, and the association of Zoroaster's name, first with Media Atropatene, Azerbaijan, and then with the Median Eel, Media Ihagiana, happily finds an explanation in a remark made by Shahrastani, AD 1086–1153. This Arab writer gives us the key to the problem when he says of Zoroaster that his father was of the region of Azerbaijan, his mother, whose name was Dughdug, came from the city of Eai. This statement of Shahrastani is apparently vouched for by the Dinkard, 7:27–13, from which source we learn that Zoroaster's mother before her marriage with Portishispo, resided in a different district from the latter. As a girl she becomes filled with a divine splendor and glory, the phenomenon causes her to be suspected of witchcraft, and her father is induced by idolatrous priests to send her from his home. She goes to Patarag Taraspo, father of a family in the country of the Spitamas, in the district of Alak, or Iraq, where she marries Porushispa the son. This district is probably connected with the Arig province, ZSP 24, which latter is undoubtedly a part of Azerbaijan *per Thermor. By way of localization, we note that the village of Patarag Taraspo is stated to have been situated in a valley, DK 7:11–13, and the house of the son Porushispa, Zoroaster's father, is elsewhere spoken of as occupying the bank of the river Daraya, which may have been the home of the prophet's parents after they married. Lastly, by way of introduction, it must be noticed that there is an old proverb in Pahlavi literature which characterizes anything that is preposterous as something that could hardly happen even if ik, or ig, and is should come together, DK 7. 251, 7. 319 ZSP 16. 11-13, and CFDK 7. 339. In ZSP 16. 12-13, these proper names, Ig and Noder, are explained as two provinces which are in Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan, such as are at 60 leagues, Para 1. See my article in JA 0815. 228 2 CTMOS 15. 228, and of Hyde, History Religionis vet. PERSP 298, Godheil, References to Zoroaster, P48, MS, Darmstedter, SBE.4. 2 DED, P261, LEZA. 335, N and Introd. P89, 2. 2 see also P17 above and P199. S quotation from DK 7. 29, West's translation, SBE Slai 20. Asterisk on Arag, consult West, SBE. Slai 151, N, and, slightly differently, Darmstedter, LEZA. 3 Introd. P89, and 2. West writes me, November 1, 1897 Ig equals CAC equals Iraq equals Alak equals AV, IGA. 6 BDGO. 32, 24. 15, ZSP 22. 12 VD 19. 4, 19. 11 Sharastani speaks of a mountain, 7 SM, Y2XA, reading, in Azerbaijan, associated with Zoroaster's birth. Zoroaster's native place 193 sang, i.e. 210 to 240 miles, from Sist, Zarathustra rose from Ig, and Vishtasp from Is. And of these two provinces, Rak was according to the name of Arios, son of Durzrabo, son of Meniasayer, from whom arose the race of Zarathustra, and Noder was according to the name of Noder, son of Mantisayer, from whom arose the race of Vishtasp. We so much by way of introduction. May now proceed to discuss Azerbaijan, Atropatene, and Media Regiana, respectively. 1. Azerbaijan, Atropatene, the connection of Zoroaster with Lake Sisista, Urumia, Shiz, and the territory round about, may be further illustrated by quotations in Zoroastrian literature. Allusions in Zocostaean literature. The allusions to Azerbaijan will first be presented, and then an attempt will be made to localize, if possible, the region known in the Avesta as Arianavayajat, Phi. Aranvej, and the river called Dere or Daraja. A. The Bundashan places the home of Zoroaster in Aranvej, by the river Daraja. BD 20. 32, Daraja Rutpavan Aranvej, Muna es man I porasispo aborel Zaratu estip avon bar Yehavant, the Daraja river is in Aranvej, on whose bank, 6a, was the abode of Portas Hasp, the father of Zarathustra. B. The Bundashan, in another passage, also states that Zoroaster was born near the Daraja Ivur. BD 24. 15, Daraja Rutberden Rat, Mamana es man I abatari Zaratu estip avon Balks, Zaratu esti Tamanzat, the Daraja Ivur is the chief of exalted rivers, for the abode of Zarathustra's father was upon its banks, and Zarathustra was born there. 1. If we assume that Sist, Av Kagsista, is Lake Urumia, then 60 parasangs, 210 to 240 miles, would place Ig and N5 tar considerably outside of the boundaries of the present Azerbaijan. So noticed by West, personal letter, dated November 1, 1897. This would favor the common identification of Ig, the home of Zoroaster's mother, with the ruins of Eai. 2 ZSP 16. 11-12, West's translation, OSBE. Sli. 146 to 147. In the Avesta, Vishtaspa is of the family of Neotyrians, and so also is Hudasa his wife. CFYT 598, 15. 35 and c. Slai 80, and 1 and p 70 above. See also West, c. v 82, and p 204 below. Asterisk to be amended, see the remarks on the reading of the word by West, c. v 89, and 6. 194 Appendix 4, c. Zatsparam, 22. 12, makes one of Zoroaster's conferences with the archangels to have taken place on the precipitous bank of the Daria, Pavan Darayan Zibar. See West, SBE. Slai 162n. There can be little doubt that this assertion, like the unequivocal statements of the Bundaishan, rests upon good old tradition. The three allusions accord perfectly with hints which are found in the Avesta itself. D. In the Avesta, VD 19. 4, 19. 11. We likewise learn that Zoroaster's temptations by Ahriman, as well as his visions of Ormuzd and the archangels, took place, in part at least, upon the banks of the river Darai, where stood the house of his father Purushaspa VD 19. 4. Dresgyapati Zaralian Manahi Purushaspahe, by the Darai, upon its high bank, at the home cock. General, of Purushaspa. A compare phi. Pavan Darayan Zibar in the preceding paragraph. Little farther on in the same chapter we read, VD 19. 11, P's Race Zarathustra Ahura Mazda. Dresgyapati Zibarahi, Ahura Mazda Ban Have, VBHV Armate and Hano, ASDI Valley Iste, KSA Dollarity Veridi, Spantaya Armatsi. Zoroaster communed with Ahura Mazda on the high bank of the Darai, sitting, before the good Ahura Mazda, and before good thought, before Ashavahishta, Kshatravarya, and Spenta Armati. With regard to localizations, there is good ground for believing that Aranvaj, A.V. Aryanavayajat, is to be identified in part at least with Adarbijan, and that the ancient Darai of the Avesta, Phi. Daraja, is identical with the modern Daryai. The Daryai Yud flows from Mt Sabalan, Sabilan, in Adarbijan, northward into the Aras, Araxes. If the identification be correct and the one the reference to the elevation or the precipitous hank of the river, Av Zibara, Phi. Zibar, bar, of. Socket HV and RAS, seems to he in accordance with the tradition that Zoroaster retired to a mountain for meditation, CVD 22. 19, Geril Mavi SP9 Entofrasnes, VAR9 SDM Avi Spentofrasnes, to the mountain of the two who held holy converse, to the wood where the two, Ormuzd and Zoroaster, had holy communings. See similar ideas above, p. 34. If it were not for the Pahlavi passages, one might be inclined to render Av Zibarahi, at a bend, of the river, or as v adjective meandering, of. Socket I to he crooked, to wind, or even the idea in a cave might he gotten etymologically from the word, and the cave played a part in Zoroastrian and Mithraic mysteries. On the latter point compare Windy's Omen, Mithra, pages 62 to 64, in ABH. K. Morg. 1 number 1, 1857. See also Darmstedter, Zendavesta TRSBE. 4 Introd. P. 49, 1st ed. For the river Aras, Araxes, C. de Harles, Avesta Traduit, P. 8. Map also the map of Persia by Philip Zoroaster's native place 195 ancient Daraja, was in Atropatene. It is ulially in keeping with what follows, for in this connection may be noticed a later non-Iranian tradition which associates Zoroaster's name with Shiz, Cfav Sista, and with Mt Sabalan. Consult the map. This tradition which supports the assumed identification Daraja, Daryai, is found in the Arabic writer Kazwin el about AD 1263. The passage in which Qazwini speaks of Shiz in Adarbijan is as follows: Zarathustra, the prophet of the Magians, takes his origin from here, i.e. Adarbijan. It is said that he came from Shiz. He went to the mountain Savalan, separated from men. He brought a book the name of which was Basta. It was written in Persian, which could not be understood except with the assistance of a commentator. He appeared, claiming the gift of prophecy, at the time of Gushtasp, the son of Larasp, the son of Kaikusrau, king of Persia. Mount Savalan, may be the Avestan mount of the holy communicants, with a sacred tree perhaps, VD 2219, Gainmspantofrasnt, Vardmspantofrasnt, for Qazwini elsewhere says of Savalan, it is related that the prophet, i.e. Mohammed, said, Savalan is a mountain between Armenia and Adarbijan. On it is one of the graves of the prophets. He said further, on the top of the mountain is a large spring, the water of which is frozen on account of the severe cold, and around the mountain are hot springs to which sick people come. At the foot of the mountain is a large tree, and under this there is a plant to which no animal will draw near. If it comes near it, the animal flees away, if it eat of it, it does. The religious character of the place, the mountain, the tree, the springs, would answer well for the identification suggested for the modern Derya'iyud in Adarbijan. This much having been prefaced with reference to Adarbijan and with regard to the river near which the prophet probably passed some of his early years, or in the neighborhood of which he and son, London, and McNally, New York, and especially by Keith Johnson, Edinburgh and London, at the end of this volume. 1 Qazwini, 2. p. 267, ed. Buddhistenfeld, Göttingen, 1848, Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 40, consult also Darmstädter, Zendavesta, tr8be. 4 Introd. p. 49, first ed., where Eolinson's identification of Shiz with Takt-i Suleiman is noticed, Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 40. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 41 to 42. According to Gottheil, the tree appears also in connection with Zoroaster in Syriac legends. 196 Appendix 4 may have been born, BD 2415, if not at Urumia. We are next prepared to take up the question of Aaron Vej. Direct Iranian tradition explicitly connects the opening of Zoroaster's prophetic career with Aryana-Vayaja of the Avesta, or Aaron Vej in Pahlavi. This land is sometimes regarded as mythical, but, like a number of other scholars, I do not agree with that view. I am inclined strongly to favor the opinion of those who think we have good reason for believing that Aryana-Vayaja is to be localized in the west of Iran, as the Pahlavi locates it, and that this also points to the notion that Zoroaster originally came from that direction eastward. The Bundahishn expressly connects Aaron Vej with Atropatene, BD 29. 12. Aaron Vej Pavan Kust el Aterpatakan. The present opinion of scholars tends to uphold this localization. The river Deray, near which stood the house of Zoroaster's father, was in Aaron Vej, as already stated, and an identification was accordingly suggested. In the Avesta, moreover, Zoroaster is familiarly spoken of as renowned in Aryana-Vayaja, ys. 914, Sruto Aryani-Vayajahi. The prophet is also there represented as offering sacrifice in Aryana-Vayaja by the river Daitya, see below, YT. 6104, 9. 25, 17. 45, Aryani-Vayajahi Vanhuya, Daityaya. The Bundahishn likewise alludes to the fact that Zoroaster first offered worship in Aaron Vej and received Medioma, av Masidimdjia, as his first disciple. The passage reads, BD 32. 3. Zarathustra, when he brought the religion, first celebrated worship in Aaron Vej and Medioma received the religion from him. In the Dinkart also, as well as in the Avesta, the river deity and its af and yents in the land of Aranvej form the scene of Zoroaster's first revelation and of certainly one of his interviews with the archangels, the majority of which took place in Atropatene, DK 7. 351-64, 4. 29, 8. 60, 9. 23, ZSP 21. 5, 21. 13, 22. 2, 22. 9. In the later Persian Zartusht Nama, Zoroaster passes the deity before he proceeds on his mission to King Vishtasp *1 Darms Teder, Leza. 2-5-6, Geldner, Grundr. D. Iran. Philosophy 2. 38, similarly Justi, Spiegel, and Daharles make media the home of the Avesta. The strongest opponent of this view, and warmest supporter of Beatria, is Geiger, Ostiraniskultur, Erlangen, 1882, 8 ITZ. DKGL Bayer. Akkad, Mai, 1884, and recently Grundr. D. Iran. Phil. 2-389. Spiegel notices the cation of Arianum VAEJ5 in ZDMG. SLE 289. CF_West, SBE. V141, and Justi, Der Sundahesh, P79. CFP 40 SEQ, above. *C Eastwick's translation in Wilson, Parsi Religion, P 491. Zoroaster's native place 197. The hallowed Daitya, a sort of Iranian Jordan, was perhaps a border stream between two territorial divisions. We recall that Vishtaspa sacrifices on the other side of it. Ci. Passon, YT. 1749, as discussed elsewhere, p. 211. The proposed identification of the Daitya and its affluents, with the modern Kiziluzan, Sped or Saftyud and its tributaries in Azerbaijan has already been mentioned as satisfying most of the conditions of the problem/s illusions in Mohammedan writers. Having examined the direct Iranian sources in the light of possible allusions to Atropatene, we may now turn to other material on the subject. Mohammedan writers are almost unanimous in placing the first part of Zoroaster's prophetic career in Azerbaijan, or in stating that he came originally from that region. The traditions cluster about Urumia, Urmai, and Shiz. The Arabic name Shiz is the counterpart of an Iranian Siz, from Sisista, or Lake Urumia. The Arab geographer Yakut, AD 1260, describes Shiz, a district of Azerbaijan which is believed to be the country of Zarathustra, the prophet of the fire worshippers. The chief place of this district is Urmia, and under Urmia he writes, it is believed that this is the city of Zarathustra and that it was founded by the fire worshippers. There are a dozen other such statements which will be given below, but before presenting them it will be well merely to note that 2 or 3 Arabic authors allude to Zoroaster as being of Palestinian origin, and they state that he came from that land to Azerbaijan, and they proceed to identify him with Baruch, the scribe of Jeremiah. This confusion is presumably due to their having confounded the Arabic form of the name Jeremiah, Armia Oyam 1 lit the river of Tli Law. On Wiola it was first promulgated 2 see pages 41, 211. Tli same suggestion has been made tentatively by West, 8 BE. V79N, but Justi, Audr. D. Iran. Philosophy 2. 402, proposes either the Kur or the Aras. Similarly Darms Teder, Leza. 2-6, N8. The quotations in the following paragraphs are made from the monograph of my friend and colleague, Godheil, References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabia Literature, Drissler Classical Studies, New York, 1894, Columbia University Press. *C Darms Teder, Leza. 3pxxi, and 2, and cf Justi, Handbook, SVC Casta. C. Barbie de Maynard, Diet, de la Perse, Extrait de Tacot, Paris, 1861, p. 367. Ibid p. 26, 85. 198 Appendix 4 with Zoroaster's supposed native place Urumia, Urmia, Styaje. Having noticed this point, we may present the Arabic and Syriac allusions to Zoroaster's native place, which are almost unanimous in mentioning Adarbayjan, Azarbayjo. Ibn Kurdadba, about AD 816, Kitab Al Masalik Wal Mamalik, p. 119, ed. Dagoj, Leiden, 1889, writes of Urmia, the city of Zarathustra, and Salamas, and Shiz, in which last city there is the temple of Adharjushnas, which is held in high esteem by the Magians. B. Ahmed ibn Yahya al-Balad about AD 851, in his Kitab Futa al-Buldan, Dagoj, Liber Expugnationis Regorum, p. 331-1, Leiden, 1866, in mentioning the conquest of Adarbayjan, adds the following note: Urmia is an ancient city of Adarbayjan. The Magians think that Zarathustra, their master, came from there. C. Ibn al-Bakl al-Hamadhani, about AD 910, in his geographical account, ed. Dagoj, Leiden, 1885, p. 286, mentions as cities of Adarbayjan, Janza, Jabrawan, and Urmia, the city of Zarathustra, and Shiz, in which there is the fire temple, Adharjushnas, which is held in high esteem by the Magians. Degree, D. Tabaral, d. AD 923, in his history, gives considerable attention to Zoroaster. Out of a number of allusions, one passage may be selected. It will be noticed, as explained above, pages 38, 166, that Tabari mentions a belief that Zoroaster was a native of Palestine who came to Adarbayjan. In his Annals, Part IP 648, Brill, Leiden, 1881, the passage runs: during the reign of Bishtasp, Zarathustra appeared, whom the Magians believed to be their prophet. According to some learned men among the people of the book, i.e. the Jews, he was of Palestinian origin, a servant to one of the disciples of Jeremiah the prophet, with whom he was a favorite, but he proved treacherous and false to him. Wherefore 1 cf. pages 30, 166 above, and Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 30, and 2. 2. His father is stated to have been a Magian, Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 44. Gottheil, Efferences to Zoroaster, p. 44. Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 33. It is not necessary at this point to repeat also the allusion to Persia in the Christian patriarch Eutychius of Alexandria, AD 876-939, when he mentions Zoroaster. This author wrote in Arabic. The passage is given above in a Latin version in Appendix 2. p. 168, and it may be found rendered into Latin in Migna, Patrologue. Dr. Torn. 111 Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 44. Zoroaster's native place 199 God cursed him, and he became leprous. He wandered to Adarbayjan, and preached there the Magian religion. From there he went to Bishtasp, who was in Balkh. Now when he, Zoroaster, had come before him and preached his doctrine to him, it caused him to marvel, and he compelled his people to accept it, and put many of his people to death on its account. They then followed it, the religion. Bishtasp reigned 112 years. E. Mastidal, writing AD 943-944, died 961, states in his Meadows of Gold, Gushtasp reigned after his father, Larasp, and resided at Balkh. He had been on the throne 30 years when Zarathustra, son of Espaman, presented himself before him. He, Zarathustra, was originally from Adarbayjan, and he is ordinarily called Zarathustra, son of Espaman. F. Hamza al-Isfahani, AD 11th century, in his Annals, p. 22, 26, Gottwald, Hamza Ispahanensis Analyum, Libri X, Lipsii, 1848, states, while King Larisp was still living, the sovereignty was handed over to his son Gushtasp, and in the 30th year of Gushtasp's reign, when he himself was 50 years old, Zerdusht of Azerbaijan came to him and expounded the religion to him. He not only embraced the religion himself, but he also sent messengers to the Greeks in behalf of this faith and invited them to adopt it. They, on the contrary, produced a book which had been given them by Faridun, in which it was agreed that they should be allowed to keep whatsoever religion they had themselves chosen. Asterisk, G. Shahrastani, born AD 1086, has the famous statement already noticed, pages 17, 192, they, the Zarathustra, are the followers of Zarathustra ibn Burshasib, Pershasp, who appeared in the time of King Gushtasp, ibn Larisp. His father was from Azerbaijan, and his mother, whose name was Dugdug, was from Eai. According to Shahrastani, the prophet's birth takes place in Azerbaijan. Ibn Alathir, AD 13th century, incorporates the greater part of Tabaral's history into his Kitb al-Kamal fi al-Tayarulk, with Slide 1 CFP 30 and Appendix 2. p. 166. 2 Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 36 to 37. 3 From Moskdi, Magaudi, Prairies d'Or, Text et Traduction par Barbie de Maynard, 2. p. 123. See Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 34. Asterisk after Gottwald's Latin translation. See also Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 33. From the German translation by Harberticker, IP 275 SEQ, see Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 48. 200 Appendix 4 Additions from other sources, and Whitly a more concise arrangement. His account of Zoroaster closely follows Tabari's lines, including the statement regarding Zoroaster's relation to Jeremiah and his wandering to Azerbaijan. It is said, he adds, that he was a foreigner and that he had composed a book with which he went around in the land. No one knew its meaning. He pretended that it was a heavenly tongue in which he was addressed. He called it Ashta. He went from Azerbaijan to Paris, Persia. But no one understood what was in it, nor did they receive him. Then he went to India and offered it to the princes there. Then he went to China and to the Turks, but not one of them would receive him. They drove him out from their country. He traveled to Ferghana, but its prince wished to kill him. Iram there he fled and came to Bishtasp, son of Larisp, who commanded that he be imprisoned. He suffered imprisonment for some time. Asterisk and Ibn Alathir farther on relates, then Bishtasp caused Zarathustra, who was in Balkh, to be brought to him. When he stood before the king he explained his religion to him. The king wondered at it, followed it, and compelled his people to do the same. He killed a large number of them until they accepted the new religion. The Magians believe that he took his rise in Azerbaijan and that he came down to the king through the roof of the chamber. In his hand was a cube of fire with which he played without its hurting him, nor did it burn anyone who took it from his hands. He caused the king to follow him and to hold to his religion, and to build temples in his land for the fires. From this they lighted the fire in the fire temples. Yakut, about AD 1250, has already been cited, but the allusions from Gottheil's collection, p. 42, are added here for completeness. The Kitab Mujam al-Rabuldan, Vol 3 p. 364, ed. Wiestenfeld, Remarks of Shiz, it is said that Zarathustra, the prophet of the Magians, comes from this place. Its chief city is Urmia. In it is a fire temple which is held in great esteem. From it are lighted the fires of the Magians from the east unto the west. Also, Vol. I see comment on pages 197 to 198. 2 minutes Alajam, probably a Persian, Gottheil. Mistake for Abasta, Avesta. Asterisk. The notion of Zoroaster's wanderings is not inconsistent with what is implied in the Dlngart. The imprisonment is also familiar from the stories in the Dlngart and Zartushnama, p. 62 above. Eschatology, references to Zoroaster, pages 39 to 40. Zoroaster's native place 201 p. 219, Yakut has, Urmia. People believe it to be the city of Zarathustra, the prophet of the Magians. Asterisk, J. Kazwini, about AD 1263, Cosmography, 2. p. 267, ed. Wustenfeld, Göttingen, 1848, speaking of Shiz in Azerbaijan, recounts Zarathustra, the prophet of the Magians, takes his origin from here. It is said that he came from Shiz. He went to the mountain Savalan, separated from men. He brought a book the name of which was Basta. It was written in Persian which could not be understood except with the assistance of a commentator. He appeared, claiming the gift of prophecy, at the time of Kushtasp, the son of Larasp, the son of Kaikusrau, king of the Persians. He wished to get to Bishtasp, but he did not succeed. Bishtasp was sitting in the hall of state, when the roof of the hall parted in two, and Zarathustra came down from it. And, after describing some of the details of Bishtasp's conversion, Kazwini concludes, Zarathustra commanded that fire temples should be built in all the kingdom of Bishtasp. He made the fire a Qibla, not a god. This sect continued to exist until the prophet of God, Mohammed, was sent. They say that even today a remnant of it is to be found in the land of Sajistan. K. The Syriac writer, Gregorius bar Ebitrea, about AD 1250, in his Ardbik Chronicon, p. 83, ed. Salhani, Beirut, 1890, following his Arab masters, says, in those days, of Cyrus and Cambyses, Zarathustra, chief of the Magian sect, by birth of Azerbaijan, or, as some say, of Athor, Assyria. It is reported that he was one of Elijah's disciples, and he informed the Persians of the sign of the birth of Christ, and that they should bring him gifts. 1. Abulfetha, AD 1273-1331, Annals, Vol. 3 p. 58, as cited by Hyde, states that Zoroaster arose in, *st, Urmia or, Itchoflo, Urmia. See Hyde, History Religion Vet. PERSP 311, 1st ed. Hyde discusses other Arabic references, pages 312 to 317. See below. Appendix 6. 2. Estimate of the Mohammedan allusions. According to the Arabic statements, one would be justified in assuming that Zoroaster arose in Azerbaijan. There seems also to be a preponderance of statements to the effect that Balkh was the scene of the prophet's conversion of Bishtasp. 1. Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 42. 2. Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, pages 40 to 41. Asterisk Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 32. 202 Appendix 4-2. Raga, Rai, Media Ragiana. All the above traditional Oriental allusions have been unanimous in placing Zoroaster's origin in Azerbaijan, or Media Atropatene, whether in Urumia, Shiz, or on the river Daray. There are yet two other passages, drawn from the Avesta, which connect Zoroaster's name with Iga. Iga is generally identified with the city of Eai, Greek Pea, of Media, whose ancient ruins are still pointed out near modern Tehran. This was a famous city in antiquity, the Aegs of Media in the Zero. T. Apocrypha. The Pahlavi texts seem to regard it as part of Aturpatakan. Perhaps the boundaries of Azerbaijan were wider extended than now, although Darmstaedter suggests that possibly there may have been a Iga in Azerbaijan independently of Eai. This seems hardly necessary from what follows. Must also remember that Iga in the ancient Persian inscriptions is a district or province, Dahayu. The subject of Iga requires further discussion, but it may be stated at the outset that these allusions, in any event, lend additional weight to the view of Zoroaster's belonging originally to Western Iran. But before taking up the detailed question of Av Raga, Phi, Rak, Mod, Pers Rai, it will be well to cite an extract from the Dabistan, a work that is late in its present form, about AD 1650, but a book which contains old traditions. The passage runs, "It is generally reported that Zerdusht was of Azerbaijan or Tabriz, but those who are not Bajidinians, or true believers, assert, and the writer of this work has also heard from the Mobturu of Busawari, in Gujarat, that the birthplace and distinguished ancestors of the Prophet belong to the city of Eai." With this information we may turn to the Avesta itself. A. The first of the two Avesta texts which evidently associate Zoroaster's name in some way with Ega is VD 1:16, and the Pahlavi version of the passage is interesting. The Avesta passage reads, VD 1:15, Dvadasm asahg mcasdi 6 ranam kavali iudm efradmi 1 on Raji, see article in Harper's Diet, of Classical Antiquities, pages 1369 to 1370, New York, 1897. EGZSP 16. 12, West, 8 BE. Slay I 147, ETALSIEZA. 213, N, 33. Asterisk Dabistan, T.R. Shea and Troyer, IP 263, Paris, 1843. The translator adds a note that Rai is the most northern town of the province Jebel, or Iraliajem, the country of the ancient Parthians. 3 Zoroaster's native place 203 Whereas Mazam Widia Huro Majd Ray M6 Razantum, as the 12th, most excellent of localities and places, I who am Ahura Mazda created Ega of the 3 races. The Pahlavi commentary renders, Ral 1 Toxmakatir Patakano, Ek of 3 races, of Atir Patakan, and he adds the gloss, Etun Mun Rei Yemalalunado, some say it is Eai. Notice the footnote, B, the second of the Avestan passages which connects the name of Zoroaster with Ega is in YS 1918. Mention is there made of 5 regular rulers, the lord of the house, the village, the province, and the country, and Zarathustra as the 5th. This order, as the text continues, holds good for all countries except the Zarathustrian Rajai, or Baghai, is it Rai? The Zarathustrian Igaraya Zarathustris, has 4 lords, the lord of the house, the village, the province, and Zarathustra as the 4th. The text is appended. YS 1918, K. Urathavo. Nmanyo Vigio Zantumo de Kyumo Zarer o Ustro Puxso. U79 HM Derkun MYD Enid Rejoid Zarathustroid. Kauratus Rea Zarastris. Kaiahd Rathavo F. Maniusk Savizioso Zantamaska Zara Austro to Iria. This construction evidently signifies that the Dahayama, or governor, is everywhere the supreme head, but there is acknowledged one who stands above him as representative of the church, as well as state, the chief pontiff Zoroaster, Zarathustra, or the supreme Zoroaster, Zarathustra Tima, as he is elsewhere termed, e.g. YS 26:1, YT 10:115, etc. In the papal see of Ega, however, the temporal power, Dahayama, and the spiritual lordship, Zarathustra, are united in the one person. For some reason Ega is plainly the seat of the religious government. The Pahlavi version, ad locum, speaks of it in connection with Zoroaster as being his own district, Mazdayasna, asterisk. The Sanskrit of Niryosang glosses the allusion by asserting that 1 cf. Darab dp Sanjana, Pahlavi version of the Avesta Vendidad, p. 8, Bombay, 1895. 2 allusion has been made above, p. 202, to the question of a Kaga in Azerbaijan as possibly contrasted with the Pti7ai of the Greek, or possibly to a Hayazarabuletin Hristisarantchi Ornrai, cf. also the Anno. Pers Magud as a district or province, Dahayu, but that is uncertain. See also Darmstädter, Leza. IP 170. Notice the use of district, and elsewhere Raga is a region as well as a town of Media. On Greek allusions to Ptaya, see also Hog, Ahanaviria Formal, pages 133 to 134, equals 45-46, Mention, 1872, and the article which is referred to on the preceding page, p. 202, n1. 204 Appendix 17 Zoroaster was the fourth lord in this village, because it is his own Tasman Gram Yatsvayam Tsiddasa Guru's Katirtho Hliot Ega is plainly a center of ecclesiastical power, as remarked above. This fact is further attested by Yakut, IP 244, who says there was a celebrated fortress in the district of Dunbawand, in the province of Eai, notice the latter expression, which was the stronghold of the chief priest of the Magians. If Ega enjoyed such religious prominence, there must have been growing for it, and we recall what was said above, in the Dabistan and Sharastani's statement, which connects Zoroaster's mother's family with Eai. See, as a sequel to this, comes an interesting comment in the selections of Zatsparam. This has already been noticed, p. 192, but it is worthy of being taken up again at this point, for it is a sort of Iranian adage like Macbeth's Burnhamwood and Dunsinane. In ZSP 16. 11-12, an old proverbial affirmation is used to assert that something is impossible, and that it would not happen not though both the provinces of Ig and Istoder should arrive here together, and the explanatory comment on these proper names is added, two provinces which are in Atur-Patakan, such as are 60 leagues, par Asang, i.e. 210 to 240 miles, from Sis Zarathustra rose from Ig, and Vishtasp from Noder. The rest of the passage and the Dinkart occurrences of the proverb have been given above, pages 192 to 193, and should be consulted. Ig, Ab Iga, like Arabic Shiz, is evidently a territorial designation as well as a town title, and certainly the Prophet's family on the maternal side came from there, if we are to place any reliance on tradition. Now, if the Prophet was born in a city of Azerbaijan, whether in Urumia, in the region of Shiz, Abc Sista, Prob Urumia, or on the Dere-Yiver, and even Ig itself appears frequently in Pahlavi to have been regarded as a part of this land, it is by no means unlikely that a man with a mission like Zoroaster would have been drawn to so important a place as Iga was in antiquity, especially if it was the home of his mother. All which would account for the association of the names together. An attempt has been made by the present writer, in JAOS 15 p. 228 to 232, more fully to amplify this connection of Ega with Zoroaster's teaching. 1 cf. Spiegel, Nurioseng vs. Socket Übersetz. De Yakna, Leipzig, 1861, p. 99. 2 c. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 46, n. Barbie de Maynard, Diet, de la Pers, p. 33, Darmstädter, 8 B.E. 4 p. Slayath. First ed. Lee is important to consult the footnote on p. 193. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 205 and preaching, especially by an attempted explanation of the word Rajais in Ys. 53-9. But the passage and the commentary alike are difficult, and enough has been said already to show Zoroaster's connection with this region. Conclusion as to Zoroaster's native place. Zoroaster arose in western Iran. Apparently he was born somewhere in Azerbaijan. The places specially mentioned are Urumia, Shiz, At Sista, Probanc Urumia, and the river Dere. His mother's family was connected with Ega, which accounts for associating his name with that place, but it is not clear that this was the Median Kal, Psiyat of the Greeks, although it was in the west. The latter seems to have been a district as well as town, and is sometimes regarded as a part of ancient Atur-Patakan. Zoroaster's youth was also certainly passed in western Iran. 2 Scene of Zoroaster's Ministry. General remarks: the question regarding Zoroaster's native place may be looked upon as having been answered by placing it in western Iran, at least on the basis of present evidence and opinion. The question as to the scene or scenes of his religious activity, however, is a more unsettled problem. The uncertainty is doubtless due to the conditions of the case. Missionary work by a reformer is not confined to a single field. Taking a general view, however, as stated on p. 186, scholars are divided between Media, in the broader sense, and Bactria, with a preponderance perhaps in favor of the former. The present writer has elsewhere maintained the ground that both sides of this question are possibly correct, in part, and that the conflicting views may be combined and reconciled on the theory that the reformer's native place was not necessarily the scene of his really successful prophetic mission. In other words, the opinion was held that Zoroaster may have been a prophet without honor in his own country, that he arose, indeed, in western Iran, probably somewhere in Atropatene, that he presumably went at one time to one first suggested by Geldner, KZ. XXVIII 202-203, and further discussed by the present writer in the article alluded to in the next note. Jackson, where was Zoroaster's native place? JAOS. Vol. 15 pages 221-232, New Haven, 1891. 206 Appendix Liiga, perhaps Media Regiana, but on finding this an unfruitful field he turned at last to Bactria. Under the patronage of Vishtaspa, his faith became an organized state religion, and then it spread, possibly through religious crusades, westward to Media and Persia. Progress was rapid, the fire of religious zeal was contagious. The district of Iga, which was once a hotbed of heresy, Uparovimanohim, became the head of the established faith of Media. Persia follows suit when she rises into power. That at least was suggested at the time. In other words, that we have an earlier instance of the same story as Mohammed, or Mecca and Medina. Such a view, however, is mere theory or speculation, at least so far as Bactria and the exact spreading of the creed is concerned. Nevertheless, it is not speculation built entirely upon baseless fabric. It has this in its favor, that it is based upon a combination of various statements in Zoroastrian literature which may be united with Arabic and Syriac material, and with Latin and Greek references, so as to make, in part at least, a fairly solid structure. The assumption of a double scene for Zoroaster's life, first for his birth and earlier years, and second for his later years and death, has also been inferred by others. Naturally, from the tradition it has an advantage in saving several points of tradition which would otherwise fall, but it is open to several serious objections which will be pointed out as the investigation proceeds. For the present, it will be a better plan simply to bring forward both sides of the question, the Eastern and the Western view, and to reserve final decision for later. The Bactrian side will first be presented, the arguments in favor of Media will then be arrayed to offset this. Before proceeding to the discussion, it is proper to recall that we have no direct evidence to prove that Zoroaster spent the first 30 years of his life anywhere but in his native land, if we assume that to be Azerbaijan. At the age of 30 came the revelation, the opening of his ministry, and the first of the 7 visions that filled the 10 or 12 years which elapsed until Mahdi Hoemanha adopted the creed, and King Vishtaspa was converted. The whole of this question has been examined in Chapter 4. As it was there stated, so Inquitil du Peron, Zendavesta, TIPT 2, pages 5, 29. Enquitils mem de vie academique des Belles. Let. TXXXI. p. 370 seq, as noted also by A. Kanga, Extracts, p. 55, similar view, but Whitly modification, Spiegel, Aaron. A. Yurdomsk. I 708, 2. 171. On the other hand, notice Oliat is said by Geiger, Oik. Pages 488 to 492. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 207. We have information from the Dinkard, see pages 43 to 46 above, that Zoroaster went and preached before the Turanian or Vaserdang after the first conference with Ormuzd. Furthermore, that he expounded the tenets of his faith to Parshitgau in Sagistan. From this it is manifest that during the first 2 years he must, at all events, have been in the east, apparently both northeast and southeast, even if one maintains the view that Vishtaspa lived nearer to the region of his own native land. This tradition of wanderings to remote lands is in keeping with the Gatha Psalm of dejection, Kam namoy m, tm ora ensmoy iani, to what land am I to turn, whither am I to turn, ys. 46 1 sec. An echo of it, moreover, as already stated, p. 200, is perhaps to be recognized in Ibn al-Athir, who recounts how Zoroaster goes from Azerbaijan to Persia, then to India, China, Turkestan, Ferghana, and that he finally converts Vishtaspa, who seems in this account to be in the east. Perhaps these statements regarding India are due to Zoroaster's having been in Sagistan or Sistan, see also footnote below, which forms part of the territory of White India. It may be noticed that Ammianus Marcellinus also makes Histisps, or is it Zoroaster, pass some time studying in India, see Appendix 2, p. 167. So much for the 2 years that followed the first ecstatic vision, and which correspond to different scenes in Zoroaster's missionary labors. By the close of this period, Zoroaster appears to have wended his way gradually back again toward his native country, as may be inferred from the different localities in which the visions of the next 8 years took place. Consult the map. The second, third, and fourth visions took place on the homeward route to the south of the Caspian Sea, if the identifications in Chapter 4 be correct. The fifth and sixth visions were beheld in the region of the river Daitya and Mount Asnavant, Mount Sahend and the Kazeluzan, cf. pages 41, 48. Finally, the last interview with the archangels was manifested to him at his own home on the river Daraya, pages 34, 49, 100, and 94, which would agree with the Avesta, VD 19:4, 11, as this vision is also associated with the temptation by Ahriman. But now for the BAC Trian question 1. Is it Sagistan, Parshitgau, and Turan, Ailravadadang? CFP 39, and 1 above. See also next note and references. On White India, the provinces of Iran which border upon India, see Darmstaedter, Leza. 2-4, 13, and of. Above, pages 44, and 4, 72, and 3, 87, and 1, 178, and p. 210. 208 Appendix 4-1. Bactria and the East, or the view that Zoroaster's ministry was in eastern Iran. Irrespective of the question of the scene of Zoroaster's activity, the whole problem of the home of the Avesta itself, as a literary composition and religious work, has long been a common subject of discussion. The assumption of a Bactrian kingdom which antedated the Median Empire, or at least preceded the rise of the Achaemenian power, has generally been maintained by scholars, especially by the historian Duncker. Criticisms of this view will be mentioned later, but it is important to notice that one of the strongest supporters of an Eastern Iranian civilization, judging from geographical and ethnographical allusions in the Avesta, is the Iranist, Wilhelm Geiger. The Avesta itself does not give any definite statement with respect to the situation of Vishtaspa's capital, nor do the Pahlavi texts, to be discussed below, seem more explicit. Nevertheless, the Avestan geographical allusions tend to gravitate toward the east, rather than toward the west. The heroic sagas of the royal line of kings in the Avestan Yashts are located for the most part in the east. According to the Zamayat Yasht, especially YT 1966-69, the home of the Kavi dynasty is in Sistan, and this is important to consider because of its bearing on the claim for the east and for Bactria. Firdausi, a native of Tus, moreover, places the scene of the Vishtaspa-Gushtasp cycle in eastern and northeastern Iran, as will be more fully explained below. According to Firdausi, Dakaki, Yakuti, Merkhant, and others. Balkh was founded by Vishtasp's father. Larisp on the Greco-Bactrian coins is found in one for some biographical referinos, cp 186. 2 Oskik de our thumbs. 415 Seq, Noldik, Persia, in Envoyolopedia Britannica, 18. 561, 9th ed., Tomaso Hook, Batria, Batrian, Batrianoi, in Pauli's Real Encycle 2. Kernel 2806 Seq, Nene Beerb. 8 Ostiranis Kultur, Erlangen, 1882, Vaterland Uzite Alter de Avesta in Sitzib. DKB Academic, May, 1894 Grundriss d Iran. Philosophy 2. 389 This ZDMG. VW is criticized by Spiegel, XXXV. 636, and rejected, ZDMG. SLE 292-296, of. Also in Sibyl's History. Zeitschrift. NF8. 1 sec. Again, it is opposed by de Harlez, Das Alter und Hamath de Avesta, in BB. 12109 Seq, of. Also ABH. Die Berliner or. Congress, 2. 270-277 The arguments in favor of Bactria from the classics are most strongly presented by Rapp, ZDM and 1927-33, 1865. Geldner, GDRD Iron. Philosophy 2. 38 G also Noldik in GDRD Iran. Philosophy 2. 131 Firdausi, Livre des Bois, Tr. Mom, 4. 224, Yelatud in Barbida, Sens of Zoroaster's Ministry 209 Apookno, i.e. Orvatispa, Larisp, evidently as heroes eponymos of the place Al-Biruni states that Balkh was the original Residenque of the Kayanians, and Merkhant speaks of Larisp as the Bactrian. Taberi similarly states that Larisp established his residence at Balkh where he places the seat likewise of Larisp's son and successor, Vishtasp, yet it must not be forgotten in this connection that Taberi also considers Nebuchadnezzar and Cyrus to have been generals under Larisp and Vishtasp. Masudi joins in regarding Balkh as the royal capital until the seat of government was transferred westward to Iraq in the time of Humay. Other Persian and Arabic chroniclers and geographers place the seat of the Kayanian Empire, at the time of Larisp and Vishtasp, in Bactria, i.e. to the north of Sistan, and there is a tradition about a portrait of Zoroaster at Balkh, as will be noticed in Appendix 7. The author of the Zartusht is, Amma and the Kangranghoka Nam, who was himself a native of Eai, localizes the scene of the meeting between Zoroaster and Vishtasp in Balkh, where he also represents the famous debate between Zoroaster and the Brahmin Kangranghoka to have taken place, CFP 86 SEQ above. This is interesting when we consider that the writer came from the west and from a city which was so closely associated with Zoroaster's name. He must have had some strong tradition to that effect. His work, moreover, is known to be based upon Pahlavi authorities in the Dinkart. The meeting took place first on a racecourse, Asanvar, but the locality is not indicated, CFP 69, and 2 above. From the Pahlavi treatise Wonders of Sagistan it appears that at one time, perhaps after his conversion, Vishtaspa had conferences with Zoroaster and his apostles in Sistan. See passage translated below, p. 212. Maynard's Diet, de la Pers, p. 112, Merkhant, Hist, of Fers. Kings, T. Shea, London, 1832. 1 C. Tomaskek's article, Bactria, in Pauli's Encyclopedia, 2. Kernel 2812-2813. Consultstein, Zoroastrian deities on Indo-Scythian coins in Babel. And or. Record, I-157 SEQ. Notice a dissenting view by Darmstetter, L. 2 432. 2 Al-Biruni, Chronology, Tr. Seaho, p. 100, London, 1879, and Merkhand, Tr. Shea, pages 59, 264, 272. Taberi, Chronique de Taberi, Tradite sur la version persandahali Mohammed Bel Ami, Par Zotenberg, IP 491 SEQ, of. Similar allusions in Godheil, references to Zoroaster, pages 36-40. Furthermore, for the destruction of Jerusalem High Larasp, see Magai Kairat, 27. 64-67, Tr. West, 8 BE. XXIV 64-65, and Yakut in Barhir de Maynard's Diet, de la Pers, p. 369. See also p. 91, and 2 above. Magaudi, Les Prairies d'Or, Tr. Barbie de Maynard, 2. p. 120. Degrees Artusht Endma, Tr. Eastwick, in Wilson, Parsi Belijun, p. 498. 210 Appendix Li to return to Firdaus Lo. As mentioned above, the Shahnameh connects Larisp with Balkh, and describes how the youthful Vishtasp quits the realm and passes the first years of his life in the west, in Bum, the Byzantine Empire. He returns from thence to assume the scepter of authority. It is not specifically stated that the years which directly followed were actually passed in Balkh, but it is certain that the last part of his reign is regarded as being passed there. Larisp himself lives there in retirement after Vishtasp had mounted the throne, and the lapse of time is shown also by the fact that Zoroaster is now spoken of as an old man, persplr. Perhaps Vishtasp formed a link between the east and the west, if the texts seem to imply a break in the regular succession as he came to the throne, cp 223, and 1 below. At this point we may turn again to our earlier Iranian sources. As previously observed, neither the Avesta nor the Pahlavi writings are explicit in their statements as to the situation of Vishtaspa's capital. The Dinkard, it is true, speaks several times of the abode, man, residence, Baba, or lofty residence, Buland Monisno, of Vishtasp, but there is nothing precise as to the location. The general allusions to Notar, moreover, have already been noticed above, p. 192, and they will be referred to again, p. 222. The nearest approach in the Avesta to a definite statement regarding Vishtaspa's whereabouts is found in 2 references to places where he offers sacrifice for victory in battle over Aryabhataspa in the Holy War of the Elegion, or when on a religious crusade. One of these sacrifices is offered on the farther side of the water of Prasdanava, YT. 5108, Pasnapam Frajnaam, for victory over 3 unbelievers, one of whom is the inveterate foe, Aryabhataspa, YT. 5109, T. Dryavantam Duzda and Mpalanam Kadavayasnam Dravantanka Arajatraspam, */ but in YT. 929 YT. 1749, the same sacrifice is offered again by Vishtaspa for victory over exactly the same 3 foes, but including also the names of a number of other enemies, and, important to keep in mind, the sacrifice of this latter passage is not celebrated. 1 see pages 72-73. 2 see also Mole, Tr. 4. 293 compare note on p. 58. It might possibly be suggested that we have in the name Tathrayavant a distant allusion to the Tantra Philosophy of India. The Shahnameh eludes India among the lands to which Vishtasp spread the Gospel of Iran, cf. Mole, 4 pages 843-344, and above, p. 84 seq, observe likewise Darmstedter, Leza in Introd. p. 90. But such a conjecture could add little in favor of the eastern view. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 211 near the Frasdanava, but is offered up on the farther side of the river Daitya. Still further, Vishtaspa's brother Zayavari, Zarir, who is mentioned directly after Vishtaspa's sacrifice by the Frasdar Nava in the earlier passage, likewise offers similar worship on the same spot, Daitya, with an identical wish, YT. 5:112-113, Pasn Apo Daityaya, and directly afterwards in the same Yasht, YT. 5:116, Arajataspa invokes the same divinity near Vaurakasha, Caspian Sea, for victory over Vishtaspa. This latter point will be taken up hereafter, pages 212-213. It is necessary to comment anew on the suggested identification of these places. From the discussion above, pages 41, 197, it is to be inferred that the Daitya was a sort of border stream in the west, to be identified with the Kazeluzan or Saftiud. The river Kazeluzan is the classic A/IAP8OS of Ptolemaeus in Atropatene, and Andreas describes it as a natural mark shade. The Avestan word Pasn is apparently used with a river name like the Latin usage of trans in Transrhenanus, up. Cisalpinus, compare the modern Iranian designation of Blapis, before the rivers, as opposed to Bayer Pa, back of the rivers, used in the adjoining territory of Jalan. The various streams which flow into the river today Wold answer to the tributaries of the Daitya that are mentioned in the Dinkart and Zatsparam. This is the river of the law, and the river which Zoroaster apparently crosses on his way to convert Vishtasp the Frasdanava, on the other hand, is to be sought in Seistan, in the east, if we accept the statement of the Bundashan, BD 22:5, and is probably to be identified with the Abistida lake, south of Ghazni. Being a member of the Kayanian line, Kavi Vishtaspa 1 Andreas, Amerdos, in Paulis Mielensel, Neubiberg, Stuttgart, 1894, Vol. I. Kernel 1735, 1. 44 to refer to Andreas, LOCCIT 11. 60-61, whose transcription BIAPIS is here followed. Cf. also de Morgan, Ilficiori Scientific and Pers, I 209. SDK. 73. 51-56, ZSP 21. 5, 22.9. I believe that in DK 7. 2030, we are to read made I, not doit, as noted by West, 8 BE. Slay I 25, and 2, and compare the Shit River of BD 20. 7, SBE. V77, although there would be no real inconsistency in date, as contrasted with Porus Lyaspa's dwelling on the Dera'y, as that may have been the home to which he removed after his marriage, see suggestion on p. 192. Zarathustra Nama, p. 491. 6. His view is opposed to Lagarde's Harandin in Armenia Beit Rage Zurbatver. Lex. p. 28, but I agree with Gager's estimate of Razdan in Oik. p. 108. The identification of Frasdanava with Abista is mentioned by West SBEV 86, and 3, as being from Justi, see his Handdersen Sprach, p. 197b, although Justi now seems 212. Appendix IR is naturally associated with Seistan and Lake Trasdan. The Pahlavi treatise, Wonders of the Land of Sagistan / makes Seistan the place of Vishtasp's first religious propaganda, and apparently also a place where Vishtasp conferred with Zoroaster and other apostles of the faith, on matters of religious importance. I am indebted to Drive West's kindness for a translation of the Wonders. The passage, Wand of Sag. 6, reads, King Vishtasp produced the progress of religion on Lake Irasdan, first in Sagistan, and afterwards in the other provinces. Also King Vishtasp, in conference with Zarathustra, and Sino, son of Ahumstud of Bust, because his disciples of Zarathustra have been the first in his long discipleship, made, the various Nasks proceed in a family of the good, for the purpose of keeping we the religion of Sagistan progressive for being taught. Remember also that Zoroaster went in his earlier years to Seistan to preach to Parshatgau, pages 44-45. According to Firdausi, King Vishtasp, Gushtasp, was engaged upon a religious crusade in Seistan and Zabulistan and was at the abode of the old hero Ustam, who still held out against conversion to Zoroastrianism, when the Turanians under Argisp stormed Balkh, slew Larisp in battle before the walls, and killed Zoroaster. Vishtasp returns from Seistan for the finally routing of Argisp. It must be acknowledged that the twofold sacrifice by Vishtasp, once on the Frasdanava and once on the Daitya, causes some difficulty in connection with the identification of scenes in the holy wars. As already observed, the Prasdanava sacrifice, when placed in Seistan, certainly refers to the second and final invasion. The rather to incline toward the view of Hrazdan in Armenia, judging from Frias. Yarb. BD 88, pages 256 to 257. Geiger, Oik. P 108, notices the identification of Frasdanava with the Abistida, but he prefers to explain the matter differently. 1c West in Gdrd Iran. Philosophy 2. 118 2 Drive West notes that this place is described by the pseudo-Ibn Hawkal as on the river Hermond, between Gur and the lake. See Ousley's Oriental Geography, p. 206, it was therefore in Seistan. Cf. Moll, tr. 4. Pages 355, 456, and also Viewers, Fragment über Zoroaster, Bonn, 1831, p. 97 and p. 126, and 52. Asterisk Schaendnia, ed. Viewers Landauer, 3. Pages 1559 to 1560, but there is some uncertainty owing to a variation in the reading. Thus, ki in Erbadra Jessica, and again, Cert her Hadridli Kuit, but a few lines further on, p. 1560, the death is proved by Erbadra Hamas Archsad and Moll, 4. 354, 355, 365. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 213 Daitya sacrifice, we may presume, refers to the first invasion, if we make the twofold division mentioned on p. 105, but it is not easy to reconcile this with the assumption that the scenes of the first war belong rather to the territory of Merv, p. 114. Perhaps the Daitya sacrifice is not to be pressed as referring to a special incident, and perhaps the prayer was general, or Vishtasp was crusading in the West at the time. History offers examples of a Christian king of Europe offering up his prayers in the land of the Saracens. Darmstaedter does not seem to think it imperative to take the Daitya sacrifice too seriously in the face of the Frasdanava passage, which gives a scene located in Seistan, or, he thinks, the Daitya allusion may be a reminiscence of the Median origin of Vishtaspa himself. Nevertheless, there is a certain discrepancy which must fairly be noticed, and having stated the difficulty, we may turn to such arguments as can be brought up to show that Vishtaspa's foe, Aryabhataspa, belongs rather to the east than to the west. This introduces the problem of the situation of Aryabhataspa's kingdom, and the scene of the holy wars already alluded to. In the Avesta, Aryabhataspa is a Hyaonian, av Hyaiona, Phi. Zion. The name Hyaiona, according to the ordinarily accepted view, is identical with the nation of the classic Kyanetae. The identification, however, has been doubted by some. The subject is commented on by Darmstaedter * and especially by Geiger, and both of these scholars think, as well as Justi, see footnote, that there is authority also for the tradition which places the Hyaionians toward the east, even if they were located in the Jalan territory in the time of Ammianus Marcellinus, 19. 1-2. The Shahnama tradition certainly looks upon Argisp as a Turanian, and places his kingdom on the other side of the Jihun, Oxus, and it makes him dispatch envoys from the city of Kalak to Vishtasp, Gushtasp, in Balkh. In the native lexicons, according to Vollers, Kalak or Kaliak 1 Leza. 3 P. CYT. 930-31, 17. 50-51, 19. 87, and the references on p. 104, and 2. Spiegel in Sihel's History. Zeitschrift, NF 8, p. 18, also other writers as noted below. Asterisk Darms Tedder does not seem certain of it in Lesia. 3p seq, cf also Geiger in Sitzib. DKB Academic, 1884, p 328 seq, and in his TDTKDR in Sitzib, my, 1890, p 75. Justi allows also the possibility of placing the Hyaonians in the east on the authority of Joshua the Stylite, see Prus. Yar. BD 88, p 256, but Justi favors the west. Firdausi, Livre des Bois, TRMNHL, 4. Pages 302, 303, 319, 326 bis, 342, 360, 441, 459, 543, 558. 214 Appendix 4ai, Jali, is described as a great city in Turkestan in the district of Katai. Asterisk in any case, it is evident that the kingdoms of Arjasp and Vishtasp cannot have been far separated from each other. The question of the invasion or invasions may now be taken up. According to the sources which the Shahnameh must have made use of, and we may infer the same from the Dinkart and Zatspar Ram, there were, apparently, two separate invasions by Arjasp, although the Avesta seems to speak of the war singly as the War of Eligen. The special chapter above on this subject, Chap 9, should be consulted. The Atkarizariran alludes only to what we may regard as the first of Arjasp's wars, and lays the scene in the neighborhood of the plain of Merv. Similarly, in this connection, the Shahnameh speaks of the Jihun or Oxus, and the territory adjacent, consult the map. The scene of the battles of the Second War was Khorasan. If we follow the Shahnameh and notice an incidental allusion in the Bundaishan, the circumstances of Arjasp's second invasion need not be repeated, see Chapter 9. If we follow the Shahnameh, we may presume that Vishtaspa, after receiving news of the storming of Balkh, started from Seistan to join the forces of his son, Farshidbard, whom he had appointed ruler of Khorasan. The first meeting between Vishtasp and the invader Arjasp may therefore have resulted in an engagement in Khorasan. From Firdausi, we may judge that this opening engagement of the Second War, which is evidently counted as a part of the Balkh misfortune, was not successful for the Iranians. An attempt may be made to locate the scene. Now, the Bahman Yasht, 3.9, when speaking of three distinct times of crisis and trial in the history of the Eligen, says, the second was when thou, O Zarathustra the Spit Aman, receivedst the Kelijun, and hadst thy conference, and King Vishtasp and Arjasp, miscreated by wrath, were, through the war of the Eligen, in the combat of Spitrazur, the hoary forest, and the text adds a 1 viewers, fragments Iber Zoroaster, p. 121, where the Persian is quoted, and Lexicon Persicum, I 706, 714. See also Steingass, Persian-English Dictionary, pages 467, 471. See Chronological Scheme by West, SBE. Slady IPXXX, cf Appendix 3. 8 YZ. 12. Asterisk mole, TR4. 0.309. BD 12. 32-34, given in full on P216. Notice that the Bundaishan, BD 1233, acknowledges an occasion where there was confusion among the Iranians, but they were saved, CFP 216 below. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 215 comment, some have said it was in Pars. The Avesta mentions the White Forest, but not in connection with Arajataspa's name. The Spa-cited Arazura in the Avesta, is the amphitheater of the great conflict between the earlier Iranian king, Hausrava, and his enemy, Orvezara. According to Justi, the White Forest is in Kohistan, a part of Khorasan, lat. 33, long 59, consult map, between Cain and Burjand as a mere conjecture, in order to endeavor to reconcile difficulties, it might be suggested that we have here an allusion, perhaps, to the engagement that preceded the last in the war. In other words, as the White Forest seems to have been a designation covering a good deal of territory, it might be argued that Vishtas pushed onward, then northward to the mountains of Nishapur and Meshhed, not far from the high citadel where his son Isfendiyar was confined. This citadel, as related by the Shahnameh, was the mountain fortress of Gumadan or Gunbadan, Jjij as, **. Its location is in Khorasan, for this fastness of Isfendiyar is evidently Mount Spentodata of the Avesta, YT 19:6, and Spendyat of the Pahlavi, BD 12:2, 23, situated on the Var of Ravand, which latter has been identified with the Bar Mountains, northwest of Nishapur, in an interesting article by Hudam Schindler. The Tindaishan adds details of the battle that enable us still further to locate the scene where Vishtasp himself had to take refuge in a mountain in Khorasan, where he was beleaguered, until the heroic Isfendiyar is released from his chains and gains the victory. All this has been described above, p. 119 seq, but the Bundaishan passage is important enough to repeat it again in full. 1 West, 8 BE. v. 218. As for the usage of Pars, it must be remembered that Sagistan itself is spoken of as a part of Pars in Pahlavi literature, BD 12:9, 2029, CCV pages 37, 81. 2 YT 1531-32, CFYT 549-50, YT 1977. 5 Justi, Naaman Butch, p. 42. Orwe Sarah, Konig am Wijsenwald, die Idast Ibayat im Kohi Stan von Kane und Bergand, Gunnar de Kawahusrawa, Kai Susrau, YT 1631. S. Wisruas Namet, 252. Shah Endma, ed. Volosian Dower, 3. p. 1550, 1. 156, cf. Traduction de Mol, 4. Pages 354, 370, 456. But Merkhand, T.R. Shea, p. 290, says he was imprisoned in the fortress of Gurdku, in the district of Rudbar. To which Shea adds, stating that Idbar is a district of the Jebel or Iraq Ajami. The identification of some Persian places, in the Academy, number 730, p. May 312 seq. 1, 1886, cf. Also Justi, HDBCHD Zensprehi, p. 305. Tor allusions to the mountain, 216 Appendix Li BD 12. 17-18, the Padashklivargar mountain is that which is in Taparistan and the side of Jalan. The Evand mountain is in Khorasan, on which the Persian fire was established. 32-34 From the same Padashkvargar mountain unto Mount Kumish, which they call Mount Medofriat, come to help, that in which Vishtasp rooted Arjasp is Mount Mayanidasht, mid-plain, and was broken off from that mountain there. They say, in the war of the Kalijun, when there was confusion among the Iranians it broke off from that mountain, and slid down into the middle of the plain. The Iranians were saved by it, and it was called Kamato help by them. The Ganavat mountain is likewise there, on the edge of Vishtasp Putivist Aspen, at the abode of the Persian Mitro fire, 9 leagues to the west. Mount Medofriat, Kumto help, has been identified by Hudam Schindler with the mountain near the present town of Farai Ahmad, northward of the high road between Abbasabad and Mazinan, and it is thus evidently a part of the Jagatai range. The edge of Vishtasp may be identical with the mountains, Binaludka, running northwest from Nishapur, a little to the west of the modern Gunabad, lat. 3640, long. 59-6 C map. The region where the final battle took place, with the utter rout of Arjasp and the triumph of Iran over Turan, may be regarded as occupying a territory to the east of Mian-i-Dasht in Khorasan, lat. 3630, long. 5610 C map, square GB. The caravan road between Mian and Zaidar is still famous today for marauding attacks of the Turkomans upon pilgrims and travelers. The location of the sacred fires may be taken up in this connection. Vishtasp's special fire, version Mitro, is in Khorasan as already discussed in the pages devoted to the subject of the sacred pyres, chap 8. From the passage just quoted, BD 12 17 18, 32-34, and from BD 17. 8 there seems to remain little doubt on that point. The Shahnameh implies a similar location, and 3 Mohammedan writers state that the special fire of Zoroaster, which is the Burhazin Mitro, was in the neighborhood of Nishapur. For the references, CP 100. But more important still in connection with cf. Mole, Lime des Bois, 4. 367, 370, 373, 384. 1 West, 8 BE. V 40-41. 2 See the Academ J, p. 313, May 1, 1886. The town is easily located, lat. 36-37, long 56-57, on the map in Curzon's Persia and the Persian Khazeshan, IP 245. Curzon, Persia, and the Persian Question, I 276-277, 280-281. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 217. The ancient Pyria of Zoroastrianism, is the tradition of the Bundaishan, BD 17:6, regarding the second famous fire, the fire Frobak, Farnbag. This fire originally was located in Khwarezmia or Khwarezmia, Phi. Khwarezm, on the eastern side of the Caspian Sea, the region of igneous oil fountains, and it was removed by Vishtasp to the east, to Kabul, or as the text reads, in the reign of King Vishtasp, upon revelation from the religion, it was established out of Khwarezm, at the Eashan, shining, mountain in Kabulistan, the country of Kabul, just as it remains there even now. This latter would make another distinct association of Vishtasp with the east, in addition to the central or eastern location of 2 of the sacred fires which are directly connected with Vishtasp's name. We may also recall the story of the cypress which Zoroaster planted to commemorate the event of Vishtasp's conversion. This hallowed tree was planted at Kishmar in Khorasan, and it is spoken of in the Shahnameh as the cypress of Kishmar. It must also be remembered that, according to the Shahnameh, Khorasan was under the suzerainty of one of Vishtasp's sons, as well as it was the amphitheater of the final holy war. These latter points are of interest also in connection with Moigel's claim that Vishtaspa, of the Avesta, is identical with the historical Histasps, father of Darius, and that he belonged in the region of Hyrcania and ancient Parthia. Floigel's monograph should be consulted. It may incidentally be added that the Armenian historian, Thomas Artrani, AD 10th century, follows the tradition that Zoroaster was the opponent of Ninus and Semiramis and was defeated by them, but Semiramis made him commander of Babylon, Khuzestan, and of all eastern Persia, and he adds, Zarathustra, although possessing the countries to the east of Persia, did not cease to harass Assyria. This would associate him also with the east. 1 BD 17. 6, Tr West, SBE. V 63. 2 It must be stated, however, that the reading Kabul is questioned by Darmstetter, Leza. I 154 and see the discussion above in Chap 8. P 99, and 4. 8 Arvi Kismer, C. Volus Landauer, I Shahnameh, 3. 1498-1499, and Mao, 4. 292-293, cf. also Appendix 2, pages 163-164. Floigel, Cyrus und Herodot, Leipzig, 1881, e.g. pages 14, 15, 17, etc. C. Brosset, Collection des Historiens Arméniens, I 30, St. Petersburg, 1874. See Appendix 6. 1 below. 218 Appendix 4. Furthermore, it should be noticed that Mills upholds the eastern region, at least as the place of origin of the Gathas. He reviews some of the indications which point to the west, as presented by Darmstetter, but after examining into the character of the civilization, and noticing points of Indo-Iranian unity and likeness to the Veda, and judging also from the spirit of the Gathas, whose antiquity he emphasizes, Mills is led to believe that the scene of the Gathic and original Zoroastrianism was in the northeast of Iran, and that the later Avesta was composed during the hundreds of years during which the Zarathustrian tribes were migrating westward into Media. Discussion of the Avestan calendar led the Sanskrit scholar Eoth strongly to support Bactria. The younger Iranist Horn favors eastern Iran as the first scene, at least, of Zoroastrianism. * On the views of Tile, see note below. Resume of the Eastern view. Among various points that may be brought up in favor of placing Vishtaspa in eastern Iran, and of believing that Zoroaster's prophetic career, at least, was associated chiefly with that territory, is the predominance of geographical allocations in the Avesta rather to eastern Iran. The Avesta does not state where Kavi Vishtaspa's kingdom was located, but it recognizes that the Kavi dynasty came from Sistan, YT. 1966 SEQ. The Iranian tradition which is found in Mohammedan writers is almost unanimous in placing Vishtaspa's kingdom in the east, in Bac Tria. Among arguments which may be drawn from Pahlavi literature is the fact that the Bundashan clearly locates the scene of the rooting of Arjasp in the territory of Khorasan. One of the sacred 1 SBE. XXXI intrad. Pages XXVIIXXX. 2 OPCITP XXVII. 5 Roth, Der Kalender des Avesta, USW, in ZDM and XXIV 1-24, cf especially pages 16-19, criticized by de Harlez, Seep 219 below. Horn, Die Seichter Meter und Passier, in Hellwald zu Urgskicht, 4 Auflow. I 322. Tile, in his early work entitled De Godsdienst van Zarathustra, van haar ontstaan in Battery tot den Val van het Uitperdiskbij c. Haarlem, 1864, maintained the Bactrian view that was common at the time. So also in the genealogical table in his article Kelly-Juns, in Encyclops Dia Britannica, vol. XXP 360, 9th ed., and //6.mh/Igeschiedenis van den Godsdienst, p. 174, Amsterdam, 1876. But now, if I understand his latest view aright, he believes in northwestern Iran as the cradle at least of the Zoroastrian reform. Ik neig zeer tot de meaning dat de Zarathustrisk ervaring van Noordbrestelijk Iran is het gegen, zees over de oudheid van het Avesta, aantekening, in mededeling DKAK 3 de Reeks, deel 11. Amsterdam, 1895, pages 384a and D375. So Enye of Zoroaster's ministry 219 res is connected with Khorasan, another was removed from Khwarezmia to the east. And now that so much has been said in favor of eastern Iran, including Bactria, we may pass without comment to the west and consider the claims of Media. To Media and the west, or the view that Zoroaster's ministry was in his native country, western Iran, it has been indicated sufficiently that a number of specialists, de Harlez, Spiegel, Justy, and others, associate the earliest history of Zoroastrianism not with Bactria and the east, but alone with Media, in its broad sense, and the west. See de Harlez, for example, in treating of the origin and home of the Avesta, as noted above, leaves eastern Iran out of consideration. His discussion of the subject should be read. There is space here only to outline the reasons which lead him to confine the Avesta and Zoroastrianism to Media. I summarize them from the last article mentioned in the footnote. 1. Zoroastrianism and the Avesta is the work of the Magi, a tribe of Media, and the Magi are the Atharvans, Irpadoi, of the Avesta. 2. The chief seat of the religion was the southern and southeastern coast of the Caspian Sea, as shown by the peculiar manner in which the peoples of the Caspian region and Hyrcania dispose of their dead. 3. Iga in Media was the chief seat of the priesthood, and Media, therefore, was the center of the Avestan religion. 4. The legend which makes Bactria the cradle of Zoroaster's faith, and claims that Vishtaspa was king and ruler of Bactria, is late. It comes, in fact, from medieval times. Eastern Iran, in general, remains in the background until the time of the Achaemenid finally. 6. The Parsi books themselves regard Zoroaster as arising from Media, and, even though many medieval sources connect Vishtasp with Bactria, as mentioned, there is not entire consistency in this, for some of them place him ia Persis. The epitomist Vandemir, for example, in his Life of Gushtasp says that this king had the city of Istakhr. 1 See Daharles's definite statements on Das Alter und Hamath de Avesta in SB 12. 109-111, and Bur Avestus Calendar und die Hamath der Avesta Eligen, in ABH. D. Burl. Or. Congr. 270-277, Berlin, 1882, criticizing Koth. For the latter statement, CFBS. Zil 110. C. Daharles, A.V. Elander und Hamath, p. 277, Spiegel, EAI 698 and Hyde, History Religion Vet. PERSP 318, 1st ed., eth in Grundriss d Iran. Philal. 2 356. 220 Appendix 17, Persepolis, as a royal seat Istaj Kri Fdrsradara Mulk Karda did. Again, Bahá'í Life of Gushtasp, says that Zerdusht occupied a mountain, Nafat, near Istakhr. And Mahdayasna dlr Mahdlis, after assuming that Zoroaster came from Palestine, adds that he gave himself out as a prophet in Azerbaijan. For these various reasons Daharles concludes, Aus Erklarzich, when man unterstellt, dass der Zoroastrismus aus Medien stammt, als Wort dunkel, when man dessen Weg in Bactrian sucht. Spiegel has 2 or 3 times specially treated the question of the home of the Avesta and its bearing upon the Zoroastrian problem in his historical article on Vishtaspa and the Bactrian kingdom. In Sibyl's Zeitschrift, he brings up most of the points that may be argued in favor of the East, and these are such as have been stated above. He then weighs the West over against them. He particularly emphasizes the identification of Arijataspa's nation, the Hyona, with the Kayanitai, who are to be placed, it is claimed, to the west of the Caspian Sea. Again, he approves rather of de Lagarde's identification of the name and locality, Frasdanava, with the Armenian river Hrazdan, and he points out some other names that refer especially to the west. As a result of this, although Batra is mentioned in the title of his monograph, he inclines to favor Media or Aran, rather than Bactria, as the realm of Vishtaspa and also as the home of Zoroaster. In his latest article on the subject, ZDMGXLV 280 SEQ, 1887, Spiegel points out 1 or 2 more points to strengthen the Western view. An allusion to Armenia, for example, is claimed to be found in the Avesta, YT. 572. He draws attention also to the association of Histasp's name with Media and the West, by Chars of Mytilene, CFP 73 above, ** and by Lactantius, who makes Histasps a king of Media, p. 154 above, and he throws renewed doubts upon the existence of the Bactrian kingdom maintained by Dunker. Several other scholars are of like opinion regarding Media, and 1 see also Hyde, p. 313. Reference to Istakhr, Persepolis, has been made above, pages 91, 97. 2 see also Hyde, p. 315. S. Spiegel, Vistafpa oder Histasps und das J. Reich von Batra, in Sibyl's Hister. Zeitschrift, NF 8, BD 44, pages 1-21, 1880. Also über das Vaterland und Zeitalter des Ostes, in Sitsib. KB Academic 1884, p. 315 SEQ, 1884. Again, Ibid. Zweiter Artikel, in ZDMG. XLV 187 SEQ, 1891. *CF also his later remarks in ZDMG. SLE 295, 1887, XLV. 197, 1891, Lee. 193, 1898. ZDMG. SLE 288, 289, 292 SEQ Scene of Zoroaster's Ministry 221 Western Iran. Eugen Wilhelm upholds Spiegel's identification of the Haionians with the Kyanitsa and locates them on the west side of the Caspian Sea. The associated Avestan word Varasaka equals, YT. 931 YT. 1761, is likewise a proper name, i.e. Verdaka, cf. Verdi, of Ammianus Marcellinus, and A.V. Junu, YT. 564, designates the Huns. Layman expresses his opinion very strongly that the ancient Vishtaspa was not a Bactrian prince, but that he ruled in western Iran, in Media, that Zoroaster had nothing whatsoever to do with Bactria, where the crude civilization of his time would have been unsuited for his teaching, but that Media furnished exactly the soil that was needed for it to bear fruit. Darmstetter several times expressed himself in favor of the West for the entire scene of early Zoroastrianism, because he considered the Bactrian tradition rather to be late Justi. The most recent authority to touch upon the question and to uphold the Western view is Justi, Die Iranische Religion und ihr Stifter Zarathustra. Brief summary of the deductions on this point in his important treatise is given. The numbered divisions are my own. 1. The Avesta itself does not place either the home of Zoroaster or the kingdom of Vishtaspa in Bactria, nor mention either name in alluding incidentally to the city of Bactria. The rise of the Bactrian kingdom was post-Achaemenian. The transference of Vishtaspa's capital to Bactria, as is done in later times, is purely artificial. Spiegel's arguments are sufficient to overthrow the whole theory of a Bactrian origin of the Iranian religion. 2. The allusions to the sacrifices by Vishtaspa and Zayavari on the Frasdanava and Daitya, and to Arajataspa as a Hyona, are examined in their eastern aspect and in the western light. In Justi's opinion the Daitya may be the Araxes on the northern boundary of Adarbijan, and the Frasdanava is more likely, perhaps, to be the Armenian Hrazdan. Acts of worship performed in the Adarbijan territory would be appropriate to Iranians. 1. Wilhelm, Z.D. Ma. SLE 96-101. 2. Edv. Lehmann, Die Verser in Chant Epi de la Sauce, Lehrbuch der Religionsgeschichte, Neue Auflage, 2. 159-160. See also his comment on Fraorts, p. 156. 3. Darmstetter, Etudes Iraniennes, 1. 10-13, Zendavesta, tr8be. 4. Introd.Slai 1st ed., and his later statement, p.xi, 2d ed., together with Leza. 3. p.8, where new suggestions and hints are given. Asterisk in Preußische BD 88, p. 255 SEQ, 1897. 222 Appendix 4. More weight also is laid on the likelihood of the Kyanitsa being placed in the Caucasus region and Gilan. Like the later Huns, the invasion of Arajataspa may have been made through the mountainous country to the west of the Caspian Sea. 3. It is notable that of the three most sacred fires 1, Adhar-ji Ushnasp, belongs originally to Adarbijan, 1, Adhar-sura, or Farnbag, to Persis, Istakhr, and 1, Adhar-Berjan Mithra, to Khorasan, but none to Bactria. Yet see note at foot of this page. 4. Media was the native place of Zoroaster, and it was also the home and realm of Vishtaspa. But Kavi Vishtaspa was not a great king, not a king of kings, ancpersaidiasayana/ni, he was rather a minor prince, Dabapati, of Median Ega. The suggestion is conjecturally put forward that we might, perhaps, assume that some great king of Media later accepted the religion and made it current in the world. Such a monarch would have been the Median praorta, Fraorts, * confessor, who may have adopted the faith and have thus received a Zoroastrian name. The father of Fraorts also had a Zoroastrian name, as he was called Kyaxares, i.e. Huvaksatara, beside his ordinary title Dayaka. 5. Finally, by way of illustration, Atropates and his successors in Atropatene were zealous adherents of Zoroastrianism from Achaemenian times, and the Gathas themselves show a religious intolerance that still remains typical of the Magi in Sasanian times, and is characteristic of the fanaticism that marks the later assassins who likewise had their origin in Atropatene. I may also add that Justi wrote me that it was only after long and careful consideration that he came to these conclusions, and abandoned the view that Bactria was the home of Zoroastrianism or that Zoroaster perished there. Additional arguments. Some other arguments might be added to these already given in support of the West. For example, 1. Vishtaspa and Hudasa in the Avesta both were Neotyrians. The comment in Zatsparam places Notar in the West, 60 leagues from Sist, as explained above, p. 193, n1. If Vishtaspi Aso 1 Justi, OPCIT p. 257, but with regard to the Tarnbag fire he seems to have overlooked the statement in BD 17. 6, CP 99, N4 and P 217 above. The question whether Bactria has any volcanic or petroleum fires might AC count for their not generally being connected with that particular region, 2 CFOPCIT pages 259, 256. Letters dated January 8, 1897, and June 12, 1897. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 223. Created with Balkh, one would then have to assume that only his family came from the West. It is true that this might be quite possible in royal lines, and there actually seems to have been some change of dynasty or break in the succession when Vishtasp came to the throne, as noted by Justi. So this argument would not necessarily militate finally against the East. It is only a matter of proportionate probability. On account of the Ig and Notar allusion it would be convenient to accept Vishtasp as also belonging to the West. 2. The two Avestanyasht fragments, YT 23:4, 24. 2. Give among the blessings which Zoroaster wished might accrue to Vishtaspa the boon, mayest thou be able to reach the Eha, whose shores lie afar, as Vafra-Navasa was able. According to Darmstaedter, the circumambient stream Eatziha in the Avesta is to be identified with the Tigris. This might, therefore, be used as a ground for placing Vishtaspa's kingdom in the west, but not necessarily so. The wish of a wide extended kingdom might hold equally good if the star of Vishtasp's empire were moving from the east westward. 3. As the Avesta constantly speaks of idolaters, unbelievers, devil worshippers, Devaryasna, it might be suggested that Zoroaster's reform was especially directed against these idols, or devil, worshippers, of the region about the Caspian Sea. 4. Arajataspa, as noted above, p. 211, is represented in the Avesta, YT 5:116, as offering sacrifice near the sea Vaurakasha, the Caspian Sea, UPA 0 Vaurakastm, asking for victory over Vishtaspa, and, later addition, Zayavari *. It might be claimed that we have Vishtaspa's enemy not only on the Caspian Sea, but possibly on the west side of it, although the expression with UPA might equally refer to the eastern side of the Caspian, which is still occupied by Turkomans. A6. Somewhat fanciful conjecture might be made that we may first Justi OPCIT pages 246, 252, own a possible change of dynasty, and Spiegel, ZDM and XLV 196-198. CFP 70, and 2 above. 2 Leza 2 382, U73, 78, but Geiger, Oik. Map, makes Iowa the Baksarts. A8 on the Yezildis, C. Brown, Tier amongst the Persians, p. 522, London, 1893, Bassett, Persia, The Land, of the Imams, pages 31-33, New York, 1886. Asterisk the mention of Zayiaberi would imply that the first invasion is intended if we follow the division into two wars, p. 105. Notice may here be taken of what is said of Zarathustra and his realm on p. 73 above. 224 Appendix IR perhaps have an allusion to the West, possibly Persepolis, in the Dinkart reference to the treasury of Shapagan, or Shaspigan, Shapan, or Shizagan, for such are the readings allowed by the manuscripts, in which Vishtasp deposited the original codex of the Avesta as further related in the Dinkart. This fell into the hands of the Greeks and was translated into their tongue. The treasury of the archives is usually associated with Persepolis. 6. Hamza of Isfahan connects Vishtasp with Persia, for he makes him build a city in the district of Darabjard in the province of Persia. Resemes of the Western view. The more general claim in favor of Western Iran is, that the religion was probably developed in the country where Zoroaster himself arose, that in his day Bactria was still in the earliest stages of civilization and its name is not connected either with his or with Vishtasps in the older texts, that Media, on the other hand, would have been a suitable field for his teaching, and that the allusions to the West give a more consistent theory for ancient times. It is claimed, moreover, that Vishtaspa's foe, Arajataspa, belonged to Western Iran, on the ground of identifying the Hyayona with the classic Kyanitsa and of placing these in the Caspian region. Finally, Vishtaspa was a minor king, and it is possible that the Median ruler Praorts, confessor, may have made Zoroastrianism the national religion of Media. The devil worshippers of the Avesta would answer to the later Yezidis of the Western territory. General summary: although we may agree that Zoroaster by birth arose in Western Iran, we cannot be equally sure that the chief seat of his activity was also there. Both sides of the latter question have been presented, as were the former. The classical references, as early as the 2nd century AD, would imply the possibility of Bactria or the IDK. 3.3, 7. 7.3, n. 5. 3.4, SBK SBE. YXX ETH. PXXXI, SLAI. Pages 82, 127. 2. See also Taberi, p. 675, Leiden ed., Bishop sent this, archetype, to a place in Istakra called Darbisht, vocalization uncertain, Godheil, I, E/Arances to Zoroaster, p. 37. The same is repeated from Taberi by Bundari, with reading Zarbisht, in Hyde, History Bilig. Vet. Pers pages 314 to 315. See also above, Chap 8, p. 97. See Hamza, ed. Gottwald, 2. 26, and cf. Darab D. Pisanjana, Gfejer S. Eastern Iranians, 2. 212, note by Spiegel. SCJSNS of Zoroaster's Ministry 225 East, as a scene, as well as of Media, Persia, and the West. This fact might be interpreted that he taught in the East, though he arose in the West. The Avesta does not decide the case. An allusion to the scene of Vishtaspa's two sacrifices may equally refer to Seistan, and to Media and Atropatene. From evidence in Pahlavi literature, we know that Zoroaster himself was in Seistan for a while, during the early part of his prophetic career. From the same source we also know he was in Turan, and the Gathas allude to a Turanian adherent. This would seem to speak, in part at least, for Eastern Iran, even if his patron Vishtaspa ruled in Western Iran. From the Pahlavi and later Zoroastrian literature, the scenes of the holy wars would appear to have been located rather toward the east, in Merv and Khorasan. On the other hand, the silence of the Avesta on some vital points in connection with the east, together with an inference that Vishtaspa belonged to the same country as Zoroaster, and spoke the same dialect, would argue rather in behalf of Western Iran. This latter view would be strengthened if the existence of a Bactrian kingdom at an early period be doubted. The majority of Iranian specialists, perhaps, seem to have felt that a stronger case can be made for Media and the West as the scene alike of Zoroaster's activity and his birth. On the other hand, later tradition, which includes Mohammedan Iranian sources, is almost unanimous in placing Vishtasp's kingdom in Bactria, which is claimed to have been founded by Larisp. Having now presented both sides of the question, we may refrain from drawing a conclusion between the two views, for the present, and content ourselves with recalling what was said at the outset, that Zoroaster was a reformer, and he had a mission. In modern times the field of a great missionary's work is not usually confined to a single part of a country, whatever it may have been in ancient times. Q. Appendix V. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name collected with the help of my student and friend Louis H. Gray, Fellow W in Indo-Iranian Languages in Columbia University, to whom I wish to express my thanks with sincerity for his constant readiness to give assistance, especially in collecting the so-called Zoroastrian logia. His kind aid is much appreciated. AVWJ. The list is confined simply to such passages as mention Zoroaster by name. Its compass might have been greatly extended if allusions to Magi, Persians, Histasps, or the like, had been included. Much material from the classics had already been gathered by Barnab Six Brisson, De Bigio Persarum Principatu, Paris, 1690, Hyde, Beligio Veterum Persarum, Oxon 1700. The first systematic and excellent collection, however, of classical references on Persian subjects in general was made by J. F. Klewaker, Zendavesta, and Hangzi 2 TENBD 3 TER Thiel, Leipzig UND Riga, 1783. This is still one of the standards. Different arrangement of the material is found in Ep. Die Religion der Perser und der Origin Irani nach die Griechischen ZDMG. UND Romies Chenquellen, in 19. P4 SEQ, XX. P49 SEQ, translated into English by K.B. Religion and Customs of the Persians, Bombay, 1876–1879, it should be consulted, as it includes also Persian and Magian subjects. Consult also Windy's Omen, Zoroastrisk Study N, pages 260–313, Berlin, 1863, translated into English by Darab D. P. Sinjana, Zarathustra in the GDTHDS, pages 65–141, Leipzig, 1897. On special classical references, see, likewise, Jackelson in JAOS. 15221–232, 17. 1–22 Alphabetic list of authors and editions 1. Look lore the author under his approximate date given in this list, or consult reference by section. 2. Those marked with an asterisk, are cited as authorities by other writers or are mentioned by them. Abdias, Inni Abricius, Codex Apocryphe. Novi Test I 402–742, Ham. 1719 c. 50. Afer, C. Marius Victorinus, AD first half 4th century, ed. Migna, Patrolig. Lat. Tom. 8c. 226 classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name. 227 Agathos Scholiastikos, c. AD 536–582, ed. Migna, Patrolig. G. Artorn. 88c. 35. Aelios Theon, C. Theon. Inas of Gaza, Fluid AD 487, ed. Barthius, Leipzig, 1655. c. 34. Alcuinus, AD 735–804, ed. Migna, Patrolig. Lat Torn. 100 to 101 c40. Alexander Poluhister, BC 1st century, c4, also cited under Georgios Sunkelos, 41. Ammianus Meroelinus, CAD 330 to 400, ed. Garthausen, Leipzig, 1874. c23. Anathemas against Manichaeans, c43. Anonymi Vita Platonus, ed. Westermann, Paris, 1862, same vol as Diog. Layered. See under Plato. 1. Apuleius Madurensis, Temp. Antonini Pii, ed. Hudebrand, Leipzig, 1842. c11. Aristotle, BC 384 to 322, cited under Pliny, Diog. Layered. Aristoxenos, fluid BC 318, cited under Origen, Contract Hauser. Arnobius, CAD 295, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Torn. 5c16. Athenocles, date unknown, cited under Agathias. Augustinus, AD 354 to 430, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Torn. 32 to 47 c28. Aurelius Prudentius, AD 348 to 0410, ed. In Usum Delphini, London, 1824. c26. Basilios, AD 329 to 379, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 29 to 32 c20. Beresis, CBC 250, cited by Agathias. Cedrinus, C. Georgios Kedarinos. Chaldean Oracles or Zoroastrian Logia, c51. Chronicon Paschal, AD 627, last date, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 92 c39. Claudianus Mamertus, AD 5th century, second half, ed. Ingelericht, Vienna, 1885. c31. Clemens Alexandrinus, AD 1st century, and, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 8 to 9 c13. Clemens Eaminus, Bishop of Rome, CAD 91, but probably the works ascribed to him to be assigned later, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 1 to 2 c13. Cornelius Alexander Poluhister, C. Poluhister. Codalarius, ed. SS Patrum, Qui Temp, Apost. Florirunt Opera, Paris, 1672. c43. Cyrillus Alexandrinus, DAD 444, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 68 to 77 c29. Dianon, date unknown, cited under Diogenes Laertius. Diodoros Cyclos, Temp. Augusti, ed. Midler, Paris, 1857. c3. Diodoros of Eretria, Temp. Augusti, cited by Origen, Contract Hauser. Diogenes Laertius, FLRC AD 210, ed. Cabet, Paris, 1862. c16. Dion Chrysostomus, born CAD 50, ed. Dindorf, Leipzig, 1857. c7. Epiphanios, AD 320 to 402, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 41 to 43 c21. Bolos, date unknown, cited by Porphyrius, de Antr. Nymph. 228 Appendix V Euahologian, Ciui Ritual Griscarum, ed. Gorius, Paris, 1647. See under Anathemas, 42. Eudemos of Rhodes, BC 4th century, cited by Diog. Laird. Eudoxos, c. BC 366, cited by Pliny, Diog. Laird. Eusebios, c. AD 264-340, Chronicon, ed. Aucher, Venice, 1818. c. 18. Irrigmenta Historicorum Graecorum, Rectiller, 5 volumes Paris, 1841-1874. Geoponica Ciui Cassiani Bassi Scholastica de Re Rustica Eclogues, AD 6th century, ed. Beck, Leipzig, 1895. c. 36. Georgios Hamartolos, c. AD 850, Migna, Patrologue. G. Artorn. 110 c. 43. See also under Chronicles Pasc. Georgios Katerinos, OAD 1100, see under Chronicles Pasc, and also Migna, Patrologue. G. Artorn. 121 Georgios Sunkelos, AD 8th century, last half, ed. Dinderv, Bonn, 1829. c. 41. Gregorios, c. AD 329-389, cited by Michigan Glucas. Gorius, ed. Yuxo Tio, Paris, 1647. c. 42. Gregorius Jurensis, AD 538-593, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Torn. 71 c. 37. Hamartolos, c. Georgios Hamartolos. Hikateos, DC BC 476, cited by Diog. Laird. Hellenikos of Lesbos, c. BC 496-411, cited by George. Sunkel. Heraclides of Pontos, c. BC 360, cited by Plutarch, ADV Kalat, cf. also Anathemas and Petros Cyclos. Heronios or Philo of Byblos, see under Eusebios. Hermopos, OBC 200, cited by Pliny, Diog. Laird. Hermodoros Platonicos, e.g. 4th century, cited by Pliny, Diog. Laird. Herodotos, c. BC 484-420, cited by George. Sunkel. Hieronymus, AD 331-420, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Torn. 22-30 c. 24. Hugo.de Saint Victory, DAD 1141, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Tom. 176-177 c. 46. Isidoros, c. AD 570-636, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat Tom. 81-84 c. 38. S. Johannes Chrysostomus, AD 354-407, ed. Migna, Patrologue. G. R. Tom. 47-64 c. 26. Johannes Ludos, born c. AD 490, ed. Becker, Bonn, 1827. c. 32. Johannes Malilus, AD 6th century, first part, see under Chronicles Pasc. And also Migna, Patrologue. G. R. Tom. 97 Lustinus, Temp. Anton. ed. In Usum Delphini, London, 1822. c. 10. Julius Solinus, c. Solinus. Cassianos Bassos, c. Giaponica. Catarinos, c. Georgios Catarinos. Celsos, AD 2nd century, cited by Origen, Contract cells. Kephalion, AD 2nd century, cited by George Sunkel. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 229 Clerohos of Soli, BO 4th century, cited by Diog. Layard. Ctesias, FRBO 398, cited by Diodoros Cyclos, George Sunkel. Kyrillos Alexandrinos, DAD 444, ed. Migna, Patrolig. G. R. Torn. 68-77 c. 29. Logia of Zoroaster, so-called, 61. Lucianos, Temp. Antoninorum, ed. Dindorf, Leipzig, 1858. c. 9. Magicologia of Zoroaster, so-called, c. 61. Michael Glucas, AD 12th century, first half, ed. Migna, Patrolig. G. R. Torn. 158 c. 47. Migna edition, Patrologifi Cursus Completus, Series Grecica, Paris, 1857-1866. Tom. 1-2 Clemens Romanus, Bishop of Iomi c. AD 91. 8-9 Clemens Alexandrinos, end of 1st century AD. 11-17 Origens, AD 185-254. 29-32 Basilios, AD 329-379. 41-43 Epiphanios, AD 320-402. 47-64 S. Luhans Chrysostomus, AD 354-407. 68-77 Kyrillos Alexandrinos, DAD 444. 80-84 Theodoritos Kyrios, DAD 457. 87 Prokopios Gazaios, end of 5th century AD. 88 Agathioso CAD 536-582. 92 Chronicon Paschal, last date AD 627, 97 Luhans Malilus, early part of 6th century AD. 101-104 Phocios, c. 820-0891 AD. 104 Petros Cyclos, forgery of 12th century AD, Vidi Crum Beoher, Gesh Durisant. Lit. 2, München, 1897, p. 78. 110 Georgios Hamartolos Monachos, wrote 0 AD 850. 121 Georgios Catarinos, end of 11th century AD. 158 Michael Glucas, AD 12th century, first half. Migna edition, Patrologies Cursus Completus, Series Latina, Paris, 1878-1879. Torn. 5 Arnobius, c. AD 295. C. Marius Victorinus Afer, AD 4th century, first half. 22-30 Hieronymus, AD 331-420. 31 Orosius, AD 5th century, first half. 32-47 Augustinus, AD 354-430. 71 Gregorius Turensis, AD 538-593. 81-84 Isildurus, c. AD 570-636. 100-101 Alcuinus, AD 735-804. 175-177 Hugo de Saint Victory, OB AD 1141. 198 Petrus Comestor, DAD 1178. Nicolaus of Damascus, BC 1st century, cites Xanthus of Lydia. c2. Oracles of Zoroaster, c. 61. Origens, AD 186 to 254, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Torn. 11 to 17 c. 14. 230 Appendix V. Orosius, AD 5th century, first half, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat. Torn. 31 c. 27. Ostans, cited under Pliny, Eusebius. Panodoros, fluid AD 400, cited under George. Sunkel. Petros Cyclos, forgery of 12th century AD, Vidi Krumbacher, Geschterverzant. Lit. München, 1897, p. 78, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat. Torn. 104 Petrus Comester, DAD 1178, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Lat. Torn. 198 c. 49. Philon of Byblos, AD 2nd century, first half, cited by Eusebius. Phosios, c. AD 820 to 891, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Torn. 101 to 104 c. 44. Platon, BC 427 to 348, and Scholia, ed. Bader, Orelli, Winkelmann, Zurich, 1839. c1. Plinius Secundus, AD 1st century, ed. De Granzani, Paris, 1827 to 1832. c5. Plutarchos, c. AD 46 to 120, Vifi ed. Beitner, Paris 1857 to 1862. c6. Plutarchos, c. AD 46 to 120, Scripta Moralia ed. Diebner, Paris, 1841 to 1865. c6. Poluhister, c. Alexander Poluhister and Silinus Polyhister. Porphyrolos, AD 233 to 306, De Antronymph, ed. Hirscher, Paris, 1858. c17. Porphyrius, AD 233 to 306, Vita Protog. Et Plotini, ed. Westermann, Paris, 1862. c17. Procopios Gazios, AD 5th century, and, ed. Migna Patrologue. Gr. Torn. 87 c. 33. Prudentius, c. Aurelius Prudentius. Soholiasticus Bassus, c. Geoponica. Scholion to Plato, c1. Symmachos equals Symmachos, AD 4th century, c. under Agathias, 2. 24 Silinus Polyhister, c. Lullius, AD 3rd century, ed. Salmacia, Utrecht, 1689. c19. Suidas, believed to be AD 10th century, but date not known, ed. Custer, Cambridge, 1705. c46. Sunk Elos, c. Giorgio Sunk Elos. Theansmamas, Temp. Hadrolani, in Wals's Restores Grisisi, Studg. Utubingen, 1832 to 1836. c8. Theodoritos Karios, DAD 457, ed. Migna, Patrologue. Gr. Tom. 80 to 84 c30. Theodoros of Mopsustia, AD 6th century, cited by Phosios. Theologumena Arithmetica, ed. Ast. Leipzig, 1817. c48. Theopompos, Fluid BC 338, cited by Diog. Laird. Inaeus of Gaza. Victorinus, C. Afer. Xanthos of Lydia, e.g. 5th century, cited by Nicolaus of Damascus, Diog. Latter. Zoroaster, cited under Pliny, Clement. Strom. Origens, Eusebius, Persep. B.V. Inaeus of Gaza, Geoponica. Zoroastrian Logia, so-called, c. 61. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 231-1. Platon, BC 427-347, Alcibiades Protos, 121e-122a, a spurious work, perhaps by Alexamenos of Teos, an elder contemporary of Plato and the first to compose Socratic dialogues. C. Berg, Greek Mischa Literaturgeschichte, Berlin, 1887, 4. 469, Kirahav Se7 RTR pound TSIB Toftai OT Tatsas, METTTT Oyasitras KTTT 771 pounds 2 TOVT of Sisat Caxus, Goitwy, Koi RAS6 RIPA, A.P, 0 VTAI of A. Cis Etsy 8 it Bavivov Ir YV Tov Tre SA Trapa XA / JLDVOV OSSI KV Oi / Sakritsktovstrat Satoy Oyas 6 Voij.dov Tre 8 EIE Isophi Voy Hep Cream Vo T Apotoist Fa TES pound IXI / CTA Tidupk, Orecroft W Taros Chi OSD Chi Raros Chi 6 CR, ALPOV 4, Tatos Col 6 Potatos. SIO/YOP.ADA.VRE SI Sauku TTJVZ Wipod Grabov Tova Pape OV Ekari SI Tofto 6 EU, VE Paria, SI Sater/CEI 8 Ekoitu. 8 Aotistka OSESD Kairaros DCEV M8 Travros Tov Piov, KTX Skolion on the Pierced Alcibiades, Tretsis 8 IA Tutoy/Koyov Tor AP, EA6 AI, TEZOVA OAI. IJ8TA to Tov Tyapot Per JVT, Yevapavov ETSVXC Tildnr J Krov, Tito/UETO, Pavovs Irij Krakro AITS/BAA is ATSOXRYST KOTAS, J, 1, 5T, 3M.I9 Paoisiov Tov T, APIOPOV, OV8TA EPOV TOSOLUA PASCRI/IOFNV. Zyapot Pri. DPP iotpos pound akikrp, T-stwafri pound T-vat zyrotingstajvos OV01/I pound V ear java, OLSKTSVCKTSV trep TTJVP ia.x.rvod zakra AVT gyropo voiperjajwa voiv irars JM, irs.ad.vrio, FI of tripatove.ya 6 OV sat P.ovo, EKPDIV. Tavrio tiv edituxobs voc patos OV87 pound TSX6.KRJVCF, Ivir VP Ada, FPA 6 Fiavo Tavapatov AOT Pod QV Sijkol and Per Jo ACT pound OTOVRRJV Avakixo Per Jake Tof Sayoiv Arsiv Iroxxiv, Koi ATRJV Tub IP.XJ/V, OV Eroxov, 7 VYYPDP POTDTESLDL. OPA Cataxidity, $S, V/cat SC of a OAITPA P Epir JT Ko 0 IAs et Vat Kot AV Tov, LVA X6V, Olkova Pikov, Trok Selblkov. Skolion to the E Public, XP 600B, Ilviapas MN, Krotkov Sakstoiksuk OV, T Pijvo. Via. SE Fuv 7J $evic TVPPRJVSIVETS %DPOV, Chi Sitkova E $EPQ8OI, S Tov Subtov, Etra EP/AO Rose, 42D/UAAPF0LV, EI Taizd BSOS Tov Yirplso Piof/Kat Zaparos Tumdug. Atayatwakai Zaksat Wirise Yuk QPE6 OVVJRB Anonymi Vita Platonus, ed. Westermann, P7, Paris, 1862 Pepa 6 RJKU, ISE /SC6 Exatov ODTTTJVO.P, RJV et JOVTSVIXO, 2, FIAIOT ILIIOP at ADOA of TOF, X9 EVTSAT WIRTOV, /cat /ca toptokras ekio etvYCWP etp of chi ttjv lepudlker /vdve topir jkrev etrs flui eis alvakij virapu tv, ev /cict ilepkrat /cat epaoe trap orats tvz wipido tpop traceuf 1-2 Parisian manuscripts, 1811, 1812 Beckers E. F. Read S. Poft /if. 232 Appendix V2. Xanthos, BC 5th century, quoted by Nicolaus of Damascus, BC MRST century. This entire passage is in Nicolaus of Damascus, BC 1st century, Miller, FGH 3409. Xanthos wrote EG 465 to 425, cf. Christ, Greech. Literature Ges 278, Berg, OPCIT 240, in Muller's Fram. History Grisek. I pages 36 to 44. Fram. 19, Miller, p. 42, Kapokro, Fivo Brax Vatae /J. Atropfia Viri Pitavo Toys 8ea.v9 pi. I Roy IRAJXKV Vito TPTOV Kai Zaeros Topadage. Vols, 2, SI Viro TSIV Bagressive, Kudatratovji. Avois Vito Ruv Imrave TPA Vofiavoy Vupastov I/6 OV2 Vpov Tuv, Seti Narasi Povia Ibirnr TCV, Koyoiri TSS /Jux Jace JPRQFTP.OIKOX2. Zoapod Arpov /Oya E Kryjet. Kapoikrov Javovi /36I, VNIJ.A.X.Kaf RJTRDZCRME Vavitol SE Katerit Tofte is YV Irpoik Vov, F/J.LVE Lavtrapa. Tov 6 EOV at DOU /UEI/OI. GILSI Rives 0A /V triple S6P, Vov TKTTVI, V. Trajjg.o or vopifspab yivir jkro pivov kide va /u.evttjv and pav I kivir vitov yep.r, vziapo.otp njv yupsri. Erikovov ce trav, purisi vek povi kmav, per gx feet, sixiokvav ttvp, kol iraat tofto ka ekaris to v6 xip.ov tor yse /sacd, ra/evoy. See also Xanthos cited below under Diogenes Laertios, 15. 3. Diodoros Cyclos, wrote in the Aeon of Augustus, lib I 94. 2. Kol trap erapon setr swakravovekri trapias isare tofto to isai /og tyjs kyr was verd pay I koitos ve. 6. Vai shiofyevakro ai tois trekre tri vapa. P.4 Yaptois Aptavits Stad Pavo TTJV Iotopov Kritov Iodollar BV Sipe.ova Trapod Trodi Oidrasi Royas Vo /Kavi Ras Isy, Trapa 80 Rots Ovop.ao /Zyvoy S Terrets Toys Atra Oabit Clovensid XP.04 Ox Roverkos TTJV Koiverj Viriev, Trapa SK Toys Love Sion M.Oiv Arjave Tov Lao, Itrakax.ov J Levov 6E6V, KTA. 26. 1 to -2, 08 ov niva /nirato ftrjs sum /icos kurpatava. EISTTJV sact the average vakaito, 8 vot, re 8 oa, ov2 vitadid kai right y vovitov, karas //. If tyjv svap 4. 17 Yap hack the aver /xp toats kai uioseus ol kop iv toakri. PIFJXLVE, XVETTK Aviorative, 4 at JV Vafit Vai Kol to JSEO Izeta Avari Esakaksudo /ITEP Batpa, /ZIOASE Kai T Kotoi TVD /Podak Sivoxipotr Jadaltroxi I7 Rau VSTEEPC. JSAIXavoiv 8 or S off Vapris Kuripe /Fayatre /TOS Rovs EI /IJA.I Nightsai, Tpatim, OVTI. OL Tove API.6p.OVRJ6 Pola 6R, Top eis tropikov top e.v pizzas ava xa lavov ttjv swafi iv kai toys iro xe slash eos 1 Gilmore, svk 6 avs cod. A, B, D, ejo, slash, T5, J, P, uape tries, G, M, 4zj slash itjij, Gilmore. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 233 Atrav Qaai triple Raset, R8 Ozas, Tiae slash Zipo, Reyes Tov Antivov Joets etct slash Sazatai slash. Etraiate Esofev El Kavov Atroy slash Sijkt Vat RFI, TROXE slash it WTTXOSEIS Tuirtse, FIRAETTJV ISIF Svaya slash XLV. Yeva slash J.in, SIFJO15LT, UPAs Oisak Biavol 2 Agritropias TPH slash DP.ei Oikoitov by E slash KF slash IXPE slash JKET slash FYOPE7 ROI7 Jakriti J Avoy, Zine Kupav RMVTRO backslash EIJIUVEISX Afipidesafito8 Erera Erduo slash, TS Swafi Ecos EI, 7J8 Akafkar 5 JSK.Patavit. Voitoy 7R backslash, Acrite, Kara 7 ROA pound 6 SA7 RE, I, PR, TOF, L slash Cacto Rice T Shayas IRAT Pity Orger J Crove KRAS slash IK 1 Oxa 6 NI Vos EP et Pukra Tio Pa ST Us, 2. SE Bat Basui TETV 6 YYP 6 TR, RA Koi TOSEI slash AUT Wapeo MBA. S Swerit Kara Cape Dros Ezelv. Iro backslash V, P6 Vov SETSI Rockstop Des Yevovs. J 6 TSE slash Mpavlibos DVRJP Epta T Kuis XPOSTV YKCAI Cravat Patavoiksavoy T3 Pauize, slash Leartrafy 80 RQV of Optotraf TJSE of Ekrai Koi Tox slash HJ slash Kot Rots Akkots Rots Trupus L Tri, Jade Vov, TVVT Wov Krike. Opir Jurgi J4T, Kype Vexas slash Psi L tri.te.lacrba.1 ttjvt Staff Aperiv. TRPS Ito Pikvob Tdoxkai slash Zpla BSBV slash XI Wovera SIHROT Bende, Tdox.rjv Irapate Fkrto, 8 tons S Auk V Saivoivat Tov Trepi ST slash SXTJ slash Z slash OV Irapove.vrjp Iktif YUVAVT. 8 VIV spare jitoy aver J tripus T pound toys pound V tots cavit.a, 7 LVO so ida pias, TS to siat jape cray tov T, I, X.A. Toy puida, koi tripus sis FTO irpatav opov xoido XPX, ev kivoidos of KALVV kij. Ka to o woksoito craver J tis etrigi AUTXP asterisk so FLVO tepov mij su RFYYA xvo VTSAOIAJ. J, OPIVTR, VSE slash itpagni SOSO dizij, Chi P.A TASO slash IOTOS HEPO as. JRPICVIP.IVR, 8 pound TSTVBA Krypton, Chi Krapka Ixaver J2. Trep TVTROS IAPUF, Impakara Fev 2. TRTSTA Kotozavet Geobovi TSV Totoiv Trapokar slash Sozas Uvip.eva. AirP by 8 ETV Akpato Kivovi Siva. Trapatsiov Ta, Sto. TV6Y, YP6N, Takoi 24 SOV Diroxexam Rhodostsis FTOT slash, I, XA Cas, Kai Urapi TTL Orjug Toli Iri Tuv Kot TD, Tates KTV 8I, Vivu OI 8-7 R pound P Trapa XA slash So CAATS Vitpadikos Tovs Verpo ATFTV et Kusaras. Chi slash dot ctatov std tvos x apios tripakravapatra, kwrfxa arrow j sipoi trj, akpoiroxkos, chi tots troziopkofkri to kato, to trestoi trixos ekni slash evave. Oi 8 evsov pound 7 rit catix I slash rettsa capus cothadras aei tes, ii backslash n rove 2. Trti, koi tst. Irkboi Arabics Rav. 4. Comlios Alexander Poluhister, quoted by other writers, BC. 1st century, Fram. 138 to 139, Apud Clem. Alex. Strom. 115, Torn I Kernel 776, ed. Migna, E.T. Cyril. Adverb LUL. 4p 133, Torn 9 Kernel 706, ed. Migna, Nafapatu AXCAV SPAS 8E4 TC3 IRP 30 Soy opt case VOV /IJ SOCMT, Pia Crappedia /J.AOT VAT ICR Topia Tov HVOA APAV, ICEKT XTOFTOF F /OBTI Rives, AUK EOT 8EJ, S Oreta ST /XW Igeritai, A.KRJ Koive ITE Opus Tavrats FOXAT Fiv Kai Pax /*AI/O, V Tovilv Iapav Ovkstai. Lodo P Iov Ax AV Spas 01 Miller, Iro Auxiliary, Ovoy / Miller, Vito C90. 234 Appendix V Idil K Ekrjave Iloate Latoip CC Tizuk Pichlvoa Pic and V, Ravi JFIOX, AV Akrapel To Tuik Vozstva OVTIT, 5 Geoat, Tai Tov Tiv 6A. Yopaf. See also under Giorgio Sunk Elos, 41. 5. See Plinius Secundus, AD 23 to 79, Nat History 7. 15. Asus eadem di quo genitus esset unum hominum accepimus Zoroasterum. Idem cerebrum ita palpitus, ut impositam repellerit manum futuri presagio scientia. 1197, tradunt Zoroasterum in desertus casia oexissa, ita temperito ut iudistatum non sentirit. 1855, adicit iis axius in praxidico ut sereritur, cum luna esset in ariet, Geminis, Leon, Libra, Aquario. Zoroaster sold uidecim partes Scorpionis transgresso, cum luna esset in Toro. XXX2. 1. Signed ubio illic orda in persida Zoroaster, ut inter octors conuinit. Sed unis mo fuerit, and postia 6 tons alias non satis constat. Eudacus, qui inter sapientiae sectus clarissimam utililisi mamcim intelligi evoluit, Zoroasterum hunc sex millibus annoium anti-Platonus mortem fuis prodidit. Sic et Aristoteles. Hermipus qui de tota ea arte diligentissime scripsit, et nices centum millia uur suum Zoroaster condita, indicibus quoque uulum in amias positus explanoit, preceptorum, a quo institutum dicaret, tradidit a zona cm ipsum euro quinque millibus annorum anti-Troianum bellum fuis. Miram hoc in primis duris memoriam artemptam longo aeuo, commentarius non intercedentibus, praeterea ne claris ne continui successionibus custoditam. Quotus enim quisque auditus altern cognitos habet, qui soli cognominantur, apis coram et zeratum medos, Babylonios qui marmarum et arabantifocum, aut Assyrium tarmoendum, quorum nulla extant monumenta? Primus quod extet, ut equidem ingenio, commentatus de ea osthanes, xerxum regem perserum bello, quod is Graecii insulit, comitatus, ac nellut semina artis portentici sparsis, obiter infecto, quacum comi aurat, mundo. Diligenti oras Paulo anti hunc ponent Zoroasterum alium proconissum. Est et alia magix factio, amos et lamn et latape ludius pendens, sed multis millibus annorum post Zoroasterum. XXXVII 49, celebrant et astroidum, marasque lauds eas in magicis artibius Zoroasterum Sisinus, qui circa eas diligence sunt, produnt. Classical passeos mentionino Zoroaster's name 235 Ibid 55, Zoroaster's crinibus mulierum similiorum bostricit and uacit. Ibid 67, Daphnium Zoroaster's morbus commercialibus demonstrat. Ibid 58, Exibenum Zoroaster's speciosum et candidam tradite, quod orifices orum poliunt. 6. Plutarchos, about AD 46 to about AD 120, Numi, vit. 4, Apa ov SL 6 VIAN, Ravta crvyx pow tas siri tavarim / 8 native, tl zozu / co, koi mtvj kot zeta pot per j kol nojua kol av kopia, / jotskas kv epsksti. Koi toxtis iak soccer / aofni, ih2 avtoec warad to sal / jioviofta xlized. Et asur. 6. KOX Sokotofto Toys TRXA Orots KOX000 Tatwa. VO /XT Ukri Yapoi P.4 Geofst Vatsiho, KO Altrep Avrier Vutov / .ev Ayazv, Tov 8 KJAV /OIVSRG GIOP 6V. OI 8 E Tov FXKVD / Asivova, 6T6V, Tov SE Irpoth. Sifyova Kokov Kriv Sekryarubziko Poker T / JTSOFJ.dios, OV7 Revtaki, 7, Izioi IXEOTTWVT Pimes Visiovive. TRPVRV Tepofikratopostrov. Ovtos Ob T Kakii, Tov FJ4 Bofid RJV, Tov 8K Pujaste Vlov Kol Irpa Tri Ivaro, Tov Sivio Ikavat Cot Ifietkata TZV Aldoyoiv. Tov SL / I7 RA /TV Okotoi / Cat Evoya, / Zikrov 8D / AOIV Tov Nkapir Jave Elva. 816 KALM.I.OPQV Ilapai Tov Micri TRJV OVO / IDOUOT IBIS ITC3 UVCV / C Tata Ukvkot, A.Pietripia, T38 Atrapatratakoi Ukvopierd. Wovyap Riva KOVTOFs 0 / U.U. IIT Kokop.IV 4 ox / TTU, Tov 8, 7 Vidvokaksoy Ivito Kotov Tkatov Eta / Tfab Tez et / Zeri, X.Vkov C Iv TOS, is Totov Dvijksiofik J Ipov Tunkot Ptofti. Kot Yap TSVJVT, O Vivojil Pivkri 2. Phi Iv Tov Io of Demi, 2. 8 ETOS Kokov 8 et / Ovos Tvkot TWV Wov. Butnrep Vikal Opvoakal Exprakaii, Lvovs, Tov Diav Tov 8 EJAVX.OV, Toyas Iv Spoviavit Stokot Tov KT of Avra Anikratus Yozamov Flyotv. De Defectu Oraculorum, X, Pound POT 8 E Sokout TRZOVAZA Watkot XDT Ova IRAPAOT to TSV Satpidva, Vikvos V / TCOOI Lov KALAV Optal, IRA. Kotip Mrovtva TV Kovkov AVIJ / IASV MV Diof EIS Taros Akrava TTTOVEF Pop TK Etra PDYJ, VTSV Irkplz Jipo at EPT, V6 Diasoptos EOTTV, Pound TT Pound Copyright Poctos ATTOPFU, ELR80dos, RJ $. Pijados, WSTCKP at pop.6 atats a cariptao ITCX etats dvap J type eva trust 6 VR ta KAL rivotp data TS, vid bitafo / IEV covcot 8 PUP IVOV TTPSV obstes. Quas conviv. T4. 11, YDPOV if JLFI 6IJ.RFV, ETTRCV04TXTT, VOD2. OO2 TPOV IJ / ATV Viter PIETO $istvos, OVAOT * teach.waxum, per jkrdg, VOV PF / TISIA / XATLIRXV Ixoctos SIAI Kekrat, Irdvertov / SCOV 236 Appendix Aribid 45.2, KALRIAV TDS Alipgov Atrium TOTS Toyaverges Decoides. Otov Kol 2 I4 Iop Kauzik Topovwi, Kol Aket Pivo Vazevkov, Repekardak, KALTWV 6 Axity, GV / Yaksho RATP XQKOA.Kokergria.Trey, A9 AI Royas 8 Arozi Wipita Tpov Gidiofs TI / Zov Jsev 4 Toy / U.Axi, 7 Ta Tov, EP, RA Love Ivov, EFO Apo SE2 EBS UAS / S. Kai Tov Eroktovov Tati Arzit 6 EO9 Z / Jadika Pov Vo / TTETV, De Animi Procreat Intimio, 22, Zat Zaparas O Husayapov St Saper Keokos Ravrajave $CSWASAPEI / E / AX TOSAPAPO VJX Skripa, to SETV Carapacio KAL /SE Ekriyavaz Irat TSV APIB GMV, Okroy RG /Kobayasai, 7 RPO, 7 pound oikakrite. XXVII IBID. 2. Avanite Javar /VL /Zapi Giviravoy Irot Kot Coxosktiv *E, Li 7 Re 8 Oka 5 SFI /IFO /Kavkoi V Tychos Bayxatos 8E, Iraq Sever Potravaplavirav KM Kopovi, Okoyer Pate P /Katuit JI Zap /IMSIS 8E Pound Estkatos Ava Ayopas 81 Vov Koi and Rapifz Wipido TPR, 8E Eukaisai /AUE /A, Tov /Zev Flopo is Asriv Ka XWV, Tov 8 API /Idviof. Adverse. Colleton, 14. 2. Too Yap 8, I/TSA at Key Tov to /Sti Sipound Deepa S, TVA Top TOOUVTT Tis Ta Ekekrjape Adas /XR Tots Ekivub Atd Fiata 4 TVYRJ, P7J8 Dva XDJ3 Riels XP is a Pictotexas 2. IRPO PAPM KAL2, IRPL XJ /VXI, Registered Trademark IO, LPD, Titov SE2 IRPO JVC NCAL, Baksetsu 8 Toys Bot Pair Jave, to Triple Tub 4 ASOV, to IRPL TSIV TV, TIKS, Atropovixavov, AI Kayap, OVBTC IIII /FU S, EVOTS Tripus 2, KVP Luirata KALP Iota TSV Tjavkri KNV Irbavshiofbavoy, Tipik Sato Jane Kai IGA, 6 Pi Avoy SIAT Ekavkri. 7. Dion Chrysostomus, born about AD 50, Borysthenica Orid. XXXVI, Vol 2 P60F, ed. Dinderv to SEIO, Epov KAL Rezifa. Pages Atov Ios OV8 EISOPAV Bikrevli IWSTWV Tij SEOI, T pound Opir Japo I over Hrto SOS, Xaziapod P, KALPDYWV IRA SCSASOV N Trap Ekivov Psiofts OV Hipkra LZOVN Vepun T0, JIAs KALSI Kyakravrjaza Wo Iapraj Trop Tatu VSX Sud KA6 AV 4 OPI Tifel V Eniatae. J6 IJVA Itupus Irpus Avwiov Kok Katart Kri Pov to Itovk. T pound Kagro AI. Tovov Samsa AIV tolls EXPOE /ICO Tatewat Ilpo SID Ikvit Fro ITRX Krylov, /Sov Kapivov FAAOAIT, S6 EI3 Kai Tov AV Spa EXOLVIC Tov IRPS MRA or J, T Avav Ta SEO Tots IXTWV OPV KZEV, Tai. KAL Ovkrat Ovkriastifts, WSI Koptos EIS Tov Tatov Toverkru, T Vilivekro AITCPCTO. Tov Ta OV, Arabksatio 2S Aputa Irpo Ox Tov JTCV QL Nitsi Tover Eof Ovik by 8 Wap. Avoy, Ovs Alpo AI /Stiozakoksto TV, 1 on Heraclides of Pontos, of Me Euler, Fram. History Grisek. 2 197 ff, bar, in Pauly's Biel Encyclopédie, 3. 1142 to 1144 classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 237 Iri, T-Taj /EI /Usik Patrite Vave to Sai /Itanov, Ov cuz ex Zijas Evoyara Ovo /Uros Ovtix Ovoixt Ovn Vavi Oputarovi Yoti Jaras. 8. Alios Theon, Flurals lead about AD 125. Progymnasmata, 9, Oyap Topip Kij Matroims, IJS Tra /JCS /De 7a, Uu Tov Sa Quay J Sikertskos Uik Pytin Vikaril Kpov, TJKAL Vol is AIAS Fut Pa HTS Zapo, RT Pov Tov Bat Bzi, Lis, ITVY. Aprajatiov KAL to FL Su Tov Apavos EII /AIDV Spatorpoi, Jada /Zevj, Suoivixav AV and Pietrotov of Kruv, Apiptov SEI Rap. To KKSV 9. Lukianos, flourished about AD 160, Niku Mantea, 6. KALPOL Trasi Ship Pervo Britovshiov H /CKTV ISO IDV SBSVs FIVA ISDavras Sergio Vitivos Toil PDTOF TSV Zopod, tt popadrajatov kal staso cov, dvov 8 avrobs trazats re kal te skres titrite dvatide te tabe isu tas trdaz kai kardiev ov avfjovskavtai dcr axkato, 7 to tt, av is dvertgenerative. 10. Mi union, I, us lustinus, period of tb Antonines. Histori Philippici, I1. 9 to 10, postramum illi bellum cum Zoroaster, reg Bactrianorum, foot, qui primus dicitur arts magicus ignis, et mundi principia siderum motus diligentissime spectas. Lioc oxiso et ipsi decessit, relicto impuberi ad hoc filio nina et uxor semi-ramide. 11. Apuleius Madurensis, born about AD 125, Florida, 2. 15, Vol 2 p. 59, ed. Hildebrand sunt qui Pythagoramae and eo temporis intercapti uos cambici regis, Egyptum coma deheritur, doctors habis perserum magos ac principio Zoroasterin, omnis diuni arcanum antistidum, postea qui eum equotum galocrotini entium principi reciperatum. Demagia, XXVI. Vol 2 p. 502 f, ed. Hild auditus magium, qui eam temera accusatus, artem esse diis immortalibus acceptum, colandi eos ac generandi per nieram, pm silicet et 238 appendix v diuni scientum, I am in de Zoroaster et oramazo octoribus suis nobilum, coelitum antistidum? Quipcia inter prima regalia docitur, ne ui temera inter persis concessum est magum esse, hand magus quam regnare. Idem Plato in alia sermacinationitas al moxi quotum trira si generis et aetheridum artis nero eta scriptum relicit, si perivcorde 8 etvi/ux, v, tij, ujasicoipi, cyrosats tut lrasse iro, 8 as tovs koyov, elva tovszos. Quodsi eta est, kermii nasi non lyciat ules al moxis bona yerba ul Zoroastris sacerdotia. Ibid XXXI. p. 514, Pythagoram pluric Zoroastris sectatorum similiter magiae paradum arbitrati. Ibid cap. XC, p. 616 fsi quam libet modicum emol umentum probauritis, ego il sim carinondis ul damigerin, ul is Moses ul lons ul oppo Ioannius ul ipsi Dardanus ul quicum caelius post Zoroasterin et hostanen inter megasil bratus est 12. Clemens Romanus, about AD 30 to 100, but probably written later, Ecognitiones, 4. 27 to 29, Tournai Kernel 1326 f, ed. Migne, only in Latin translate of Euphinus, dates about end of AD 2nd century. Of Scholl, Histoire abrégée de la lit. Grec Sacré etc Yosiastiki, Paris, 1832, p. 220 f, Christ, Freak Misha Litera. Tergeskikt, 2d ed. p. 732. 27, ex quibus unus cham nomini, quidem ex filius suis qui mesrime appellabator, a quo Egyptiorum et Babyloniarum et Persarum ducitur geniis, male comperdum magici artis tradidit disciplinum, hunc gentes qui tunc erant Zoroasterum appellaurunt, admirantes primum magici artis octorum, quaes nomini entium libri super hoc plurimi habenter. Hi ergo astris multum ac frequenter intentus et ulens apud homines uderi dies, ulus intilis costum ex stellis producere et hominibus oscenter copit, quo rudsit cigneri in stup orum miraculi traherentur, cupiensque auguri de esse huius modi opinionum, sepius ista moliebitur usque quo ab ipso demon, quern importunius frequent abat igneus uc sensus concremeretur. 28, sed stulti homines qui tunc erant, cum debiscent judici opinionum, quam de eo conseperant, abisser, quip quam ponili mort eis uderant confuditam, in manes eum extoiunt. Extructo enim sepulchro ad honorum eis, tan quam amicum deiac fulminis ad coelum jaculo subulvatum, adorare aussi sunt, et quasi-Uans classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 239 Astrum cholera. Hin enim et nomen post mortem eius Zoroaster, hoc est vivum situs, appellatum est of his, qui post unam generationum Graeci lingui locala fuerent repleti. Hoc denici exemplo entium nunc multi eos qui fulminabirant, sepulchris honorados tomcum amicos dei collant. Hi ergo cum quartodecima generatione copisit, quintodecima defunctus est, in quatuores edificata est, et lingui hominum multipliciter diosi sunt. 29, in turquos primus, magicam nihila arte, quasi corusco ad eum delato, rex appellator quidem nemrod, quern et ipsum grisi ninum uaco erunt, ex quaes nomini nini osiatas uacabulum sum sit, sic ergo diur cet erratici superstitions ab arte magica inidium sum seer. Et eis, quem superdiximus indignationi demones, cui nimis molstus fuerat, conf lagras, busti scenaries tanquam fulminae ignis reliquia co agents hi, qui erant primitus decepti, deferunt ad persas, ut ab eis tanquam diuinus isaello lapsus ignis perpetuis consirueritur excubius, et qt kl estis dies coloritur. Homilies, also spurious, 9. 4f, Tom 2 Kernel 244, ed. Migna K Tovis Iosturo Fivi Cray TDS Carabi, 80, RJV/AEKO, Trapezijas, OVO /AOTTNE /SPU S, SXTTTCP EI Vabria TCU6 EIS, JPOB of 9.0/J.Svoy, OVOE \A.TYVS SWA TTPTVT Pagurgiopav Autos P era, Tov Katoxicr/Kuf/Sekrites IS 6p pound, DDs KALFCIAS and VJUIAS Tov VVVXavov Tos Kakov Tov Epokko Wov de Kokr/Geov Dorepa Airboy TTJVCAV Tov Jsakriksta Soknv/UAI Cats Vaka CT pound, Yato 6BR8AP \TVUVKAL Tov Puxt GIVOV TRJVI Ovar Top pound X1 degree Pi VO, Happy Face, S, 8 Akrite STT Pakre EETTVP, TI/ATRPDS Retov 6PQ 7POVF.Vivu POVT, JRE, KOX Tov Trupti Tuizdve Koks Rob Ta N/GDUP CNJTI. Iktavtoy SOB TRJS20 Pavov IA/Nat Iria Orfurjays Act Paraj, 6P. Dios Pili NC Spol S, CK Tov Cru/Ij Sobtos Irpti Pedo. Zupo Akrti Pijis P.0, Voyj.did 6R, SIA to TTJV Tov D, T Teposkat AV Tov Fikrov CV pound 6 Vatpoik Vo T8 E Avat Jtoy Tug Ta CD via Pixen Ratov, and a OSTRFVETS Odov Ipiziev Babi/J Elk Ditras/J Elk Fio Ekrop TV IJVXRJV Vapyovks. Tov OM/TTTTOS to \D/Leovov K top Viavtis, Tov Pev TDF, 0 Viva I type Kov 4 Ilpo ATS, 4 OAIJTOS Irapo Kotaj, OPA Ikyovave, AV Tov B, A6 EBVEO Pair Jakev Trop Topshio TDS Vito Beep Jatl KALOT Conral Iki Irtav Ikapev, SFLIHGR/Kovras WS6EO, J. I/EII Odd Tavras Vaitip Uov. Kol TSVTEO Tudo Eve ICO POP, FUV it Takn Dia X/Terra. I Lepkrat Trupsital RS20 Pavov TRE, Tov, TR, percent du T pair I Zopovra, Dvopak I TRJ Oikia SI, TV \AFTPOLRJKAL, Azur Eofop Viov Trupatip QAF Zaituir. WSV Putoy Trupukbra Krop TE, Vir Avtop Tov Trupoy TRP Sri Jseo Iziatetip Viti/XEO OVBA/8UX, UV tot AI to Tov CK pound I Anipos S.V6 Po.Cas KC Pavtes KAL by Aram Tofte as to Evtgov KAL Trupukwich Kravks KAL Avitol Akoxov E/Satria.Tkre. 240 Appendix R13. Titus Flavius Clemens Alexandrinus, died between AD 211 to 218, Stromata I, Torn I Kernel 773, ed. Migna, Ir XOE Yap SC6 Ijfio Kpi TOS Ajbxbri /cat Alpo TSA /cat ALYB and TOV Tots TE Fuxilcals KAL Tots Uphibm / .AOKTOF. ZD, PDAJTPRV8 E Tov PIOV Tov Hipnij 6 Trvoeapa ISQs IREV JSI Cos Atroc JOVs RDV Spas Tausoi TRJV Ilpo SD /COV /.ECOI /TCSI Joseph AV Ovm KC Kakerjakerde. Ibid, Torn I Kernel 868, ed. Migna, Upoivo Et8 Zat Ilis AC Japazo, U Yasir Poabxivo. AJ Sapli Re 6 Yirop /Sopias, /Cat Apturktas ON /Jo /Koi /6 Kratos, Anti /Zev SR, S Re 6K.PRJSOCTTSEISTRDPTRJVD, J-I2, Koizi, IPO, TTPRI 6 Mjasos, E/X7 Re 8 OKXS Re 6A /Payav Vos, Zat Op I of 6A Okov. H. Ibid Strom. V. Torn 2 Kernel 156F, ed. Migna 68 Avros RMST /CATCI, TSE Oxidas Hupus TOCAP /Zevtov to Ye /OSJ Lap Jivkov, /IC, UV, TAD, OSEOTT Zapoi, TTPRS * Aros Yob 6 Zo /30 AOTP, JSEPA ATDSE Abipa Ev Zapod Repair J. 6 Apavayev, Ro Yevos Ud Vikos. FTROXE /Stochkstia Ev at SG Yev 6 P Evos Istrajev Trapawiv. Tov BR /Zapod TTPRV Top 6 TL Stroid S, Usau Karolovir T17 Trupakip Vov Dvajzi Savat XE Yet. Tap A /15 RRJV Abgratav, RDASIE /Kava AI to 0 pound tad, WS8TA. TSV8 Jaska, A, ATI, V17680 Stats XJ/V, 3 Yiv Tre IEISTV Xerjajil VTOS8 Ekai EISTV Yiv Pound, TIV TRJ and TTJV Averb /EVT $ALKDO SOV. 14. Origens, AD 185 to 254, Contra Celsum I. Torn I Kernel 689, ed. Migna Opa Au DP Avtic V Kakavpis VE Sax /SC6 Kexo OSTOS I Katax Diop TS, V Crow WV Koi MI, V, R pound A, Ivov 8 pound /Cat Muvo Adif /Cat Opipia /Cat Tov PEKV8 RV Koi Tov I Lepn Javes Wpado TPRJV KALXLVOA Apaviho S Tripi TSVSE Stet XI Avad. Zat S, 8I, 8 Kavs Karateoeiao to Kavs SDY /XATO, /Cat IRI, JVXDX9AI, Avras /dot. XPS Contra Harisizi. Kernel 3025, 8osimpus 8E6 Eptiptia /Cat *APIRTO Evos 6P.OVA LKOS Genopus Zapatov Tov Zaxito J /6 Flosiat Sluflate Paptov SEIK0 IO9 ALAVT SVO et VISLTTDPXRJ, Tots Ov Kriv AITIA, IRA Tipa /Cat P.Art PKAL Trokpa P.V /GS, JXRJ Tipa STTKDOS. Tovs IFFX Antoi P.EP7, URIP 6V, POV, 1 CF Eusebius. 2 Quoted by Cyril. Adverb LUL. 3, Torn I Kernel 633, ed. Migna, where, however, 4, \UTEF is read, CF Windish Man, 2 OR. Stud. 268, VID. Plato, Bapub. P614b *Spia Arps in Uzab. PRMP Evang 13. 13, 30. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 241 Kof /J of, Ta, VTOS 8 Eokotovs TJ /V, P6V, EPOF, APV, /JOSV pound K8 Tauto Jave Trap Tatov Kaotrafio Avgratabe, ek or Jesu Akal Apavos of A8 Tov Koker /IFTJV, NV Karaf J Love Kriker Jave Apvio Wive, COKO.1 Tov IJ Stop Trot Ekra at RRJV Wepto SO pages 66.OVITTPLSETSV ys cot K6CRP.OVU Vipive Wive Raise Iadril Syed Tov Zaparab 8V08 AI Kovazovit, Tov Zev Paviov, Tov 8 Eodviov KAL Tov PLV Could Love SIV of ATV Yevio 4 pound KTS. Yajis. At VISEV BIP Tov 8 Eopviovir P.TE, 0 V Tov Depots, OEP /Kuf Tov IL/V, Poru, 8 Tio Kaitoft Kov OVSCV Dvayadvoy STP Adtiv, J Rajal TRJV/X. Asterisk VPTMI Ofkria TSV IRAV T, OV. Could IUOVS SEXE Ektoi Trapiak Sedv/AI Croerv, AITIQ. Tov Zappa TRJV Jkvkado. TYJV APVKAL, TVYK Putiv TSV TRDV TWV, TV Viota Piverjays TRJSYRJs ETI Kai, TV RIP.IVRJ, Yevadai Tovk Vapov Top 8 ETCK/XI Pyovk J04, EI Tizkotap.A, Trajit Pavos Zayev Tovk Vap.OV Kata Adra Irpoy RJ Zayev. P6VOV Top To YCTP IVDOI, Tsi, IJ/T Ti Irpo, T4 IP of DV6 Pi Oiravafyovsio Oferjave. Ta, FIA Tepov 8 E et VIKAL Arapov IRAP Sape.axc yet, Eld Dubtos Tovk Babe, 8 OVT pound S Tovk Vap.OV Cox to DVOS Aero SKOX Kataoev KS. VT Pav Top TRJ VT pound Kata EPIF TK pound as YV Kata Bait KOX per Ostias RJP Pay Avocax voice /Alpev, T8 Oi / I pound V, AV, AVT Oxos LOV to PLV Tripsitov, OSI Freiburg /Awatkos, Para. SF Talta /CA Tavov /Tiavov Treyas IOUKTCJ, AXRV, TVPTRF Vikvayev. Ibid v. Oct Inc. Migna, 6. Kernel 3170, SWA/Ziz 8 pound I 8 pound OVO ID pound I copper ZV top IJD VWO top pound KDX.RTEMVA, OV cot pound Akova Ivo Tobo Pias, OO Tavis, EP/XSTPL, TPICTO, K.OPTRJI, Hi Tatun Pies, Z-Wist Piof. BT Jape Mads, A7 TPDP /J/OV, 0, Zakapo at EPLs. Ibid 6. Kernel 3228, Migna KM Zapatas 5 Ilvia Posts to Caxos Ecos A to P pound V Tritepa, to SEVO PR/Tipa, 15. Diogenes Laertios, flourished Abiotid AD 210, per cm. 2. Ed. Quebec, Paris, 1862, DTRO 8 pounds TGV MDYWV, WVAPA Isacopado T Pijtov MPCRRJV, Eposwpas PKV6 Exatavicos pound VTTUIR Epbor Japed Tferjai pound as TV Tipatos Dswo 4 Edij Isiovave Trevtakla Ixia HDVOS 8 pounds OAVSOS pound as TV 3 IPO Sitviao 4A.TRO Tov Zeopodid Pa Vehicle Crew, X.ID Rajakri, Kai per AV Toviovavh.Cost Vosmdo DS Katas Desovi, OO Tavas Kai RT Pap V, OV Col 2. /3 VIKALN Adras, /XEPTTSTGV Alpo MVVTT AX DV Spav Codex Voias. Ibid 6, TV8 Urjadic Rj Pasiev Ovkiv WoAV /SC Oimdoi, RJCRLV Aptodex Sergi 4TS Mate Kokai AETV Top Pound VTRJ Treptrj to V to Top SVOS Cot PC Urapir Jave Gvop Vov LRJ, TL Tovzi, Apod. RTPRV do T Pubtoiv et vat RJOLSI Taudo Cot OEP/28, 0 POS. Apto to Texel Js 8 pound VTUT Tweeten TTCPLF, LXO to J, Me Colt Pift 1-2 manuscripts, FAQXIA 242 Appendix T Vrapovs Elv Tub Aliperitov Kois Vokar Avitavai Iri APX-IO of KM Sif Jalova KAL Kukov Bayfi Ova, Koi TS/JXV Ovaf Jala Elv S Lipo/T Dosages, TSSEAISTJSKOX Apov Sano. LR, N8 Etofto Koi EP/Itros 4T, S7 RPUITA TRCPL Makov Koi Uso OSF RRJ Lepto SA, Koi registered trademark EO7 RO/AROS 4 RRJ Oisog TSV and JXI7 Arctic SIB, OSKAL DVA/3 IAJ Creo 0 at Carrot Tos Mayos JR, TL2 AV Oputero V kilometer Ikria OAIA Drove, KAL Ta OV Tatais Abrov Kink /RI. TTN Siaj Mebov Rav Ta 8 E Col EI, 8 I/Cos O Postos L, TTOPI. Ikadatos SEKAL Yevrajatavai Tovs EOFSELI/AI Car AVTOS. K.Ziopos SE6 Sozis FTCS Triple Trat Cetas Kot Toys T Vigivio, 2, Jado TAS Atoid Vistavito Eve Mayoiv 7 JCRTVI What Saint KAL Toyas Love Sitops E/CTOUTO, V Elva. 16. Arnobius, wrote Atout AD 295, ADV Gentes I5, Kernel 727f, ed. Migna, ut inter Assyrios et Bactrianos, Nino quandam Zoroastrici ductoribus, non tantum ferro dimicaretur et oribus, urum entium magias et caldiorum ex reconditus disciplinis, inuidia nostra hec foot? Ibid I52, Kernel 788 ff, age noon, Uniat keys super ignem zonum, magus interior orb Zoroasters, hermapo ut essentiumer octari. Bactrianus et il conu eniat, quaestasias residential gestas historiarum exponit in primo, armnius host hanus nepos, etc. 17. Porphyrius, AD 233 to about AD 304, VIT. Pythagori 12, EY Reapageselo. TSM Su TVVRJV6 Ilvade Pa 4 Pound BA2 Svivtois TOXots Zaxiats Krusiev TOKAL Tjazaj Spotov ATTKCTO, Trap OVKALAKA 6 AP6 Q2, Tovir Poripofio Vzij/J.Ada KAL ISIS DQ ACG OVEVAV Trapor JKTI Rots Trovsats. Tov TC Irbal C Otras Diofij Kovo EKAL NVESAITSV OAG Apps XKO.PTTJS Triple Ravratu, TDVRJ Zav JJs O Ilu Iahos to TR Shuatov TRJs 70 TAS Avanapev for TO. Nympharum de Antro 6, Otko Extilpoi TYJVEIS Carco KOOSO VTSVTJ/V, S. VKAL Tra XTV FOSO VPVC Arteo Yob TTC Kafkri Tov/Jalvadrajave, Iwovo/Jalo Ravtez CNRRJ Zaov Tatov Irpu Eta PV Us /R, NVEUE Sukos, Z Wipodper T Poru AVT0, J7, TTTT Zaov 4 Toys TTs Jake Love OPC, TITRJSI Lepton SOSAV or JP KALTN Yas X degree VT Pux Rob Tok Pound TSN for /V Tov Wav Tov Iroder/Tov/Cat Irarpos Leopov, EI Qua, GI Pov Toy AVT, 0 Tov, Anarxiov Tov Koafiov, OV6M.WPAs ISRJP.IF Pirjoe, TZV8 ETVTOS Kara ARP J/. J.et Povs AOTTAA pound T, OV/J/30XA, FIPOV Tug TSV Kot T Ikoiv, TTOT, EIUIVKALKXI/Jlated P2. SE Toftov Ziapato TPRJV Sparkrov TOSKAL Triparois Akkoi 1 Manuscripts Zostriani, of Windishman, Zor. Stud. 289 Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 243 St *Avraptaf K Unrixalaf Eiro VVTOLVWV Sik X/degree. Tsit is a dose swa/AI. Davida Plotin I16, Yovam 8 e kar avrov rzv spernav zv wo x kol ju pound v kol akkoi, alperi kol ske slash cts iraxits jtxo, 70, fiai average of vo eloitik ba8 e backslash, tov, cai akpslvov, ot ta axel of spav tos at, 3 uos slash cat 4 tcoke, 0 uov kot arnj loktov koi of sok kravipa slash iata 7 ra dot ekrata k pound ktrp avoy, arakax backslash l slash a percent retrovoyajuvt zyapodkar t pov kois wo teep tabit, kot ntko eous at aaa ibis cotton pro kot a backslash ao, v rotoverkov j rowias ir jtrdrwv koi av roll 7 jtro dot t7 ip dot ivoy, ojs 8 to5 nkato, vos ets to dui. TTJs vor jti oftria ovtrc zahirov tos. 06 evavtos slash zevtrovs exeyao 7 rotoi 5 ju pound vos 1 slash tats oxley, eptij slash ai8 ekot ipsiov, warep trapoi 2 evotkovs itr pound ypdtj slash ap pound v, t slash p42, xomakape vovkata xi komef. ap.ezioi se axbtca optkovra l3ij3 ziov 7 rpoke, up7 jke tjistu zoa tpiavovich skf dv type j smi. iop slash, u slash otos seio, trupus rozimpado tpov, rv, yofs iroirukjo.il siei, ov, otas, vo of rekot viov to giapziov wapasuks, re 7 r zapi 4 vov reviro tud ttjv apnbuff joa.p.h tf ets 8 davtos et vat rov ira smov z wipo axt pov 2, soy slash zera, oav tot elk sopto trapekra 7. 18. Eusebios, about AD 264 to 340, this passage is usually assigned to Philo-Biblius, Flor circa AD 125, Fram. 9, Apud Yoseb. Preep. Evang I10, Torn 3 Kernel 88, ed. Migna, Kot Z Tukpo Akrite slash S8E6P.dioi 4 TRJ Lipa Erwamya TZV Tlepn KWJ Rjai Karaziv OSE6 EOSE Ora KCI Ax VIWV Tipikos. Optos Ikdalv 6 TRP Sros 8 Fiopto, DT Stos, Di slash Vij TOS, dp.epirjs, dis slash optatoro tos, ichv topfos irav tos kakov, d8a, po 8 o kijtos, diaoli diakoratos, fbovup.ijv povup.utah.toyukt h backslash ku, irat qp evup, as kot si kyakravrjs, aptos saktos, ikritkos, kot tczias, kot, togos, Kot lepov jva ikov p6 voy ep krius 2. Se arakot octavis ijkri trept avtov 4 trj pound 7 rdipa opfj, octatij. Ibid x9, 10, kernel 805 seq, ed. Migna ount vos ir.ost ent vutrapi yspat ots oivup.aotai. Ka6ov Zyapod TPRJS6PAOs bat pui y3 acri backslash EU, re-ent vu SEYVVRJ cot 8 tazo, OSTSSA kritsitos sept pap TSO, RT etra tove slash jpas slash ukado. Taudamus. Eusebius Chronicles 2. 35, ed. Aucher, to year 9 of Abraham Zoroaster's Magus Rex Bactrianorum Claris Habitur, Adursum quem ninus dimico urt one. Thus Nietzsche in his Also Sprach Zarathustra makes the sage dwell in a cave, with a serpent and an eagle as his faithful companions. 244 Appendix T19. Clul. Solinus Polyhistor, AD 3rd or 4th century, I nascentium uox prima uagitis est, Laetitia enim sensus differder in quadrigesimum diem, itac unum nuimus edum horaricis, qua erat natus, Silicet Zoroasterum, mox optimarum artium paritisimum. 20. Basilios Megas, AD 329 to 379, Epist Cleiath. Tom 4 Kernel 953, ed. Migne RAS8 E pound KTO5A pass slash J Yevakoides OVSTs IJ slash ATI slash ZT Tov I Rapov Rose Tav Davidge.VDOK6Y7, Rev Akh. Zapov Brightva Eve Toist Poyov Tov Uvo VITN Lur Jape Lov. 21. Epiphanios of Constantia, AD 298 to 403, ADV Hair S's, Lib I Tom. I6, Tom I Kernel 185 SEQ, ed. Migne, NE/3/OA, 9 Yap Atri XCM Vibi Tovkovs Tot Vivtvos, IOVA Uro Opit Yeboitai. Top /Sao TCA 4 Opus I Evrajatai, Koi 4 APX, KALXA Zabj. Diz SCKOXTTJV registered trademark PA/CAT TTJV copyright OSXKOXAOESOV4TQKO Kropi Uni XI PA Top JA, RI IRASESX Java et Vat Tovzam Podker TPTJV, OS Patro, WP Kras ETTT Todd Vido Kaiko, PIPROIT S Yivaraj, SA.KTPO, V Ford Dev 2. Kara TVYV Trapvup.Asayavavap YJTI. CC Yuk TJYS Yap Odtos Yibahtai Kak SSISA. Tboxoidas Zat Juidas, WS Tivs Akrite IRP Top Tovs A Podker T Pov. TRX RJV TOSIJ Akpijskta IRP U Tovi Peen Tovi Yaptos OIITOSV 6 Pavos Oi Iro 15 8 Edsij Sweet TSXP 6 VO Sika TIKD /Jail Juo. Ori NE/JPWS Cot 6 Zupo AOT Pidgeys. 22. Ammianus Marcellinus, about 330 to 400, XXIII. 6, 32 to 34, Magium Opinionum Insignium Octor Amplissimus Plato Macagistum Esse Urbo Mystico Docet, Diuanorum Incorruptissimum Cultum, Quis scientia seculis priscus multa ex Caldiorum arcanus Bactrianus addidat Zoroasters, delude histisps rex prudentissimus dere pater, qui cum superioris Indii secreta fidentius penetraret, ad nemorosam quandam generat solitudinem. The same statement is later repeated by Procopios of Gaza, see below, s3. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 245 Quis tranquilla silentes precelsa brachmanorum ingenia potiuntur, eorum moniturations mundani motus et siderum puros sacrorum ridus quantum collegier potuit eruditus, ex his qui didicit, aliqua sensibus magorum infudit, qui illicum discipliois presentiendi futura persuum quisque progeniem post eratibus tradunt. Ex eo persecula multa ad presensuna idem pros opium multitude creata deorum cultibus dedicator. Ferunc, siistum est credi, entium ignum saelitus lapsum apud se sempiternus foculis custodiari, quis portionum exiguam ut faustum praeus quandam Asiaticis regibus decunt. 23. Marius Victorinus Afer, about AD 350, ad lustinum maniclium, Kernel 1003, ed. Mignolamuidisti ne ergo quote mania, Zorides, aut butas hecto sendo disparent. 24. Hieronymus, AD 331 to 420, Epist 132, Tom I Kernel 1153, ed. Migne in Hispania agape elpidium, mulierverum, secum seca duxit infuim, sus Caesarem qui priscillianum habet, Zoroastris magi studiosissimum, et ex mago episcopum, cui iuncta gala non gente sed nomini, Germanam hu illuc currentum alterius et ocini hariseo relicit haer edem. 25. Luhans Chrysostomus, AD 347 to 407, Lib de S Babula contra Lullianum et Gentiles, Tom 2 Kernel 536, ed. Migne, ei re yapfy, sla tt tovzij biotrj bakovov kox tovzd j lock 4 ovsei dis o taros ikraknvoitovoy, fiakov seus ttvestrx rjv on ostioiv tvov, apov, irxt krixita rjv ra irptikovoiv siofjava wavta, Karo L. Koksivoy Kalot to Tikavov, Rbzevk Sivolyevakro Aiziovre, 61p /v Urjachef Ipiv Kal Ipidkrakro AI, OL8 ECRVCR Kidkray TF /v Swari TSV Koyoiv Triovo Tij T Seedksaird Tafidrj Vibre Kaleik, Orav RJTSV Zia GIV Top Vitro Ke Irad Pozat IJ /FSR. Ovkra TVXQ, Uxenrepatv, Otofikrxpa. KALOXT/AGs, Atravra IRD14 IMTTJV Itai /Poundtat KALLKRJ2, Tripi Bidvarpanrj Virtbov /Eva Trap. TSVI, 9 PSV was /it as Yapsire Jaso IJdas TSD ZGIAs IT /verses, 246 Appendix V26. Aurelius Prudentius Clemens, AD 348 to about AD 410 1, Apotheosis, 492 ff, Equus alumnis Chrismatis inscripto signarit tempora lignoki Zoroastrios turbas et francusuros. 27. Paulus Orogius, wrote about AD 417, Historiae 4, Kernel 700, ed. Mignanuissime Zoroasterum Bactrianorum regem, Undum Magici, ut ferant, artis repertorum, pugna oppression s sinus interfacit. The passage contains some account also of Semiramis as well as of Ninus. 28. Aurelius Augustinus, AD 354 to 430, de Civ Dei, XXI. 14, Torn 7 Kernel 728, ed. Migna solum quando natus est ferunt risus Zoroasterum, ne ei boni eoquid monstragus risus iue portendit. Nam magi carum artium fuis peri veter inunder, qui quidem illi ne ad presentis ideu anafu felicitatem contra suos inimicos prod esse poturunt. Anino quip regisiri orum, cum esset ipsi Bactrianorum, bello sup ratus est 29. Eurylos Alexandrinos, about AD 376 to 444, Contra Lolian. 3, Torn 9 Kernel 633, ed. Migna, on /ikvo 5 voe mayat til pakof elkriikvos, ipov myrov 7 ravtds zyapov t previk exerj voices ara wdcie /oyos tov ri /nai /cats ivi, r, rj, r6ai, te, Yatai, OV senior /KALI Rabap KTTOV RJXWTYJVHVOA Apav Akriv, is KOX /ST /8 AOFSTRPRJTABI Trap Avrov CTWTE6 UFI.EVA%AV, Tatvaz 1 quoted also by Gregory of Tours, Miracular Lib 1 Cap 41, Kernel 743, ed. Migna. 2 praised by Eckhard Urangiensis, Kernel 505, ed. Migna, Vol 154. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 247-30. Theodoritos of Cyrus, about AD 387-4-57, Graecarum affectionum Q ratio, 9. Delegibus, Torn 4 Kernel 1045, ed. Migna. Ax /Akaritavis Zapasutrdoxe ilk curl 5 Roxtavo Effeldvoy Vojuofs, KOX Fury Tpaxen KOX A8 EX Jesus D Setis NAL /JL4 Talkoi Ovyar Patrify.evg.gvoy, Kai Ivo Fiofrivi Rapevo /Atopva JJ Leovs, Itrace TSTSIVAZI Oi Vofo Emas Itroikoptrov, 2ju.ti Zapasuvio /News Ors Irapevo /Gf Trady Krev, TTJV Kvayixikrj 8E2J, Po TVVRV Yatij Krav. KALKVCTI Koyoivois Tods VEK Povi Repeti Oidm Trapakovov /XCPA Rakodi, VVV Topto Spav OT Irtutef, Ravras OVK Avi, OVTI, Dax TGYG Kara KPRN Artoften, KAL2V Topto OPAVD, Rayopvokto Evo VJ, PCVTOV, TIV6P.UV, OI, 8E IRKUPIKAN TTJVTS, vko coloptoid la perfito. 31. Claudianus Mamertus, wrote about AD 470, De Statu Animi, 2. 8, Kernel 750, ed. Migna quid ego nunc Zoroastri, quid Brahmanum ex India, quid Anacharsis e Scythia, quid Eurocatanum, quid M. Cicerones, quid Chrysippi, qui ab ipso penny principio sui operis animo dominandi ius tribut, corpori legem seriuitatis imponit, in defensionum iuri sententias ad foram. 32. Luhans Laurentios Ludos, born about AD 490, de Mensibus, 2. 3, p. 14, ed. Bonan anoi irpzacapo at qv kaje. Ictau trievzaxiat koi of chioi auto tove pidixov tzv7 r /avrj tus 4 ey880/id8ttctsj pa avisaj sof, kalttjv/zevtrava ttjvij/ikpaf efliov, on us kal01 ildiopoi, kox.ovo 4k trigijuava sos, //.oi/ji kal akalviaverjados tis axa.j ibid 2. 5, p. 16, ed. Bonan, to kravta p.v irpl tsgss, v us elrv triviatrjave to 7 rx.rj0 okx.ei, rjv cot aio orha lvtj slio aviatto, ra/g lot ijv tov iravtoi alcrorita photos, stouoep/zavati pound a/ta kal ripify balva2. Tix px. evltzvirzayi /jt caf exxt vos, cav, 1 zitapo axer tprjiav tov irpo tov azab tati. De ibid ostentus, 2, p. 274, ed. Bonan ap 08 ioi/81 trvavio/xiu, ts trepi ts, vitoyopvipa.4 av coexofti, tro ovri, TSIV Toyopv Kotazajij/KP-YF, KAL06 VEOXETASDOP/as, KAL Warkos pound 7 RI2 OVTOP 248 Appendix RPIZEV, ZAT AV2, pound T6E/I pound I5 R pound 4, A of TR Tov SMIPAGZFRO top VP. M Tazie pod.ATPRV Tov To XVV. IL2 OTPTS ROTS 8TK0 is RAVECAEJOOVI ROSS/SI cot asterisk IRAPASAVI /SID CTI, OI 7 RA degrees SMO TTIS RA, UO voice 8 E toys Kafel AV Tov, /IOCAF 8 E OCROIKOI O trademark TRIPA CR2 ATR /OIS EDTI, 8 AOTE/D0T33. Procopios of Gaza, Flores lead about AD 500, comment. In Genizan CXL, Tournai Kernel 312, ed. Migna Tovaker Krove J, A, NVOE Weavesivit Tov 7 IPO.it QV, OS Tripokra PWP Cras pound 7 RT Todd Vitox PEPROI kicked SIVTI. Du T-Poiv Autos, Akravik Biv TM Axt Pokoi Wive IRXRJV, OSRJAKPCEIANE/JCVSTOS Yavtoy Treptep N, OTOSIV OK Pavos OV Troxa, SEDXI Koiv TSXP degree VTIANJ Fetch T Coles Wpada TPRJ, AK Koi SE Tov APJAIA.SA, RTI FBKV TYJV SPO AUF. 34. Inas of Gaza, about AD 500, Theophrastus, 77, Kultoikol Enzartov T3, Twimelti Tovapixivio Iaiso V Tripastava ZV Taavda. 6 Ism Poe Orpages Tripozei, OS Lord Iro Tep Vos 4 at Iravtoi Ve.kpov Avatavi IDTOAOSEIO copyright EOIRO/ITTOSO /EU, KOX Toys OXOFS Averzik Bizxi. 35. Agathias Scholasticos, about AD 536 to 582, History 2. 24, Kernel 1381f, ed. Migna Yupa AK8 Etats VVVRAP.H Tpokpa Iat J, T, ES6VRI Arab Tatrap UTOJA.P.I /Akai Obic Pat Tai, Dpoibus SITLOIKALOLOP Vivadevic C Voy XPVTM Vop.I/IOIs, IKTZV Ziapada T Pop To Vop AKT8E, I, SI Sape Drive Katokdiv K Autos SEO Ziop Dakpus Toys EA.PDSRQs SITTT, YAP EIR Air My JIRUB.IA. Otter/6 Ka FTCVKP.Akarev TYJV Ape Tabai Vov J Love, Wero, Ov Kivti. AAS, Shiast Vai. Hep Kray SEAV Tov OTVVV Edri Yitru, Ovto, SI, TIDIRXMA, Anyai Ovlva, is Zian DP Evadi, T Day KOX Ovk et Vat Potterif. Iro Tepov Eopov Trot ERJPEITE Kai Akos Autos INRP EV YC Artatrin, Eoto, SAV Kai QVBR, TI, P6V, O, V Retrigy AV Toys Exivos Kai Kosage Yep.Tov TS PIKRJS Yovave Diochas, Kot Aras 8 RAS Upok Polepovitaz D/X.EII/as. 7 rap /Tias Envas Kai Troy KT Zas IV Direct so as to /XCV Yap Trozatov at ATEZ 1 for the statement, see Epiphanies of Constantia, above. 21. Vulgar ZAP 6 ASOS, Aesop Sapphippus. Classical passages Mencium and Zoroaster's name 249 Kjodi/OV Kaj. Taudamus 8 Arab TAS 2 Tap E which Krite OPV Laoi Sevo V Itify of Okavi, TTA. Via OTT 8 AV Toyas IJ Ir Patunja Hodo/Iat OSEOCO Arrow. De ABA.OV/Zevtovado. TV, Oi, so IVSDJVTE Tov Baxia, Kol Avat 6 SATVAF Pos Loderjave, Dwodes Kol Oxftes Toires Akoxov. SS Irofripe, R, Tis Reti, OBA, 8VA.Foot, Veto, ZAT Javik Psychot %IP.D.KTA, Tots DPX asterisk Iacratrup Toy T Pound, Katan J Skoy/Dvapi/A/Zerots, Europair J Ray. VVV8CI, S Tato Wo. Tots X Akov/Evoy Mavixi Idos IVP Tipo Ray. Eterdirav RAS Irperas Ijekra at DP as Kot TV//.Ev Iov Reages Kol 2. Kahsura TSV Ov to V Directage Trakrov, Evav Rito Js 8E/Car APUF /Ov Top TQV Pav. Ovaflra TE Arrays Tird Yutun J8 AP/3AP, Kazatage 0 pound TEP Exudr, Niroifi Ivatofi IV Yap Iov, Edra 6 EOV Edra Ikayu Payof. Op JJLR ATRJVA.To Coxafu, TLV, A.Pipavqi8E Overflow RS/C8 Duro, KA6 Aki Opn Koper Jave Retrade Res I Janet Ova TV Roiv Kakubzi Opine/JV Ava.IP Pound, NV Ektexov Tunv, 4YTGVTE Capwi.TV IR Ziotakoiti, UVDXXWVU, I Biro at Ipiakat Epergiovoyakata/Tvovs. Tot, Judiats and Kekra.Yovkriv, Unrep es Edge right SEITI/Ekray/Cedas Ravtij Yapotov Rati, 3 Jug Diao. Key, A.Pi, TG.Eva Biatopti Iroi, VASE Kot 8 Pavitro AI Tov K Pifiavriv, Yepet Paukrite 8 ECS to Piaxuda to VSMP, Usjuich Statrabatwara AVT, SI Vavo VECROAI. PRJTE XDII Kirioi of Tifo DTP Irotov TEC Cart Kot TS2, V, Jivtovim/JIC Zi 36. Scholasticos Cassianos Bassos, AD 6th century, Pref. In Libai, 2, 8 Ta, Bots TGI/Trazasi/IRFTEYE Copitas Kot Euigizias Egyptav Kot, Tyrapip.IF Kol IRPOV IRASV. P7, Rip Thrivi Aperjapiva Oux say as EIS pound, TOUTT to /STYSXTOVATEET Kakru et sectat SCEKT of Swipevtivov Kot OVLV Savioiviov Kot Avatakshov KAL Bijposiov Kot Atoid Vows Kotiov Tivoy, Kot Tapav TT Vakot RJ POKP, Tov kot 8 gabob trapaso ibkal trap j elkov kot atuzagiov kot puvos kot 7 iupoa, ttpovkal pov toy boi kal hodbo kal eopi hiepov tos kot atsbo kot. S, toy slash os kot tsvkd slash ti zakov. Giaponica, 11. 1811, Zumpado t Pidgeys 8 Ezia, Ir Liviav to Vivas slash ir slash dzd toy 64.6axp.ovs, to 4 triperts isov ta eti to vito sp.ep vkvako 15 cas, ka tpio tviv sib diro slash taft slash exivov ta opp ada, kal in l tov j, vtov tot pdsa katak sitoy slash ra ibid 13. 910, Zwpado tpjjsr, ti. Ts abisakoy to or trip slash j la pita at voiro ev tatat toyist koptertas jkt ovs? Giaponica, continued. The following rubrics of Zoroaster will sufficiently indicate the character of the lore ascribed to him, without the necessity of presentation of the texts of the chapters under them. 1 Vulgar Operas Iatrib 250 Appendix RWEPI 7, Odt Vacatav it tiv d cive, Trot ij re backslash I. V7Y6 V8 YV, Trit 8 EV to TVZ, Pod, TT POV. 31 sections, pages 11 to 16, ed. Beck. 8I, TTAPTTG Tov Quostix S Col T Est Poivat Het DTUVIAVTS, TV Pave 6 VTIV Tov AV Tov. 13 sections, pages 15-17. I10, TRZ, and TZV Dirortkov slash IEIUJVIC RS Tripui TRJs Pover J Koska. TTOV Toy, GI Pound Ta TTJV Tov KWOS Iri to backslash dash VZ Wipita T POV. 13 sections, pages 19 SEQ. I12, BOI Atica et Repletad AIDS, Zat Akra Atrok Set 77 F7 Rosage, I. J slash Tovs SCO Sexa OIK0 U9 Tov, Asiakov KV Kakov. Swapod, TT POV. 40 sections, pages 21-28. 215, Treboyton Tikov, WCTTC LCV, Irida Tuij Tnapoik Savoy Vir Krovtaioix. Zapot POV. 3 sections, P55. V46. Pound v wokp oitko ovktis tscrtxivtsxp rpviav, kal otlekratjovat j aftg, kal vtoyakov oskrit tov tpvyrj tov set talov. Zyapod, tt pov. 1 section, p164. 75, ttcpldvw kozir KALTIXPRJ Trapajevkstrakro Altis Kai Pi STS Tov TW Vdvat EOJs. Zwpita T POV. 3 sections, pages 190 SEQ. 76, Triplefoot Error.ye, TFX.OVOIVOV, KALTROTE. PRJP Tab Subtoils Oivus, KALOTLSIA, LOPAVP. A 64TSAVTSTRI60E/JEXRJP. Avoid Alvos. 11 sections, pages 191 SEQ. Tov AVTOV. 711, Cocked VTTO/Spoptal Jalv Cold Betud Pid, TPITR Pound, R6ALTO6 Oli/ODs. Zyapata T POV. 1 section, P195. X83, SIV Spavo Captov Cap 7 ROJ Opif. Z. Pod, RT POV. 3 sections, P319. 1316, Triple Cavopi Swiv. Zwa T POV. 4 sections, P403. 151, Triple J3 Voic SV, RV/X Trioeistvkal Avranrosov. Zampot POV. 35 sections, pages 432-436, 37. Gregorius Turinensis, AD 538-593, Histori Franco R1. 5, Kernel 164 SEQ, ed. Migna primogenitus Eurocham, Chus. Hi totius artis magici imbunt diabolo et primus idolatri adnu enter. Hi primus statu unculamidorandum diaboli instigationi constituit, qui et stellus et ignum de silicatera falsa urtud hominibus ostentavat. Hi ad persis transiit. Hunc persi uositaura Zoroasterum, idest uendum stellum. Ob hoc entium ignum adorare consuiti, ipsum diunitas igni consumptum anti deum collant. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 261-38. Isidorus, about AD 570 to 636, Etymol. 539, Torn 3 Kernel 224, ed. Mignathera, in LXX, Genuit Abraham. Zoroast's Magicam reparit. Ibidate. 9, Kernel 310, 3. Mklsksiv, Magorum primus Zoroast's rex Bactrianorum, quem ninus rex Assyriorum Brioleo interfacit, de quo Aristoteles scribit quadosis centum millia ursum of ipso condita indicius uluminum eius declarantur. Chronicles, Torn v Kernel 1024, ed. Migna, hac etata magica ars in persida Zoroast Bactrianorum reg reperta. Anino reg occiditor. 39. Chronicon Paschal or Chronicles Alexandrinum, last date AD 629 1, Chronicles Paschal, Kernel 148 SEQ, ed. Migna, IP 67, ed. Bonin, Kolrig Zeruda OK Pavos. 6 SCNI Vositric Patrici Yeva /Javoy TSA Oranipias KTLATI /Entbeo TRDXTV Acurcruptos, Koi /Sakanziva Apogetos forever JI IVTRJV Sefit Pahut TV Koi Piv TTJV Eve Tokixer JT KAL Ivikofsto Loptov IAV Vob TOSU Vovs EO J or KAL 6 Zeta Poeorpa 6 Krapoi /O /Kos Tripra STV 6 Tikb /So TJTOS, OOTIS JCWRNV Reek Tof Rivxero Vito Irpoi Avixoyer JV IO Paviof, on EI Trib Toys Alpoas I of Cabrig P.ERO IRB, 9 TSV Kio IVO VPOV off T Fito Vird Peer KALJV Psi 8, KALOVKTXA.ai /single quota 2. RI /AOTKTSIPZVXPS Oro Fiova Vsatit 2, IPA, Okria. KALEIIDP.GVO IRBV Biava Autotropus IPCOVD.VRJ Su, 6R. KALC Trodij Kafo TILEPAA Ikadu, Esit Vafa was KALL Ord V /Atoft Poundes to Zatai /Tvoy Avtov TEJPOI 6 TV Loy SVVV. The same story is found in almost the same words, or with no material addition, in the works of Lohan. Malilus, AD 6th century, Kernel 84, ed. Migna, Patrolig. Gr. Torn. 121 p18, ed. Bonin, Geor, Jos Hamartolos, D. Circa D 1468, Chronicles, Kernel 56, ed. Migna, Putrolog. Gr. Torn. 110, c. Also, Georgios Kedarinos, end of 11th century AD, who also adds, Historiarum Compendium, Kernel 57, ed. Migna, Patrolig. Gr. Torn. 121, p29f, ed. Bonin. 2, Z/Ava Autos 8 Iota Pair J's AOVOT Iskrati, OS Tof Kata POV, Raft TKALTS Aries ASIOV1 but with a spurious addition to AD 1042, cf. Krum Beoher, Geschiat Derbiant. Literature, pages 337 to 339. Pizopodarptis. 252 Appendix R40. Flaccus albinus alcuinus, AD 735 to 804, Dadayuan. Ophic. 6. Spurious, torn 2 Kernel 1178, ed. Migna Isterum enim magorum primus Zoroaster's rex extidi, a quo originum feruntur traxis. 41. Giorgio Sunk Elos, Florus lead about AD 775 to 800, volume IP 147f, ed. Bonin. Ax av spas ohoitip typic tobsk tov f/save 2405 coach zkm itovs pop strato xwtrfvjjcto, tov karaksikr/kov tsvxaa.8 aiw isaac of card backerd/jvdoxois of 8ia, rdprnvkox verjpuv koi irtlkrkrdov pe/saf tixcv kia izaxiajav kot m.isovpacnxwir86 pigrafiplon itp chi thh49, tovt ict 4 crapois ff9 kot vikpois 2 ik, r, I, o, rois q8, awi ptivs tsv ikekri nattlksivij/xsvicr topikov coxus exes/swa/to trd14 ds itoir jciaco hs94 chi per jvirj8. Arab, oschia, nvcu2i/ivho 2499 itos kaupskopf, tvvtpi /a avu se toftov tovovov 2vt. 86 Voju Zaksat Jsaizov, VRJXOV Chi XW/Iakrisijksov, it's 84 Se Toev MTJ Sajav, Zbot Perjav Kotavis/JLTAIITOV 7 Zaksat Jsertses PVE Rai, Idij Kapar O Abrazijksiko. 190, OAVTOS Elokswar Kop, Ovkai Ti, NIA, RDPWV Kol Viktiv Kai 2T. Tusv Chi T Eskoit Esokoio P Foik Ilotopias, Xa St Stakovirov. Toyos Yapupoio Vikrkvis, OS pound 0 VS Pioovs Vopt OVT Kotov, /act Autovs TVT Arstvih pound Itrishov /Voitis OVT Pavov, Diretpo DSJ8E, 8AOT Sefkvat JVPA /Pav. Distoftvat tov kopov so aovtezov optus tat 6 eo irvevpertats epa ats toyas 8 ep ete pound ve, 7 tpous kitro tj avpovs 8 itj ox t5 v usvi 2, chi kosto exavozijpsi, so ket chi eat bots ttcrt, 8 ta2 eoi at osuttos vado pov 2 vtj stiktoi/evrgvekto toy evtaj evotapip dvktot pound ijkstakots. Ttcolv idlt poodle 2. 2. V paddlesi ivitoi. Ibid p 316, ed. Bonin, OTT8K OIT/ACMVWSOTTSVEXXI/W Night to Pikoyip LA, and TRCPLT and V Spavov Kot2 VAA Iziov Tofshioverpi, TTAK.E, Gia XII, V Allerjapes GLs, OV, 6 TV, U, V, AVTO, JD, TK, IVAPO/at YPDAVWDCF. Akkot T pound Ibrajave Jalubov Trov Kai 2, Triputa x Savikos Te6 Akristos Kot KTTOIDs Okptidos, Tyrira HPD So TOSO Axt Cap Vaoevs. To IRAs 8 of TSAOIAZIJ Sakrikes of AVAOO Upto, To Evate C6 Jacob Antibus. ETT asterisk CT Toikt IVS pound Jot Pija pound O. S-Kais Bodker T-Pop Diov pound T-Pound TV/852 TS Antivo/8 AOTX pound TAS, also cited in the Chronicon, Parzai, of Eusebius, Torn I-43F, ed. Osper. Cf. Jerome's translation of the Chronicon, Torn. 8 Kernel 46, ed. Migna. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 263-42. Anathemas against Maoixism, about 835, cited by Codalarius, SS Patrum qui temporibus apostolicis florirunt opera. Paris, 1672, Notes Call. 368-376 These anathemas were to be recited by converts from monotheism to Christianity. In this long and valuable document, Zarathustra, probably Zoroaster, and his prayers, the Avesta, are declared accursed as being connected with the Manichaean faith. Anathemas, Ava 62/.a.tio zapt 8 qvov 6 mf jaso kabi ayi tripo av toru, giavevra trap forsats koi I lep creus, kalrj zif atrekaxet crw aftes 8 ekalras zappa cifs ovafioix civas fds ava and tifiat u, toyas tov zapas rajave kal bobzes kal tov sptoy kal tov wavixaov kal tov rajakaif eva kal tov av tov elvazio tas. A.ba6t padlt ij tov trotipa mavev tos ila tev toy oda if it trjv kal tov ev sovi tta tipa, kal trjv avtop prj tipa kappa krov, kal lipaka kal upixius rajave kala, J966OV toils VTR over Jixadutwi KALIRJYRJ2, T5B top toiv T bypap P.A.TV, Koa tov percent koi taus Aidova P.A6R, ta percent A trav ras, Sikrivi tov tov hiazo /OVTS top F/.T/J by I, registered trademark off of tov CRVV ta digix vov to kot AV tov zia /Zvov of Ayizayev, Bu SAV. EP/Zav, A8EI/IAI/Tov, Zapov Topiaj Siov, Adwiov, J Zapiov, Osu/Itov. Apio Tokpatov, percent Ax/Joukv, Ivalov, Hdativ, Bapatov, KTX. Similarly Gorius, Ixokoiv sign ritual Gracorum, Paris, 1647, p. 885, Avaoizadu, Kal Kataoipwitio, APDSRJV Kal Bosav Kal Sikv Oif Tovs Trupo Mavi XTU, Yayovora. Trupasate Etofto L, Ava Urfsa TLO, Kal Kataoipwitio Cry Iv Toys Tripoipa/JL/J.Avoice 3.ATV Lipaka Kal Habaxet SR/VKALA. J96VIOV Toyos Ira JTASKAL in Rof Jailver Jpaxchio Ta, Tov AV Tov Dvofiov KAL PC Qkov Mavev TOSKAL Copyright Uju SVKAL Zayuov KAL Baj SPID Tov, 1C Kessler, Mani I 358-365, Berlin, 1889 Zakoyas Uizixoyas, Kessler. An important passage which serves to throw light on these anathemas is found in Petros Cyclos, about AD 1100, see Krum Beoher, Geschichte der Heisent. Literatur, p. 78, Historia Manicorum, 16. Kernel 1265 SEQ, ed. Migne, 4 SIRV top S seemed Tosital Arapo TTJS Caxlis SISD Rgakas Tyrannus. Zapbrisoidia ti, Thfi of Pave Alitov Impex v Nabdal Eskato Irob Tovovtix Biodio Viptos Ye 6 Va, Rices Koi Olvio 6 Top Sti Soxos Koi Va/MS6 RH Cot AVTBV My/T Satki Eva YYIFTRVVTD as Bob Sisri KALEP/IAs, Asav Rose Koi as AVTOS. TV Hiredi IKFEUSTD Popa/CX/Arake TJ Ukafn Essiger J Tal ST and J. Koi UTRO/2/RJ/Ida Tio Tolye 6 VA, Raya UPA Koi Bax Case Rees Koi APE 660S Merjapkaf SE Oraj, KOX Airboy Imzitax RPs TS, 806 Ry IVYIRTD/Oyof, TUVTD/CO. Zapoyos koi takbid pios. Vaavi yoip avrob pl $/OV as a tree for JSIs DGATAKATE koi/Faj KALP/A, RV mavipamias v duras irfaranipus/FAIV/COL cux vik diop.4 right trap arav/IAWOVS I urjtelov, F. Cas ti/ISIS ida kaboki ishi ikal liwo rto /TQEKKE. RIAIM6C and DTTRF 254 Appendix V43. Georgios Hamartolos Monachos, wrote about AD 850, Chronicon, I, Kernel 117, ed. Migna KMTRP Hrov 6V pound 4 Eols Zaxiat 8 CE of Pavajroy Krapiat, SIA Japob Tai Yap To Voy Ilpo Tikop Vira. Pi, 0 VTTSRR/VSE Act Pavafilov Ipir Jakiva Irpsnal Bay SV Solwahia. PIA Orpov 2 WV8 F Tipoi 7 Rap pound T / J Aravatir Todd. TTJVU/XC Teeptaf K Tov Dirkstoff RRJs Yerg /Katriji Stat Peak Views 2V Stopioft Pabai Saoiv Tez Koi Elo Ovto, EPE/AV Tez, Airboy /Zetexes/Swa/ RR/VSE Payday Koi Urjate of Kol J Pijikski of M Swa PHI, J, Vpov KAL Trip Vai, Sayat Gipofn 8 Etripus Dat Ecos IJPIV Yap Paya IMK /RJT Li Iun Sepov Wive, Dia Otterwazv S64 Tripus I of CRVTTR, RTV Tvos, UMNRTP Tatos Atatkoiv Tov Tudvkozur Tigrpsida 8 liters Iaost Visio Bakra Vi JSE Yot Jata Ethxijkurts ECRTI Sip WA, VK Kotroisi /IRP Toyas Tajiofs Arwa Pevri Im. Kakoyotvos Travakrivo 0 pound V Kot Yot Jtimi Ke Case JJ Ray CTTRO Tolai /Yudvkoi T5 VDPR, VIV Tug Wepeltoyas Tai Us. Idvap Evov. See also under Chronicon Pascal, 39. 44. Phosios, Patriarchally of Constantinople AD 876 to 879, Bibliotheca, Cod. Lsksi, Torn, 3, Kernel 281, ed. Migna Avivixerdra /st /Sisaptov Copyright Iasopod I Leprji 4 I Lepkrites I Pay I Kiji KALTTs FFTTJZ.V, TE.PCASSIA, FOPD, 4 Koyats Rapuri. Tribokirk Jasob Date Eoptoyas Tripus M.A, TTOVJ3 IOVEC Apavia Opiop Vov, Iopiki, TK Warov 8 E Tup Avoita. Cotpound 1/Jani I/T37 RP, Adakoyer Pokt Fiatate ROP Iop Hepod Soy /IUI, Ozapt ST/S Sikrajijkrito, Tot IRPTO Uzo Pop Po VDPX, Yov Trav Chweed Kritiot, OV Cottage /V Kozit Kot ODT 07 REI/8, I, V Evatek J, Tov Op CASAV. Erk Bakovov Koitov Saram Kot IRP TS Erfavaspapai LW. Kai Otrix to 8 UOR pound, SS Kot Virape, ROV Sojuakara XE4 TKEIS Dvidrikchud CTCVT3 Trukatio, Koit. Ev 8 Tots Kotos 8 UOT Koyoas Ta Wep TSEIOT/Sows 8 IIP, I Irdi Utkos, Citro TS Kokerpoyovias Apid Bavoy. KAL Trikpi AVTSTS, APTOS 6/Tot, S Kot Ituntpox Servi by Exoyev. OUTOSO Copyright Eostopus Omoy Ovidas et Vai Soct. TVT Pound Yap Neo Top Wapco LV, Kot P.Axio Ta Ev Tip TPTTTT, Koyo, K Parvoiv Tripakrava Avet, Xakot TVT LV APAP T2 /IG, V Arakar.Akntpatwatai. 1. Notice this contaminated form, a mixture of Zoroaster and Ormazd. Zarpl 3 cc Zapo, I/T classical passages mentionino Zoroaster's name 255-45. Suidas, middle of 10th century AD. Suidas, ed. Custer, Camber. 1705, Subvok. AVTO 6 IVR. 9a at Jveos. tvpe/ero/ifse/ca, airpu ito fuiakaf al rajaitai 8 irkplziu, pod. tt povtivos imio vivi pevtoi tv, roi of tautos itiv ka pictorica, 01 sepd 8, I, vt avati 9 ia, nv. Act pavafia. IJTZVSXRRPWV mbop/q, Mroi safe of Xiavi oi ravage VT Pov 8 Ta Zijpod, TT Pov / JVIF OVKAL Oravis OTITRT Tritrov TRJ Opavia, Ki Virtuita TTTPL Todis Tikto Pavov Avvi Ividiv. Zimpatpri. NE/3, RO/AI/8, Escro FOI Rapatavis Evri Dur Pavo /Ict. OSKALTRP SROS TJP Ado Tov Trap AVTOKTRO Zarevov Sevov Ovoim Right KTZ Vim Doiv. Liveco 8 Eopo TCV Teepwikov TCMV 500, MPL, Ficbere 8 Eavravi, OC, OSIKEA SF IRPXXL by of TI/X SIF EV Deepakriko Trika D7 Rot Pound X Pound, R/Iatiko. Pipsla Eziapoda Teepji. Otpavafuk. Iri T50/Satanxio Js AFMV. Oris R/via Viro Irpoi Opavio Texeria Tre, Irapaioij Krastatsakerkrapio 2 RRJVTI, J, Pav Avitov JVXDTTLV, Ovtu Yap Aftwa Vietnkauk FKOI/SIA Tre/TOS, Ajrep PXP Trage of Katai Trap Erois. Zakopajudo SBT/SXA /8 Ados Krotjos. Typax J/Cfwibrip Atika Kai JV, TIKD. Mayat NAPAI Leptratsoi /Tkro OT/Cat Ikodkoi, UVPX Zupodot Peace, Kai P Pound Tachatov Kato, 8 Ta 8 Ox V Okaravat Kot 8 Digi /J/V /Oi. Tivoapas Elra SC Kofkre Ildflate Paz I8 API 8 OS Tov Yirap Optov Kol ZDPRJTOS Sibmdu. 46. Hugo de Sancto Victory, died AD 1141, Adnot. Elucidate. In Pentateuchon in general, Tournai Kernel 49, ed. Migna, Asur Autumn, Recedens interim qui postea of ipso dicta est Assyria, multiplicatus est usque ad regemninum, qui avius progenie ortus est high candidat cietatum et osit spam in bello, qui usque ad illa tempus uxerat, factus rex bactrii nino osinus, et Euocatus Zoroasts inunder et octer malefici mathematici artis qui entium septem liberals arts quatawardecim colum, nis, septem nis et septem laterides, contra utrump deluvium in utilitatem poster orum praeidens. Scripsit. Huius Libros Mathema, 256 Appendix Vitae Kinus Adeptus Uictorium Combusit. Post hec audacier factus inuisit Nemruth, idest Chaldeos, et acquisiat Babylonium, transferens illuc caput imperii sui. 47. Michael Glucas, flourished about AD 1150, and Pars 2. Kernel 253, ed. Migna, p. 244, ed. Bonin, Ju ta sek yawav ipa, t izev, re-ent vos air/vj3i, os yetqv oiquav kripa sd/zipify v6 iwat ka, voyos eiv cro alpoas xa/idvav tclsi of res ivijrjt pi col dscx as pound ova/aus eivero kal zipo actpos 6 irp or jdos tlcpcrwva, jtpov 6fx, ys, os pound r7 retois ijf creus, eve cavcre, u.e to op blov irb tofto yap ffvy arozaj sirik ts, v6, t-tiv fovkaljv /a, t, reteis, refitakn ts/sod-itis vp.s, vosrj koi iovave, ev 8c rice lutopux se tsi, tato kara. Love stavov 06eoa.oyos jueas t pigioplo kal raise f, rj, tlrrjv and fft pavop.of ziofti trpst tove per jkive bau stuvio isiaz, ipod, tt pov, 0 pound vt pov skcse aro ot80 gia ttjv pound gawf ev pov m swa, edunkbo at? Siat fipi 8e/taia yoreredas, chi ij/eve/w.ia imkekrjkr ki unv, usign, Kaftof io iroi wive tripus dia os right vos arvtamv. York twa 80 eort sat / dvft, v cocoirolov wepeltoyas takovs pound icos /iv, oirt /ca/cov tvos ou orakir jeru 80 rjkofarev diro tgv yov kot opir javm tug 4 tots racois uvov civi dv /jmia 80 dtro meo doaiw, toy ilpo gv, o pound vxvrxv meos xpws oi lepkratsiov tot. 48. Anonymous Theologumena Arithmetica, p. 42f, ed. Ast, lips 1817/IAX/oi, 6 vkhlvoa pikiak pov, itras rjkalba /jv swdikovoy soki /audital kai oораvi /skotzayapod pir j dizask biskakov kri ras adrpikoso atpas, T06 trap OOOVT at OJSI oftal triple to kev T pop P6 vi, irapatu CW /E and Kafai idraj RJ adro tov OWSERPOT iroi kairu AI, yat PRJ /GTL eve soy IM /RTETR by trap air SVT5 VF, V, Gasiv koiv, as dy sikov skara RA avrakakov NV4 toys T pois koyets, kata trap Ep7 RT. ICNV8 etov yap /IAL, opv.gvu idyyy seekaus. Co kai tovs ka6 ikd, rtrjv top toiv tmv diexivc apkav rast purpus koisai /kovaz ojakomi diekovsky apikov irpakreopek trubax, chlurl vir to tov api bjwv, ixttc diesyakara top to etu /korata ipso /ids, 49. Petrus Comester, died 1178, History Shoal. Lib Genesis XXXIX. Kernel 1090, ed. Migna, Ninasusit Cham, Ki ad Hukuyu abad, et regabat in Bractia, sic, al classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 257 Thracia, et dispater Zoroaster's inunder magici artis, qui et septem liberals arts in quatawardessim columnus scripsit, septem enis, et septem laterites, contra utrumc iudicium al deluvium. Ninus euro libros eius combusit. Abesdum orta sunt idola sig 50. Abdia Apostolica Historia, quotation of a name Zoroesi, Abdia Apostolica Historia, lib 6. 7 Patio ss. Simonis et ludi, et hecta lacobo. Quaes frater Myers natu, Simon cognominatus Jananius et ludas, qui et Thaddeus et zelotes, et ipsi apostoli domini nostri Lisa Christi, cum perulationem spiritus sancti perfidem fuisant religionum ingressi, ignorunt statim inter initia sui predicationis duos ibi megos, zero net arfax sat, qui effaci sancti mathae apostoli de Ethiopia fugrunt. Erat autem doctorina eorum praa, eta ut deum Abraham et deum Isaac et deum Jacob blasphemans, deum dice rent tenebrarum, et moisen dice rent maleficum fuis, denici omnes prophetos dei a deo tenebrarum missos adsererant. Praeterea animam hominis partum dei habera dice rent, corporis vero figmentum adeo malo factum esse, et de ex contrari substantius conster, in quibus leitater caro, anima contristater, et in quibus exultat anima, corpus affligitor. Solemn et lunam deorum numero applicants, aquam simul dietatum habera docebant. Dei autem filium, dominum nostrum lisum Christum, phantasium fuis, ne urum hominum, ne ex ura oirgen natum, ne ura tentatum, ne ura passum, ne ura sepultum, ne ura tertia di resurrexissa mortuus adfirmabant. Hac predicationi poiuta persida post zero net arfaxat, magnum miruit in uniri doctor orum, per beatos apostolos Simonum et ludum, idest dominum lisum Christum. Ibid 13, hec et aliacum dux apud regem xerxen disuruisit, excitati in zelum, qui cum reg fuerent zaros et arfaxat magi, simul indignabundi rumors spars runt, malignos eos homines esse, qui contra deos gentis cont rac regnum tam astute moli renta. Nam siuis siri rex inquiant quod eaura sunt qui diemus, non prius permittemus hos loqui quam deos tuas adorauerent. Tum 1. This is cited because Zaros, Zajo, I.S., has been identified with Zoroaster by N. Bludik in p. 76 of Ergensungschaft Solipsius die Apocryphen Apostelgeschichten und die Apostellegenden, Braunschweig, 1883-1890. But Gutschmid, Bein. Mus 6. 380 SEQ identifies Zaros with Zarvan. 258 Appendix V. Dux, Auditus and cum illis habera conflictum, utsiuicaritis eos, turndum amabisiantur? Dixerent magi, aquam est ut sicut nos adoramus deos nostros, ita adorant et illi. Respondit Dux, hoc silis et confiictus Ioster ostendet. Ad hec iterum magi, uis itera inquiant potentium nostrum ut probscia non poterunt loqui nobis presentibus, iube ad stare haec sint eloquens in unguis, acutis simi in argumentis, et clamosi in uosibus. Etsi tunc ossi fuerent nobis presentibus loqui, probabiis nos esse imperitissimos. Tunc ius regis et ducis omnes aduocati presto facti, ita sunt aduce admoniti ut quanta possent constantia haberent cum his magus contentions et eos a defensionum proposito, argument orum suorum proposito exclude rent. Et cum in presentia regis et ducis cunctorunc sublimium magi locutia sent, omnis ilia aduocatio eta muta facta est, ut ne notibus quod loqui non poterat indicarat. Et cum unius fer ori transisit spatium, dixera magi ad regem, ut sias nos xd orum esse numero, permittimus eos quidam loqui, sed ambulare non possi, quod cum fecis sent, adis runt dicentes, ecce red imus eis gressum, sed faciamus eos apertus oculis nihil utera. Cumc et hoc fecis sent, expulret cor regis et ducis, dicentibus amicis eorum, non deberi contemni hos magos, ne et regi et dual inferent debilitatum in membris. Igiter hoc spectaculum a primo main usque ad horum sextum dum spectator, aduocati murri confecti, ad suas ruersi sunt quic domes, nemio animi impulso fatigati. Ibid 17, hec cum dixis sent apostoli, depaertati sunt ad hospitalia magi, qui per triduum ne cibum capere ne vibra ullo modo podrant, sed in his sola uosiferatio doloribus extorta insensabilis extitite. Postea cum iam residential in eo esset uta parader experarent magi zaros et arfaxat, accesserunt eos apostoli dicentes, non dignitor dies habera coacta siruitia. Igiter surgite sani habens liberam facultatem conuer tandi amalo ad bonum et exi undia tenebris ad lumen, ad illi permanentes in perfidia sua, secuta faci mathe apostoli fugrunt, sic et of his duobus apostolis fugiens, ad simulacrorum cult ors, per totem pers edis regionum, ut apostolis inimicitius exciterant, ubique dispant, ecce uniunt ad uos inimicidi orum nostrorum, etc. Ibid 20, quip zaros et arfaxat magi faciens celera multa persietates pers edis, et dicentes esse ex genera diorum, semper a faci apostolorum fugiens, tamdio erant in quaquinc scioitate, namdio conoscerent apostolos aguiniri. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 259 Ibid 23, quo tempore et duo, de quibus diximus, magi zaros et arfaxat icticoruscationes adusti ad carbonem conuersi sunt lib 7. 1 de s Matheo, in quam sc Ethiopium perfectus ipsi, cum in scioitate magna qui dissiter nadarum eraritur, in quarexi glippa sed bat, contigit ut duo magi zaros et arfaxat simula sent, qui regem miris modis ludificabant, ut se deos esse remota ambigitate crederad. Et creed bat eis rex omnia et omnis populus non solum memorati urbis et ex longinquis entium regionibus Ethiopiae event quotidi utiator arent eos. Facebant enim subito hominum gressus Fiji, et tamdio immobile stare quamdio ipsi uuluus sent. Similiter et visus hominum et auditus suo officio refrenabant. Imperidabant serpentibus ut percuderant, quod et marsi faceris solent et ipsi incantando multos curabant. Et ut dici yulgo solit, malinus mire ruer entia exhibetur ex timori quam beninis ex amor, sic et illi yenerabiles apud Ethiopes, in magno di apprecio fuerunt. Ibid 4, conabantur autumn interia arte sua magica excitere eos sc suos duos dracons antipedes mathe apostoli dormiens zaros et arfaxit, et non potrant nec oculos apparire nec penitus commuere quidquam. 51. The so-called Zoroastrian logia or Chaldean oracles Marika Aoria TFLN Anno Toys Apost Poimeron Introductory Note by Louis H. Gray. Amid the luxuriant growth of apocryphal and prophetic literature, which sprang up in the first centuries of our era, no small part is ascribed to the faith of Iran. The wonderful eschatology of the Persian religion made a deep impression on the Hellenic mind at an early date, and this was to bring forth fruit in the development of Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. Apparently in this way arose the so-called Chaldean oracles, which bear the mark of Gnostic and Neoplatonic mysticism and some would recall the Christian forgery of the Sibylline oracles. The pseudo-Zoroastrian compositions had but a short shrift. The great Porphyry ruthlessly attacked them and suppressed them, and they are lost to us forever. Doubtless they were no better and no worse than the great majority of similar writings which have survived. Perhaps we may even say that the one is this a reminiscence of the legend of Zoroaster's death by lightning, p. 124 seq. v. 260 Appendix Y Oneirocriticon of Astrampsuohas, a Christian forgery of about the 5th century, affords a type of some of these lost books. But in the writings of the Neoplatonic philosophers there lay hid a mass of citations, termed Chaldean logia, or more usually, simply logia, or again, introduced by the formula, as saith one of the gods, or even appearing without any introductory phrase whatsoever. These logia date in general about the end of the 2nd century AD, and they present to us a heterogeneous mass, now obscure and again bombastic, of commingled Platonic, Pythagorean, Stoic, Gnostic, and Persian tenets. I am inclined to doubt that the entire mass comes from a single source, although some have suggested that a certain Julian the Chaldean or his son, who lived in the period of the Antonines, may perhaps have been the author. However trivial the logia justly appear to us, they received the serious attention of Lamblikos, Proclos, Simplicios, Damaskios, and Luhans Ludos, while Hierocles and later Platon wrote compends of the Zoroastrian and Platonic systems. Asterisk in the 15th century Georgios Gemistos Platon, led on, as I venture to suggest, by some such allusion to Zapatpovkoya as the reference contained in the citation from Xanthos, preserved by Nicolaus of Damascus, boldly foisted upon Zoroaster the logia which had been hitherto only Chaldean. This we may term the first recension. It consists of 60 lines and was first published by Ludovicus Tiltanus, together with Platon's commentary, at Paris in 1568. This text was also commented upon by Sellos as early as the 11th century. Possibly we may even regard Sellos as the compiler who gathered the scattered fragments which go to make up this collection. The second recension, if we may employ so dignified a term, was made by Aronoiscus Patricius in 1591. Second edition of this appeared at Venice in 1593. This second edition forms the basis of Stanley in his History of Philosophy, 4 ed., London, 1743, Latin translation, Leipzig, 1711, and it was the only one accessible to me except Stanley. On this new collection of Patricius the present edition is based. The object of my work here has been to secure my as good a text as possible. Chief aid, or rather only aid, has been the masterly discussion by Crewe, de Oraculis Chalda LCIS, in the 7th volume 1c Krug, de Oraculis Guldacis, pages 6-9, Breslau, 1894. 2 Krug, pages 66-72. Ibid 71. Ibid, Passim, Kleutzer and Hangzum Zendavesta, 2. The U1, pages 8-9, 16-18. Plethon Zoom Pend. Is edited by Migne in his Patrol. QRXC Tom. 160 973-974. This has unfortunately been inaccessible to me. I have used instead the edition by Servatius Gaueus in his Sifluio Col XPKEL, Amstelid. 16SI9, and by Migne in his Patrol. Expo. Torn. 122 1115-1154, including also Selos's comment. In addition to the books already cited, I should mention the valuable compendium of the tenets of the oracles contained in the 17th letter of Michael Italicos. For this identification see True, Bizant. Zeitschrift, 4. 1-22, edited by Kramer in Anecdota Oxoniansia, 3. 180-183, Oxford, 1836, and for the entire subject the valuable discussion in Harles's edition of Fabricius's Bibliotheca Grecca, I 307-315, Ham 1790. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 261 of the Breslauer Philologisk Abhandlung Jean, Breslau, 1894. That his readings are given in the notes does not signify a rejection of them. They would generally appear in the text if I did not desire to preserve Patricius's text except where the latter is absolutely unintelligible. The motive for preserving this has been purely historical. The Breslau professor has practically collected the Logia anew, and he has learnedly discussed their sources and philosophical import. To him, moreover, the references to the Neoplatonic authors cited in my footnotes are mainly due. Mine has been the humbler task to reprint an obsolescent collection, with only those emendations which are absolutely necessary. I have made a translation of the Oracles or Logia, which I hope later to publish with a version of the other Greek and Latin citations found in this appendix. The Oracles have never had many friends, and as a comment on them I may note that good old Thomas Hyde prayed that these pseudo-oracula pessime conf loda carmine Greco might perish like others of their stamp, cf. History Religion Vit. Fers, Prefer p6. His prayer has been in great part fulfilled. In estimating, moreover, the general value of the Logia, we may say, in the words of Shakespeare, that the good points in them, like Gratiano's reasons, are as 2 grains of wheat hid in 2 bushels of chaff. Monas, Atas, Chi Tepias X. Otaf Irat Bakuf J Lovdi Ikta/G. Ravacuity, Uovas Kuate Bo Yiv Estlboke. A/2. Sva S Yaptrapa. TWSEKDDRJ Tai, Koi Voipei Ferperitu/Yoa/Kai Tukfik Bap2. Travra, KAL Road Mivoikutov OVRA OIV. 5A/X Irati Yap FK6 Rfwozf Grd TPS S/UOMs 3.P, EI*A.P, R Tractoi ST/8 J Cruz R8 ETA TS degree Tlboke. EIS Rpta. Yap Varus EITTEWA Tipus Rifukto Aeravra, OV to Bizov Kari Viva E, KALRJSRI Rav TLTTTGI2. EISTPA Yap et ir Vos IRA Tipus AICOF 10V, 3 TRDV TAKV/SEP STV. A/UKAL it Paver /Fra 4 Ever JRJ Teed Bear KAL Crow UI, KALIJTRO15 JPO, Vidrakita. TRJTWVSE Hoderbia SOS 8 pound P.S Tripo TS Oftages, Axi OV Triput J, OV2. Ixerpitrai. 1 PROC in Euclid, IDEF. 2, P98, ed. Prideline, in Alsib. 356-20. 2 PROC in Euclid, IDEF. 2, P98, ed. Friedlein, Dam. 229. 16, Ubh Legitor et Apud Patrio. 8 Om Yap, Kroll. PROC in Krat. 56-6, in Kemp. 376-34, Dam. 2 177. 20, etc. Dam. 4 I87. 3, 2. 87-14. 6 Dam. 258. 20, PROC in Farm. 1091-6, Dam. I253. 25, 2. 60-28, 62. 28 PROC in Tima. 313 PVOPS LTRE, Kroll. Dam. 245. 10 Repro T% Kroll. J Hietpol dit TWCSSEE IRPOs 5 Cia Irperns OIIAIS /Oli TRPDRRTS, OA /O4 TK Dam. Viotir /UET JEI TI, 2. 6321 Kroll. 262 Appendix V15 Psiz Yapraper X Toir SEXDOKSOVZ Vov Arav Talepos Irputos 8 PD /IOS, 48 APA, 5 pound, R, XO Eptos, RPITOS Eptkos, OSEJ triple TV X66 VAOAT Col Array Phi Lov, Col WQYSTV Atrakris J. PITPAOTJ VODOA2, Bud of Ta. 20 FCI/APSRJV6POTKL Yevker KI Roxtoikixo VXRJs. Epoch. 4 and 4 Kripo /Evos TRPRJD TRJPDP Vapoyo Irpus of Po, Jake the Jalio 5 OP Act Kiev Koizegypt.a, and Travra Yap TV Bev AP /it, UEIS to Cot ORCTVD /Activaz RJTDI, Hath Chi Nords 4 pound /Eve Tov O Trot RJ Peak Bureau FOV 8 *Ev IJ25 8 tons, MP.EI Voipake Setvas Istaj /TRVPN *X Oyap D7 RO Trar Pikijis Apps SDRTs T Poxif .IRD Ta Yap IT pound X pound, T pound IRRP, CAIV, 3 Napaziox Vrapu OVWP and Tov KXRJC Itai Travievos DVSPGV. 30 Epoch. Trotipoi pound VSC dos Iroser Yap Pavo, Ik Irarpoidskijis Spaj /Ipavoy Vidoi, DVSOSE Piaviokras Yap Trar Pikos V das Autoyfseos, IRSOTI Ivakmapev SCCRPBV Irpipidrj Putos Jo Pata TRDV Tapi.HNJ. Spavo VIS Direpaptov IPUver 35 /JTETT Ekne Ta IRAT Poivoapis via JPiva. I pound IACI Epco TT /IEIJ Kokrapov CR Toy, UA Pivav Ta VMVI, 2 TA Vori /IRAD Pekoff IV Sisove, Trike ITT Yis T pound KAL Psats. Ikt Yaptrapas Tad Trar Pikoff PV of Kol TN /JYRJTUV Voipuv. 40 Juaj Irpo XFLCV, DAA Teepve 4TS Trar Piki /Juflo /1 Dam. 217. 5 /Ipois Pro $I$OIS, Krug. 2 Dam. 217. 5 4 Roy, Preponit Kroll. Dam, I242. 18, 274. 7, 2. 67 1, etc. Inyui TUVTT Ti of FXRPA av Kavira TCT Irabra, Krug. Asterisk I/4 Spoi Pro Ijuyo Spoyo, Kroll. Pru. In Tims. 118c, v1, Theology Plat. 172-6, v2, 3a, 171. 9, v3b, 4. Aero BPCIRK Phi Pro IPC of EPRKKIOL Cum Coneo Tura Asij. Degree Cell. 58 to 59 I tot VEAURC 5, JRO, FEI, Comment. Cell. 90 Tral, Krug. Alii Phobia Pro JRSI Ifios, Cell. 53 to 54 KKN Elser, Kroll. Cell. 53 to 54 1 degree PROC in Tims. 242D, Happy Face, NVH Pro Jew FI Krug. Irsoi, Vop HS, Patrio. Happy Face, IVIPARI/NE Vakiao Vitix Fafio RA, Krug. PROC in Timmy. 165 EFI PROC in Tim registered trademark. 167 See classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name. 263 Kai KVT 3 Zvto, Kara, RQV6IO9 pips.2.oba. New York QVOV YAP EISV /TV NVP IRKAVATU IRPSTOF KYV SV.4 Caraxia Ipiats, XV6A. Afagio XA YAP IRAR PICOS VU ITARIPEV Kara KOC TIVKA 45 OS2. Vorjatu. Vosi KALAJ PA J TAKOS J Vodidal. AAJ 6 /OJVRJ, Phi APTFJ.0% KAL of CPOTAS VM FEEK KT pound, IL to vor /2, OXA6 RCNV8 EIRDI coitus /COIV, 3 5.4 carry TL to vor JTA, I/X. Cardiacography K Nors, Nutta. Kino epa /ifktio uev by vov tov vor /tov. 60 Slopoke. Ov yap avabuzkti vorf tov ov, I pleviterdpsti2. Phi.fttt vokpa. Kot vor jta, akra vub bravoyerite pofr8 ets vub ti to vor jtov. Fidvov to vor jtov, irdivo eo, irdpsig jtwkal tov vov, osk phi.kblov kuf j love ia. 65 Vov Yap Vovs Ekm Vo Kufi.ov Tsai ITR IRBOF 01 Tov V1 TPK0, TFI.0 V Tradplkov L3 V6 OVL, TT Pound Vooks. 1/Va JJT IRDU RJSTFITRIOIT. F. Toddy 0 pounds OTJTTV05 JT0V, OXPI. OEVO IF VOV AVUTI. VYAP E Tracy /C14S, I, SAV VOV, Caxavo Voiton JSJ60, OSTIVOSV, OVKAVOVO, OETS Low TI YAP OXKS JOT TI Ouzes ATIVOP TSJ VOIPITS OT TOVO AT OFSIGNV, OV8R, P, 708 POTR, TI VOTV TVOT JTOF C Cavo. D/X Avov Taveo Tavar J Coit 68 Ird Ta P pound T Pavo T, JRXV Tuvio, T6VC/Tvo PEO, 8 Top Tov Amaral V Yap Ari /CXTVJJSOOV Vov, KCIKTvo Voyo CTSO Katepsius, A1 Pru in Tims 157, Theology Plat. 333-29, Dam. 2-136. 10 Fors Pro IJ, Kroll. 2 Pru. In Krat. 23-23. Sick Krug. Stanel. London, **XA Wheel Ray, Section. Patrick. Pro Kahudiftre, Lips, Kawuti LCEI. 8 PROC in Tims. 68F, 1G4C, in Krat. 56.5, Dam. 2-177. 20, etc. Carix VT Iriiv, Krug. S Pro SE, Patrick. Asterisk PROC in Tims. 267 D PROC in Theology Plat. 179-7. IAJJTCTKOJ Voipi, Kroll. CF Pru. In Tims. 6D Cell. 50 Fit SE. I'm Viov, Comment. A Pru. in Tims. 157, Theology Plat. 333-29, Dam. 2-136. 10 Dam. 216. 6, Proc in Krat. 62-9. Stan. Ori Isel. 51 Se8, Omis. Comment. Yip Pro St5, Kroll. S/9X Pro 761, Patrick. ABV Pro is TV, Kroll, IRI /LPRE ETVOOP, Stan. 12 OJJJ Pro Lay, Kroll. 264 Appendix VDXX Evo Viri RT Poi, OVO/I/ETA J, Popta, RSIJ/Virgi Road Vai Keb Vuv 70 EIS Devor Jatov, OIPA/JA or J's Devat Jatov, pound 7 R pound IIOD Vui, Verd TI. Tov 8 EVO pound IIRAs Vovs Otov, OV Yap Avabuz Edrit Va JJ C, Kai to Vio Krov OV Vov, Ops Vira.P, EI. 2. S8 ETT Poi Voipab Vo.Po 1 IRQ Oripnva Wavta 76 Ikaic SOV/Ta Trotipus Iret Ojavs /SOVXRJ. Kol to Voelv, at T pound Phi Ibof Duke Vio Idpo JA /I.Yi. TT Tias T pound Cot DP. STVETV, DTIT pound PHUV Duke Viatrvat Giel ZE Ost SI OVO A0E/X.Vov Akoipar /trademark, TT Pot AZE Kokraju Oi Ivopiskov, K Penriver JVSIHRP by Ivim JVD Iro Sihovov RJ, Uyovos Triji, Rapi pound I, pound Thai /PVY, PIV. Ka X6 Deloitte S, OS Avtopizvch Jave Tov Kod Fluv OS pound K Vuv T Kups TRPM TOS pound 0OA/I pound Vos T2P IR5P, RVV Sidr /Gave Opa Kepta ARJ or JASKP Adr Japa, OV Depose of Po Etto ICOV 85 VO Epidsta T Patl 2 /Zats, Ipitos 8 Ep pound 7 RA, Jo pound Trapta Top A/Atuta Jada /I12 TV Troa Pat. T for Javko A4 IO Ike by I, Japov Tai, PRYVVP of A Kot TGOV I Repel, Ryup Jeekn, Avovs Fiat, TOVOETI/STOU FIET asterisk 90QIJ.4 Yaps via /12, TVV Ekitvits, Vols 8 ODT Ikivo Vitans, LAEAI, Upsi Irad KJ Sib AISE IR /Il Salvovn FE Avoy Koker /IATS. Ivop Takovo AI, KAL4ALS Akpotrjates Lot TPETS A6, RTPO, POV Pro MDT Poipov, Kro2J Pro EIS, Kroll. Dam. 8JIIOI Fa, Kroll. I154. 16D asterisk PROC in Tims. 267, Dam. 216. 20, 57. 26 Pru. In Tims. 242 DXIRH Po TV Tarpik Vov, NALV6OV, Ivia Isave Iria Izidia each TT Col Opsize Ka X above 8 TEK.T /. Sikriot Kroll. A6I0 FJ La Asjival Ka X A Koi.2.I /TF, Kroll. Ivy Speedkinv, Patrick. Pru. In Krat. 2320. Leg. IJ Pro SJ asterisk Cfuf Eputos Oi J Tok F, S4KK.T.A, Kroll IRPTRJP Avi, Fi.IF, Kroll. Low Pru. In Parm. 769-7. UPROC in Tims. 219 BRH Endpra, Patrick. 12 Simplio. In Arist. Physical 143, p. 613, ed. Deals. Happy Face, Pru. In Tims. 267 F cell. 1145 B is E/Pro Eekvoa, Kroll. Pru. In Theology Platon. 365 1, in Alcib. Prim. 392 7. Is V5J, AY5E, Kroll. 1 KALOM Kroll. Dam. 288. 3. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 265 Viro Kare Avraea.p /IOIAVKWVAP, al, at Trotipus Epievio Krakrov Orjata, 95 Ala Orjatolspi, KAL, Rai FIA, 7i.v Airkaxage /AV Cyatop /Zioic JD.VTCO Trarpcol RRJVXY. Koi 2 /AAV 7 PIP.RIXETA TSVAVUVE PIA 5 AI. Ka J, TA, J average AEISTRJVIPTG average A Coker /W Troavi Epifiltivo V Trotipus Poip /JTRT, Voyitras Actuas CJ Sox J100 IRAP.IGOP J Yobs TCs IRJ S8 Dirojuas D7 RO7 RTA, 7AT30 Apov. Trotipio of Yap TRJV /Suzage T pound T ecos TE asterisk 8I, 01 / Ravi /Dit Ti T3 Trarpi, AWRJV Car Ox Jave, COV, Diroichel POP4 DV Ox at SV asterisk DAALPI.pi, 7BQ, Ta.v, Vope 5 Irpleak Pijodicrai, 105 Esdxes Voip /Cocker /Ua Yap Av of TRO15 /Jalop Jasa Trababor Jako Voipov Tiv Tove, Foi Tove, OV Karakov Love Ikvos Eiretias /Zevos P.OPRJ, Kataku P.Os IFDV6 RIJ Trav Tommy's Iskats Kafa Pitra /J Levos, CSI /Ju.Tatrarik, IS Jui Obvrat Ju /Z. Eptoju IAI Ahsat, 110 Warkato, PQYVVP.EVA.1 Coker /Geo Firebl. Krod Fuchsknv, at TTCPTKO Zyrobs OP.EPSAKIOVs, TPTVET, TIVIO Ikvalu, Fupiov Tal Tipatov Kray Ireblade DP. TAXXV8 TS Axage, Evo Tivio Epil Tri GS Trarp KSOITRO Troxi I Spot ETO /Zve Irapo AVVOI 115A.Koik.Rajatov Spavov. O.KPRIAPEO of T8 pound est Tr Ratipus I8 Kratos Avtasax STRRYYQ. Vupafai T by Yes Irarpo or Voyov Ykoi Avre, Jasov Kais Divlik Totard Kivo Bevator Viotre. 1 Dam. 288. 7 Idakek /Itod, Krug. Ali IAIIWX, cf Simplic in Arist. Physical 145, p 623, ed. Dlales. Toy Voita, Kroll. Dam. 200. 23 Crew /IPKey /NL/AV, asterisk Dias J Kroll Janas and TRO Wafi, Con, IE Oichnek Apud Kroll. PROC in Parm. 811. Asterisk OM has lineas duas Kroll. 505 Ikar and Ko Tyov Pro 06 Carb. Kievov, Kroll. Fipta Pro Kof and, Kroll. Kagzapi Pivos Pro Kagzaper /Eames, Kroll. 5. Tpitovapro Rapawosfi, Kroll section. Thelo. Irpl 4/401 Irapax Pshi and /VSIS, Kroll. Iroa.I5 SBT Parijitukoi, Thelo. Crew section, Happy Face, OKP Sipsfi 6 Vovs, Kroll. 12 Pjul. 55-56, in comment. Oil Futaisivu I/EV KATP 66 EV. Kajato Itwa, Kroll. 0 OV /WV80 Peepsir Cub J comment, Perhez Ioias, CF Kroll, P41, Aleavio Frag. 10 ed. Miller, Lips. 1892 Inter omnia filtra laud adas, conator pater animam humanum reducere. Handa liter apud theocridum idol. 2 Ino antit pharmacertria JYJEIRYOE 4 IIHV Trot I Sophia RHV Lee /Spoi. 266 Appendix Arikoth, Snakis, Kai Tia Tapsai E Aftof Yap Irav Ray Ik Basakoften. 128.p.u /iktoi t pound kapawol kal irp jatik basaksal ko stoitrv, j, pound yi, kok sirat poi /ocs akadr, s, koi vttc to koi ttvpbsa.v9 os8 ek paraof 7 rv pound ufia irdksajave, irpim circ siva. F, pa poi vt tyjpcnv kots akporoideo akv. 125 Kapakras ok st staff /j.tosv, tuzv kriv to trios, yet kokt yahas voipois d.vo, as aka /x radio de pyris, ort ck sodas ekarite tripoi on hippopov, odt kai to teef myovov trekr jpal ts akaxtes kozirov, kot elm putois krivup evo 4 ok vik soipov tupos 130 fiai 8 vapivoto axicol ct podpol tuv epivikrite tos irarpo, agiop.ool yap kal evtov, siki vosi, r pound tio /a pound vostov tuv triple j sax.oi tuv iswazovoiju.ei tap, ai. Revusfatre toys odvop pound u, and 135 toys 8 ettvpbs voipov voipos tripper jkerter jpul via wavta in oesov skvovra axa kalv zotits atra sui jet oavat escrib pound, r, reavatrav tewov ok vc kotos gazovtos, iakij tbxi, ovo I /jiv, yivff warksikrafta 140 iraftadixos avv6 if japa jso aad tifa pebble plrfs in lot tof ip.trvpms nropt srjv6, pound toys, axa t-til 3 apr jv6 vo8 eta etapa kal alcrodri tasrip.if piovati, kal, 7u, p atos kal kata t tape eva tdsv xrjv1 tus 86 4 kepif arkof, Riv a / isi kukroi tsktx, krug. 2 avi. Pro doc s, krug. Hekaton, quia prolohim. 61 secit /viage tep appellatur, una cum rea oplatonios confusam se demonstrat krug, pages 27 to 31, cfp 69. 8 proc in crat. 63 4. 85. 22, Dam. 289. 31, 133. 3 * Dam. 2 125. 22 Cell. 57, Traz, Yap, Pro Siiras, Kroll. S, Omis. Comment. PROC. In Tims. 128 B7 PROC in Theolplat. 205 PROC in Tims. 103 EP Dam. Deprenoip. 234 I degree Dam. 287. 21 2 Dam. 287. 21 Dam. 12 I 155. 11, RFFDY Epov, IKH, Kroll. Dam. 13 I 254. 1, 2. 62 29, 95. 23 Rp Kaxify. Pro Tp Kixvi Krug. TDS Rapid SOS Pro Vave Roya SOS, Kroll. Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 267 145 Adi PV, RTTVP SVVD.FG.EI Trarp by Ovkra, Jamuvov, Aodvitoy T pound / TV Kai, OS Sek Trotzikarav KALL, R, EI. Kokraflov Wohsa. IR Stipus / Jalata Kostuv. Vopyap FXJM, IJM Irzit, 28 ETE, FFKVETI, Chui Uxto. 2 EVI V86 /ERSV, Sage Yoitov E Pyrikavkra. 150 Jura 8 Irarpi KOS by Avamai I /UXY, Uripfi Q, TF/V Ovda 2, Irav Ta. Carrero Yapvo Viv IBLV, 7J, FPVXFJV8N, 2E/XATIDPYS RJVAV Carabor Jake Trar RJPAV SPDV Review of DCAPS RJV IPAPV Bajido, IRP, AWIPA, Kopiovis J155 Kruup TV Tatat Yap2, Jiba Eco Epia TS Voipu, Fiatov Iratpos. PV Yap 17 Ko Aoktrakrto P.E of O Pavov KALKO Tivkov, Ta/XETO Tov Irarpoi, Kapara 8 EKALA Vitraji Iadraj Pictiavu, .vu Talk Sja IEASJVNI Erzoroyap Di 160 APEI 8 AVVTNSA. Cap DTRJ Kokr/Kafrika Tipiov, O Pavos O Potter J Bopova Karagrapov KAL Ta 6 Eastos Triple Kevrapov, Oxy as IXDRJ. /JF, V, TE, zeros IP.J Sigjurj, Eli Jbap Ivov OO/XATCRSI. Cosmos O Iroi/TSOSA Vitopiv Recrave Kro Irov Kokrovkov. 165 Kot Yap TDS Irpasoikoi TQV Airboy Ta SC/Ta Avtopisiv, Eva TSIJX, to Kok/J Lykovic Dixik Vorj, Kok Juas 4, CHI/OS, Chi F Jurj, GAVHOI/A pound V, 08JYS. Tovo /OVK6TPOVCKTT Pascot Yosatos Cot YS Cot Wave Torpot Jov Axopij, 1 cell. 22 to 24 If TF/VCIVVP Ozat, Payev High/Sveim Irats, Comment 2x Pro EFO XFI Comment. PROC in Timmy. 87 Bvov/IHYKP, Krug. Asterisk PROC in Ramp. 399-33. SPROC in Tims. 124 DEPPF, Kroll. SFAS Pro TI/IEV, Krug. PROC in Tims. 124 D Simplic. 143, P613, ed. Dials. 8 PROC in Tims. 106a, C. Ali Lagunt K. Puri. DMPROC in Tims. 4, in Parm. 821-5, in Ramp. 2217. PROC in Tima. 4D, CF 323B Dam. 2157. 15 Yip Pro 5 as, Kroll. IPROC Theology Plat. 817-29, de PROV 155. 26, 164. 7, in Timmy. 322D, Happy Face, Leg. IIS Pro HS Tectral Vero, Stan. Asterisk Raise Pro Ta 5E, Kroll. OMAP, Patrick. I2S Saras, Kroll. IPRU. In Tims. 154E 268 Appendix R 170 Tiaprajata KAL2. PRJ2. JVVO Kiksa.Tatov Kofi OVAXX.RJV Car AWRJVU7JV, XTR Ofjv Ofjvkov 6, Pound TSV Avoyov SHJ Koi TOS Irl to Car Aptic Baywovsio. Tov Kev Tpov TSYSKAL7 Re/X7 RT0I/Janakroy, 7 RPO, OV, EV6A Ka T Pound I, TI/XPI6, its V, 175, Arj J Opiovirp. Kivrp Emidrelarip, Oiv Kroptove, TOSK Koatios. TTT/Yaeov Akov, OS Tor IIJ Tblov Kokrp OV8. KTVT Pov Do Utulftai. JDPSAVTVOs Kray I Lad LV asterisk, Tpfio XA Yap Trarp KOS Vuziknrdip Kara, KO, RPOV 180p, Tov Tiovirarapio Vikaroy, Kivrpov, J opti ravov yap pl peak pa irtz to st rex asterisk xi slash titas. Et panos etsi yap iui kuxrk trerage po tpu slash xa ta kodrp w, tovo pavov kvptst, rajapa ti, entpixf.ioa, tt28 eiro xvvop ikafatekripf atr zavio v185 30 fsi tritavapiv yv, t kriterjakef intasa yrjv84 pieto tl6ci, vsmp84 yatas kostoas, pa 8 avwf toftv. TTTJE8 Kaito XVVOP IKFD, TTPIV Durkovsi, Jew, /ta, and Tritova, Iroverjapa 190 TTTJUSCTRXDVRJVOVKK Trite JCFFT Day, FTRR/IE8 ECOTWO 13 OP IKF Axtri POF ARR Zavwive to Trip IT /DOS to IRBP EVA Katras. TTETWXDVRJV OVKI OVQFIPDI EIAVTAVI, Vwiatkov, L3SOP.OV Eastview 195 Jew.E7 /A/3 OXO as IRBP, to Otaktov AVRSV Evdictos Ava Cape Pakra Elevits. Ttetya /DEARGs IFTC /SIAV /Katzagitor Pav Creeksij J /VOP, IJ Saint. Tvae /xa ofsijvtes, ijtpas diet, isyakov t-pound kvkxwv, kal pair jvave kava, I.ct plev 1 pru in tims 172c, ayer popov, patrio 2 proc in tims 236d tavrov, stan s pru in tims asterisk proc in Euclid, idep 15 to 16, p 155, ed. Friedline. Patrio Tivtuxiv. Dam. 2. 16418. /UE Voy /XDTJJR, JREOP Ofe, Krug. Simplio. In Arist. Physical 144, p 616, ed. Deals. TTD Vive, Krug. 8 __ Utab of, Krug. Pru. In Tims. 97a Pru. In Tims. 280e, Ubitumen XPF PO, Pep Arbilegitor Lo PROC in Tims 280b Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 269 200 KOXI Tudvri Epive Opergi Yakos, Isaiah KALFXQVC 6, ET, OV. Rirhipkkoxirxa.tvi Arab, p.rejavel 6, rtspo/ios, koi det iroaus estoyo n, a pound ye avtos aja.ysiovikra aop svi koi iftc, riki vrjs t pound chi oca at pi, revi /ovti 205 irp tt poi ioxtkij.akaje, iraporap.tasjai tat yap eso2 ttd.wrt provtix, evdikapoi/os. Estos trap spas awikrako trovtokafivo vedapus t pound poixoi kal/jajvries atra irasapja 210 kpoi repo jes of t pound fiav ka xxai tripav trex vrjv, sponus t fiov likosi uov, alaviov, atrapav tov. Viov kal irpekra vtrjv, ixihasis. Kai tungiatoi oaaov, os rov ifi irpiov kokra/kavaya, itxh, s12ma, anepbos 215, pyj 7 pounds, tf sav irpvs tuau/cat irpo irarpoi avias iv6 iv itrij j, $r krot v, rjto fkt, tij.fvov. Top Tatreroip Ivor J. Cray, J. Spatos Solii/J/V, Oto, TV/JLOXA Yap Troti P. Icos Vus 4 N Rape Rice I/UAs Pound Po, TT POE Idvatre Ecras TV /J/V, IV 220 Cariato Yapvo 4 IXOT, Happy Face, UFIATI Pound Vijafaz Ecat Jake Treroip AV Spy Ovary 6 ESVR Pound D, 7U. /u.ada//pound vic tcteia trav ta, Shiofsata 8 pound 1 slash AV toys V slash XSV pound I pound K pound 1 EI slash SESF tat, happy face, Jew 8 V slash A pound V, 0 slash Kara OP Eve DT 0 JP dot DT 0 Usrafi ICRIIJATMV slash IFBUS IIE backslash TOV TI, and Fivos, Kroll S Pro Re, Kroll 2 or Ito AOS Pro AE. TR6 backslash OS, Kroll. In Tim Star. 257 EPROC in Timmy. 311 AAVIF, backslash A slash I0 Dvovirov, slash Ipos, Kroll. PROC in Tims. 141 PPROC in Ramp. 387-43. Ev post Zavi, Inserit Kroll et legit TTC slash Jaki TI. 6 PROC in Tims. 279 FIE backslash IOIO, Kroll. PROC AP simple. 614 2. 8 PGEU. 13.14 PROC in Tims. 336 ASEOT, Kroll. 1 degree cell. 49 comment, Omis. 7 ET tours, ET legit eotripe. SH Pro 54, Kroll. Antioxfiv, Conorus TSIV Current Toff, Kroll. 270 Appendix V 225 SIARRJVAAI slash JLADICRJV 17 V Avikpi IROR JHKI Utun 486 tons SKTIVTM Trup Troyus FX.KOV TI AK slash UIOVS TK Trarpo of Kadix. DWI slash X cart TWV if I tro CWV 8 P Erktal Kaptertov, YPV Orpo Oviaflos. 810 Koi Voi Krakreta E Piatoc Irar Pos 230 Poi Perg Elp.app 4T, to IARC Bob JIVOVA LVDVAT SCS. Cavyap TIJVSE backslash J slash V, RJVTSGS Dyro Karakratakre, OXX axis slash V4CI. Antra.trjp lvapi 6pifavaqp.dxab archive yapakap terre cfoira, 7eo, v backslash jiv, a, I, v, Stotliotov eroi pavo of poiovti 235 kelva ox li recol ov, ara v ixera ixocre okrakrat aara x rivtos, dva, creov. RJ8 E Col AVTOV pound KIOs ITIAVO TOJ Sitov K pair GVTTDM Y slash C7, ST Giladu, VYRJ8 DOSAP Potni, 0 slash A slash X dot ATA 8 APSTJV IRD Takakiraratop DV, 07 240 slash 2T pound Kara, VCVCRGSETS Tov slash XE Zabauka Kot Jakov, S. J3V06A Evankertos V Tri TTPI TAC Recot at 8, YSAP IIKVEFRI, Virotov, AISUI backslash O, A.pi, Dvoitos, KPRJP.VWSR, Krikakstos, Tajapov, SDOO, AEVexicra WVAELVVP, JEV of DAV pound SAT slash asterisk S, Dbiov. A.irvevjx.ov 245 Kio slash exaltrot fiavercoder slash ios cot 2, okos ya pewpav eloivtrot kara kripov tatij krivtrapase krov, SIFO02I slash XSDX etoy slash, OCVTT6RDCT, happy face, tuipati I6RJTF, Ti. Earl RD4DJSF Chi asterisk 250 AV is Dvakti Kretz, Tepukoiko Epiofivulcus slash Kato, V pound. U, RJ, 5, KPRJP.VO, Kara Yajis V Nokatai, Wo E Teropov, JVPWV slash Kata J8A slash XT8OSIVIPROC in Kemp. 359-23B slash CATD slash TOS, Crew. 8 Pru. In Tims. 321A asterisk Irafe, Kroll. 6 backslash Ziatai, V Fiat, Kroll. Degree Science. De Insam. 151 C cell. 37 to 38 Oeviasi, Kroll. O/I/Jara SETRDV top piece riv comment. \FIRI pro/NTC, crew. Sikdam, science, D/IOPFOS INRIV T Pytoi Eichel if ISSITTTJP, Kroll. 2 Dam. 2 317, Seinsta in Psalm 138c. 12 PROC in Tims. 339b Furofa S, 01 Towoi, Crew. Is cell. 25 1 asterisk pro IFLXI Kroll. IAT slash, SIPNS, comment. Cipher JOM comment, ET Kroll, Ki legit 9 RIT era. IET Koni. Veen NI, KALI Rus. W Lays Pro Os Phis, comment. Cell. 1261, 5E Pro MIE, comment, NI, S, Kroll. Is comma, happy face, JNE/Chris, comment, ET Kroll. Cell. 4 to 6 classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name 271 Sivistviks TJS Povoi IOTLV, 255b, YJY/Zipo TRMV at by $.LTTCSSDS Fabric, OVHIV over JTOVL, OU, RA, OXRJ6E66 FVXE Operat, DP/Jyov Top AV, EI Yap IIJYTREXE Asifu. Parshiov. Ektivas NPOV Vov T Pyov Ir Ekre Kriji, Pivtov KAL, RST/J Lokraustrets. 260 EOTIKALC Ino, Fitf EIS Tatov D/ITAOV Tatard Devidrika, RT, 0 if/V, Wire P by Ijvdura J/OVO Tpio Xtroi Ivoya Tripatlker JV, EI Tojiv. TSTTP Yap Jace Judo 6/Zyre AAAS OEO of FAOs L. Sigyovov TT Yap/Spori SK Panravwa P.Akopis TE Zidov 265 at TT Oivat/Zepnratov A Night Sipe KAL2. Katji Vistji/Satrite/Ira, per, TTA Kot Ioxt IXMST Pyro, Air Tripiho OS Diexik Pen Tapo AXXOVKI, RSI, Edel Kivir/Estuoi Subtrarpicos Vovi, 270 PSPIAVIXOEXQDRJI Chi PRJ/J.XAXICRJYIJVQFJRJV4BCP.EVR Trarpikov Avoy/XATO, Di/OC Tots 8 E Sisactoi/Doi, Esibukivil/Oiker/Xazafia OAI. Royas SEVTI/Tugras ESIVC Coppercrite Voke S/*Tvidi Waju 016/JS, Juich J3 6 VVYS to Eteltresof. Chwi SC to T5 Varus, RKV/IAK of KPR/Pvis Karazi/East 275, 2 EDGS, Evaju Ioskra IPI, TTYC AJODTAZ/J Law XTIR6 VT, IVIPV, A.L Kiopiatare TJ/V, II Oikertoip K, Oftervui, Evxptoi CLCNV. Zatrajadra 4 Zatrav XATR/SD/JSRRCXETJY1 cell. 8, Tvov Kuris, comment to comment, Omis RIETTTSS out I/Crew. EIE, centimeter comment. Asterisk cell. 19 to 21 6 cell. 30 to 31 Vipvov, Stan L. Eophafias, Kroll, 6 cell. 27 cell. 45 8 PROC in Timmy. 65B, UTI Legiter TV Tropioic J Rayevoyev JP Kashiat VX4 TD4. PROC in Tims. 65D Omis. Yip, Crew. 10 PSEU. 36 2 Olymp. In PHSED. 3121, 34. 3 ICEL. 10 to 12 Omis. Comment, RHEEZV. Is science. De in Psalm 135 A5 I5 AI pound Ti Ike Sace, Dobbs, Krug. KAL post SF, Insert. Kroll. 1 asterisk cell. 26 Taber Liars Wahi, Krug. 15 cell. 28 Oi5 Kata, I/is, Kroll 16 cell 29, of. Plotinus Enneads, I9. In comment, I9 degree Ti. 1 cell. 1141 B Khatid Barot, Cognac. Kroll. I cell. 16 Krug. Optervos, comment, ET1 /I4 /I6 Irav Koides, PSEU. 272 Appendix VT Vov OXRJ ist 5 ov Ka, to Trapevov ov Irpoitltra. 280 Otox Jane J J Bark JIAVO Punra T pound, Ya T/IA/U2, I Rexulptifterpa Yahir Jzvo, RRJVL Piva, Fsawov, OV Yap Axr Jbair GF Tov IVLX degree VL. IJ.ich/JTPIJJ Irpa Eziv Kavovaz, Chwaspaltru, A.IHI, OGOFX RJF Dioip EI/XOAIIO, 285 for J Valubri SPO/IRJ/Giakoyakaripiov Trapotropov/Jux. IXT via GPDIOV Tauov, Durapej, AP7 Yen Old Degray, TT-Piov Trapotropodja. Rydev XP degree I/O, E.V0 RIJA Wipio I Opbo Div Tapcro, TR Ovto DXR6 RJS. Oil 6V, N, AVO Urzaksatovritu/XACRASAOP/JLARA Travers/290 AV if ye tropi KRJSA.tra.tijs. JP Fuida CF Vedi Pound Rajras/TCWWV Eva Il Ritep Traposet Krov Dvashyev, V9 Apri, to JIATCKALE Wo/Ida, Tiv Tal T6V Yap Ishio or Japtai, Davos O Jakoften Baby Toyas SI, Dollar, I, V Karos Pire ESRCKV AFI, Pies A Imanes. Tiatai 295 Ukri Twodi et Vai Tosat/Zavas Di/us, KAL2. Kak JJs UXT/Esp Sakrajuita Y Picto. Koi Akrist Gol Tasi RA4D/Jatats TR Kot Stavus Strexto. Trisjot Kiptij Sov ITT Rhipo % OIS/X Aridritvov, Kai TTVP at Tintov Oov, JC Averjave Irpo Oov Trav. 307 JJSIS I Arkafpertopt Phi GAITV, Pod Iov, IXIOV asterisk Sakai Trtov ISETI/Koros IRXEO Arpatopta, *//7, Koi IRASA Erdelsverts ITROIP/JTVO Vitrov *** IB Phi Erbpov RJ, PV, To TRETRV Kop T Fuvov RJWAMYVFX.Vov 1 Fivov ET Vap Bibiov, comment. Cell. 17 to 18 to cell. 39 to Kfib Pazik, comment. FV Pro I/L, Krug. Fit Jace Pro Ju TE, PSEU. ET Krug, Fierpov, Krug. Asterisk IRARFs post PPE Tie, cell. ET Krug. 7 OD, Krug. PSEU. 1128b, CPROC Intimus. 277 DTPOTR6 PEV/J.A, Cro ET cell. PROC Intims. 277d, ETPSEU. 1128b, CVPOTR6 PEVTA, Cro ETPSEU. Itophiot, Patrick. SSO/IAI, Stanleus. Cell. 1128 BC 10 cell. 7 comment, Omis. 7. Cell. 15 ACL Roa Cressy. 5 Roya SC, Krug. Caught up tie, comment. Card B Crad, Patrick. 12 cell. 34-35 in comment, in Saratric DEIV post TREWay. 13 PROC in ramp. 386. K-Phi Yupa, Stan. Lips. U60, TT, ICRU W Melius Krug, Flos Pro T or JIIRA / I of Phi.V6V, Krug. Classical passages mentioning Zoioists' name 273 RJ Kol Toivov Ta Kal Larsara Irl Viotats 305 Iraux RJVXES / Cot, Aprid TRDVTA, Avov Ta AVT Pound Yapoik Vlos KV Potot, Efid Ti Oikos a T Teeps OV / 6.P.Wov, N, to PR / VQ0SS Kikixvniti, Exo Top OV, Wijkef. Seer track retravra kipa.voice * P7JJ3VUTWS Kazakras Avto Iro Vias Juas / 310 OV Yap, PR Kavov, Air Zywaf NPLVA Siparitabrj. ODTASIJV, Azoikyuf Psi AEL Tug TCXCTZV Direov Krib Pound K8 APAKO Zyroibian / S Apukrakove. Bavio I quiz, Ovto AXRJ, and Liasite Ju F Sporu AVSPL8 AKV6 VTKJ Evepi Irtplto V Cart / COVATP6, FAKOV. 315 Ovoparafid Papi Pair Pro T Dov J / SEIOT Yap Ovopara Trap Pound Ka 7T0 TSE Agrisoda SWA / ITV FTE Areasa Perjatopi. 0 VTA Ijvka J8 /EI / 3S Poperji Arab Sevia Poverb, Happy Face, XA / Atto / Evo Vakipper Jace Bokov Karajavoda Kopovi, 320 KXV6 LTTV PBs, FKV TV Tifilka Sepova 8 IP, 6 PEVOV Tribokri Uob Diopir Japer 6 VEXT of PV2 Bivetrovsk * Ekriterdvra in POS Evos E / SIISRA Treroipov, GOOV Ivo POAKI, TWI 8L7 RT, Y pound IJ pound T.I1 EARISIT, CRU 2 Tray / Duzayev Ta Pro Trier TR, XEIN 6V, Comment IRI IV10. XHTSV, Cell. NOS Section. Kroll. 2 KVPRHS Pro KVSPHS, Comment, ET Kroll. Asterisk Cell. 40-44, PA Uri, Melius Kroll. Cell. 1136 C Pru. In Ale. 346. T Scopfies, Kroll. Cell. 32-33 OVT, Comment. OMI.VSP / in comment. Alii, E/CSIPA. K6 / Tray / Yalris BPDX Arkova, O Auto AIJFLS ARJ / IA0 POTFAVSPLXI5 EOI, Lives SEIC Vivers 8 Cell 1133 A9 Cell 1132 CI, 5, Kroll. Cell. 46-48 11 Cell. 1148 B Livoy T Piviri SUV, T Kroll. Subvoci Iv Leo Piv Suspiro Reforcen Corruptionum Part. Pass. Arab. Tjij VV dash, comma, T. JJL, Rizar, Vidir Sublatera. SI Hoc Rect SE Habet, de Sententia Confergia Ponica 15. 18. 6xi, Kos Irpupsiv THV Ilvsptiatov and a 6f4, 7 TEPOV Erb KAL Dipoim Byroy TD, P8 EHSKV Peace Repos 612 Kos Erbs D, R6 Evi, TT Poyiv Tai, Verba ex unguis orientalibus in incantamendis huias modi frequentissime usurperidos et hym in annal. Philol. Supple 19. 1892. P 528, Key Entium Exempla Multa E0 EA is CE pan /W.2E preferred pages 529 to 542. 12 Cell. 5218 Cell, 60. Appendix 6 Allusions to Zoroaster IIS Various other older literatures 1. Armenian allusions. 2 Chinese allusions. 3 Syriac, Arabic, and other Mohammedan OK Persian references. 4 Icelandic allusion. Allusions to Zoroaster in Armenian literature. The references to Zoroaster in Armenian literature, so far as I know, are few, but outlier scholars may be able to add to the list. Those allusions easiest to be found are in Langlois, Collection des historiens anciens et modernes de l'Arménie, 2 volumes, Paris, 1867-1869, see tome I pages 28, 29, 2. Pages 69, 69, 189, 191, n. 230, 377, 381. These references are used here in part. A. The so-called Armenian history of Korin. The chapters of the so-called Armenian history of Moses of Korin which refer to Zoroaster give the same or a similar record as Cephalion and others in associating his name with Semiramis. Zoroaster is a Magian and religious chief of the Medes. Semiramis gives into his charge the government of Assyria and Nineveh, and entrusts to him the greatest power, while she withdraws to her favorite city in Armenia. Zoroaster raises a rebellion against Semiramis, and the issue of the war is told. Several translations of Moses or of this passage are accessible. Whiston, Moses Korenins, London, 1736, 1. Ch. 16, quoted in Muir's Frag Hist. Or 3p 627, and in Gilmore, Persica of Ctesias, London, 1888, p. 30, n. Langlois, Collection des historiens anciens et modernes de l'Arménie, Paris, 1867-1869, tome 2. 59, 69, cf. Ibid I1 e.g. Agathias, cf. Hyde, History Belig. Vet. PERSP 412. 274 Allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures. 275 p. 28, Mar Apis Katina, ch. 10, Lauer, Moses von Chorin, Geschichte Großarmeniens übersetzt, Igensburg 1869, p. 13 sec. The sources are discussed by Carrier, Nouvelles Sources de Maïs de Korin, Vienna, 1893, cf. Also Vetter in Festgrossen both, p. 81 sec. For a rendering of Tly passages, in which Zoroaster is alluded to in Moses of Korin, I am indebted to the kind help of my COL League, Mr. Abraham Yohanan, of Columbia University, whose version is here given for convenience. Moskier 1.6 In speaking of Zervan and basing the narrative on the legendary Baroshian Sibyl, Moses of Korin alludes to 3 princes of the earth, Zervan, Titan, and Japhet, Zervan, Ditan, Habadost. In his opinion these are identical with Shem, Ham, and Japhet, Sem, Cam, Habet. He then goes on to state, upon the authority of the Baroshian Sibyl, these divided the whole world between them. Over the other 2, Zervan gained the Enlasteri, he, of whom Zoroaster, Zarathustra, king of the Bactrians, that is the Medes, states that he is the source and father of the gods. Moskier 117, 16, about Semiramis the reason why she slew her sons, how she fled from Zoroaster, Zarathustra, the Magian into Armenia, and how she was put to death by her son Ninwas. This queen was always accustomed, for her recreation, to pass the summer in the northern region, in the fortified city which she had built in Armenia. She left Assyria and Nineveh in charge of the governor Zoroaster, a Magian and patriarch of the Medes. And having repeatedly done this, she, finally, entrusted the sovereignty entirely to him. Being herself often rebuked by her sons because of her wanton and meretricious character, she put them all to death, only Ninwas, escaped. She chose to bestow upon her paramours all the power and treasures, without any regard to her sons. Her husband Nias was not dead, nor buried by her in the palace of Nineveh, as is reported, but he abandoned the realm and fled to Crete, because he was aware of her vice and shameless behavior. It was then that her grown-up sons reminded her of all this in hopes of restraining her from her devilish and warlike desires and of having the power and treasures entrusted to them. Becoming excessively enraged thereat, she killed them all, and only Nanyas remained as we have described above. But when some misunderstanding occurred on the part of Zoroaster with reference to the queen, and enmity arose between the two, Semiramis made war against him because he was designing to rule by force over all. In the midst of the war Semiramis fled before Zoroaster into Armenia. At this juncture, Nanyas, her son, taking advantage of the opportunity for revenge, killed his mother and reigned over Assyria and Nineveh. B. Eliseus, who is presumably a contemporary of Barton, AD 5th century, in his history of the latter, and of the wars which the Armenians waged against the Persians, alludes incidentally to the 276 Appendix 71 Magians, and the religion of Zoroaster, see Langlois, OPCIT 2. 189, 230. C. The Armenian Esnik, AD 5th century, in his refutation of the sects and of heretical opinions, devotes an entire division, 2, of his work to the false tenets of the Persians who maintain the doctrine of Ormuzd, Ahriman, and Zurvan, and, in this connection, he incidentally mentions Zoroaster, as responsible for the heretical views as to the origin of the sun and moon, cf. Langlois, OPCIT 2. 381. Most of this passage is translated in Wilson, Parsi Belijun, pages 542 to 551, but not the paragraph relating to Zoroaster, cf. also Hogg, Essays on the Parsis, p. 13. D. Thomas Artrani, the learned Armenian analyst, AD 9th-10th century, gives a series of statements regarding Zoroaster and the Persian belief in Ormuzd. Some of his allusions are identical with the common accounts which associate Zoroaster's name with Ninus and Semiramis. One passage is also of importance in connection with the prescriptions of the Vendidad. It gives a legendary explanation of the origin of the injunction which Zoroaster gave for killing noxious animals. The passage is to be found translated in the valuable publication of Brosset, Collection des Mystoriens Armeniens, Th. Arjrouni, etc., Tome I, S. Petersburg, 1874. As this work is not easily accessible and as the passage does not seem to be generally familiar to Zoroastrian students, it is worthwhile to reproduce Brosset's translation, OPCIT, Lever 1, 3, pages 19 to 22, 26, 4, p. 27. 1-3, De I Empire des Assyriens, que Zeradacht et Manathap Furent Chefs des Contrefs Orientales, leurs dogmes absurds. Des Temples s entrées belles et ninos, ilne rest dans les livres anciens, in z que nous I avons dit prc dement, o entrées concede en able et clatanti, et ila, sans doute, par plus ers raisons. D'abord, par suite de la confusion des langues, ilr nate un effigios m scintilligeno, Pus les analystes spoldi ens neretra 9 aient polyphibles des bombes de haut rang. Et encore, sim 6 me les exploits et actes de bravoure de ninos ont raconte s, comme belle et pies encore, il en 21, tel degr 6 d orgueil, chu ilse regardate comme le premier des hros, comme le premier des rois, et ayant fait rassembler en un tas, en grande hte, tons les merits anciens, il les livres auxiliary ilams, afin que par la suite il reste plus de souvenirs d'autres personnes illustrées que l'ancien tout passé d'un pour avoir argent 6 sur tout iasi, and accept et sur la libye. Tout fit aussi parer, pour ionar de son nom, la ville de Nineveh, autrefois construite par Assar, pour être la résidence royale, et chuavate ravigi en 6 brotb. 2 dtrsna ensuite le mage ziradiot, roi des Bactrians et des Feds, et le chassa 1 cf Newman, Geskike fit Zierman. Lit. pages 123 to 125, Leipzig, 1836. Mr. Gray notes a similar act by Xin Chi Huangti. Allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures 277 Jusque auxiliary frontiferes de H. Platalites, devint le maitre puissant de tout le cogiston, de unrefs de I orient et de la pers, jusque par deli balk et de poerhan, de comade, de gozpan, de ch ribamemoan, de code geraston, et pour vrai dire, il sumit durant 52 ans, obio un increstoyable valeur, tout le pays jusque la mer des ins. Lorsqu'il mourut, en les sant que de trfes junes enfants, il remit I autorit s a femme chimirum, qui I exergia elmmi avec plus de vigueur que nos, car el enseignet babylone de murails, dompte la rebellion desireat et le reduisit en servitude. Mais I virus de volupfel we faisant oublier ses fils, el prodigua ses trafeters que ses amants favoris et 6 tablet ziradat commandant de Balailon, du cogiston et de tout la pers orientale. Pour el passa en arme ni, ouiati irate la ruomi de un descendant de Hio. Quante, son arrivé nce pays, auxiliary details de la Bouteille, que la construction de superbes édifices, veritablement admirables, que la revolte de Ziradacht, que la mort de Chimirum, auxiliary arsites de magiciens, que ce sujet, tout cela en raconte 6 par d'autres. Elevate R6 GN 642 answer L autorit 6 passa que son fils Zarmia, qui fut appel Ninevehs, du nom de son frère. Celui ci fut maître de Iasiri et, durant un temps, de I arme ni. Pensuci de agrandissements, dou 6 de un caractère paisible et non belliqueur, il passa tranquillement ses jours. Cependant Ziradacht, postant les contrefs que I orient de la pers, cessa depuis lors d'inquiéter Iasiri. De dinant convierais et choses par trop obscures, les arsites sur belle et sur les autres descendants d'Ignes, il débita sur son propre compte de nouvelles fables, afin de espérer que les Perses et les Mars des Babyloniens, et, parses doctrines et par des noms, de se mettre en communication avec les Assyriens. Tu semit dunque appellerda, I nouveau zérovan et such de dirsem, fils de no6. Celui ci, did il, volant devenir pour de armiste, did, chuenzi soit, j ore pour fils armiste, qui fera le ciel et la terre. Zérovan conjut don du gemio, don't I en futus arus 6 pour se hater de paratra le premier, qui est 2. Lui dit zérovan. Ton fils armiste. Monday fils armiste est lumineux et de bonne odeur, et toi tu es obscur et mauvaise langue. Celui ci ayant beaucoup insists, il lui donna le pouvoir pour mille answer armiste, tant en 6 about de ce terme, dit que son frère, jetaic 6 d6 pendant mille ans, c6 de moi par sentiment. Connaissant son inferiority, Armin en ista et road valda, et devint un dieu oppos 6 k armiste. Quand armiste cr6 a la lumifier, Armin fit la en febres quand armiste cr6 a la vie, ahr, man fit la mort quand armiste cr le feu, le bien, Armin fit io et le mal. Pour ne point dire tout, I on aprs iotra, tout ce qui est bon et les gens vertueux proviennent de armiste, de Armin, tout ce qui est mauvais et les démons. Maintenant que celui qui pensera que ces doctrines nem rightent chu une explosion de rire, et qui traite de fou leroi ziradacht, pense que ce dieu impuissant, armiste, ne travaille pas en vain, et que les deux frères, hein chu enemies mutuals, se corauseront que la foi pour I exterminer. Me incens ziradacht raconte encore chu un guerre tant leved entre armiste et Armin, le premier prévoit un famine ragd et curut les champs, pour trouver de la nourriture. H. Ron contra un Berf, Chu Ild 6 Roba. 1 added by Mr. Schuyler, who also notes from Brosset that Artranai always writes Ormst, Arm. 278 Appendix 6 Yant 2 et catch su un tas de pierres, il attended lec arpusol, pour in lever shale we le prodit de sun larsen et rassazier sa fame. Le soir venu, il tate tout joyo et alit se gorger de nourriture, mais il trava lebc buffgat, devor 6 par les ifirds, par les iran es, les stel lions et les muhis, qui avaient fait leur proie de sun jabir. Maintenant dun la legion des cloportes et des jajax vinrent, et cum ils firent boyuk de malodieu, ziradeot presoivit un quantity de refilments purals. Cenest point que la elgfera que nous sommes fait que crier ces choses, mais parce que cette doctrine satanique caus 6 biais des catastrophes sanglants que notre arme ni, chu el ruin et antiferament, inzi que le fait voir I histoire des saints Vardinians, crit parlev en rabel perk draghich. Les fils des parolatres sunt one, pour iaf primer encore. Sependent manathop, roi des heftals, ajut etaf isram encore ceci, le feu, suivant lui, nest pas la creature d'armist, mais sa substance. H festos et promethos, iele solile et la lune, ayant d rob 6 le feu d'armist, and don tont un party auxiliary homs. La terre est isil du Dieu ponderamit Bacchus, lnadt 6 crepar personae, mais el existate, telichu el exist, el continue dictra, etiam est and 6 del me. 3 pages farther on, p. 25, is found another allusion to Zoroaster, quant auxiliary autres assertions des mythologues, et que leurs dire sans fondements, jn prendre, pour ler futur, cechuily de plus raisonnable dans les traditions confuses, transmises que leurs sectateurs par les orientos ziradeot et manathop. In the next chapter Thomas Artranai summarizes the reigns of the successive Assyrian rulers down to the rise of the kingdom of Persia under Cyrus, and Zoroaster's death is incidentally mentioned. From the allusions to Ninus and Semiramis and Abraham, it is evident that he places Zoroaster at an early period. The text runs, Nous avons suivi the diquement la snie des générations et range of exo en la anc trace de I empire d'Assyrie, dont le premier heriteur futzam en osies armia, plus haute, le mike Ninevehs, fils de Ninus et de Chamiram, en la 530 année de la vie du patriarche Abraham, qui regna sur tout iasi et armni. Ziradeot aident mort, il fut de nouveau, 38 ans durant, monarque pacifique de tout ce qui est kio. De la pers, qui lui obéit et lui paya tribut. Aprifs lui, son fils Arius, le 48 depuis Ninus, durant 30 answer Aprifs lui les rois d'Assyrie, se succédant au pouvoir, de près en fils, ne firent rien de remarquable, et pas un seul d'entre eux nergna moins de 20 answer to allusions to Zoroaster in Chinese literature. My poor first direct information on this subject, a year ago, I am personally indebted to the sinologist, Dr. F. Hirth, of Munich, whose kindness I cordially appreciate, and whose suggestions I gratefully acknowledge. Dr. Hirth recently wrote me that some of the material of which he spoke to me is easily accessible in the monographs of Messrs. Shaban and Dev Ria, from which I give allusions to Zoroaster in older literature's 279 selections, as they can but be of special interest to students of Zoroastrianism. Dr. Frederick W. Williams, of Yale University, New Haven, furthermore draws my attention to the existence of a number of references in Chinese literature to the religion of Zoroaster as Poes% King Man, religion of Persia, or Poeszi. I am sincerely indebted to these gentlemen, and I hope that, joined perhaps by manager C. de Harles and others, they may pursue their researches farther in this particular line, and add to our knowledge of the prophet of ancient Iran, and his influence in the Far East. In a letter which Dr. Hirth wrote to me, he says, what I consider to be the Chinese transcription of the name Zoroaster occurs in a work called Sim Tsunyith, Chapter 1, p. 20. Speaking of the deity, Mahesvara, in Chinese Ma Yisklai Yulo, the author, who wrote about the middle of the 12th century, of Wiley, Notes on Chinese Literature, p. 128, says, the deity originally came from the great country of Persia, and is there called Su-el-Yucha. The god had a disciple by the name of Yi-Anchin, who studied the doctrine of his master, etc., in Persia, and afterwards traveled to China to spread it there. M. Fid. Shaban, Le Nestorianisme etv inscription de Carabalgasoun in Jern. Asiatique, Janv. FEV. 1897, p. 61 seq, gives some very interesting allusions to the Persian religion and its spread in China, onward from the 7th century of our era. I select 2 extracts which mention Zoroaster. The monograph itself should be consulted. Shaban, OPCITP 61, notes, by way of introduction, a la m date de la 6 Anichinj Koan, 631, lef Sao Tiong did, chapter XXXIXP 71 v degree, 9 degrees Cahiers de la lettre dans I edition japonis du Tripitaka de la Société Asiatique, autrefois sous UTCHE, Zarathustra MRA, Zoroaster, du Royaume de Perse, of 8 institut la religion monin du Dieu cfleste du feu, on 6 dit imp en il ordine de tabler la capitale un temple de tati shn asterisk dans l'immi ouvrage, chapter liv. p. 151 r degree, on lit. 1 on seeing Devria's citation of the same passage, given above. Dr. Hirth supplements his note by adding that it is perhaps the intention of the passage to indicate that the doctrine rather than Yuanchin traveled to China. See Devma's quotation. J.E/D 631. Here follows a Chinese character. Asterisk IE Chaldea, see Dev RIA, OPCITP 456. Similarly Drazny, LECUUE de Zoroaster chez les Chinois in Congress int. Des Orient. 1 equals session 2. 323 to 326 280 Appendix 71 pour ce qui est de la religion morien du Dieu céleste du feu autrefois, dans le royaume de Perse il Zoroaster, ilmit en vigueur la religion du Dieu céleste du feu. Ses disciples vinrent faire des conversions en Chine, sous les Tang, la 5 equals en Echange Koan, 631, und ses citateurs, le mage holuvint au palais porter la religion du Dieu céleste, un décret impérial ordine d'établir que la capitale un temple de tati shn. Mg Deveria, musulmans et manikmens chinois in Jern. Asiatique, November. December 1897, p. 445 seq, especially discusses certain Chinese material on the subject of manichaeism. He cites and translates, on p. 456, the last passage given by Shaban, and notes also the one to which Hirth had already called attention. Deveria, OPCITP 462, Yaukoan de Song did, Les caractères de signant esprit stranger du ciel, sepron ones men, son culte est celui que les livres or es bouddhiques appellent le culte de Mahesvara, oest dans la grande perse il prit on iy culte de Zoroaster, celui un disciple appel 6 wantohin, celeste vritou veridique celeste, qui tudia la religion du maître. Il descendait de Jouer Haochao, Juction ou suction ou juction. Grand Gouvernement Général de la Perse, sa propaganda s exergia en Chine. 3 references to some Syriac, Arabic, and other Mohammedan or Persian allusions to Zoroaster. The most convenient collection of material on Syriac and Arabic allusions to Zoroaster is by Gottheil in the book so often quoted above and easily accessible. I merely repeat the title below. To supplement this, see brief remark in AJSL. 13,225, and I note also, by pages, such references as I have observed in Hyde, Barbey de Maynard, Bullers, or elsewhere, as the works can be consulted. 1. Godheil, b. References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic literature, collected in Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drisler, New York, 1894, Columbia University Press, pages 24 to 51. This monograph gives abundant bibliographical material. 1. Deveria, OPCITP 456, renders de la religion de Moni de Esprit Celeste du Feu, and notes that Moni refers to the Manichaeans, p. 464. 2. Here are Chinese characters. 8 cf. Also Ferguson, Chinese B Searches, Part I, pages 15 seq, Shanghai, 1880, on the Chinese knowledge of Bactria and Persia. Specialists can doubtless add much on this subject. Professor Bang reminds me of ZDMQ. WZKM. Slib 151, XLV. 627, 12. 51. Allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures 281 2. Hyde, T. Historia Religionis Velorum Persarum, Oxon 1700, the following pages, Shahrastani, p. 153, Fires, 294 to 296, Magian Doctrines and Z, 298 to 300, of Godheil, p. 46 seq, 382, Messianic Proplii by Z. Ibn Shana, p. 162 seq, Z and Dualism. Shalkalgal, p. 164, Z and the Gahanbar. Barbaltiel, Syriac, p. 310, Etymology of Z's name, Messianic Prophecy cf. Godheil, p. 28. Abiel Vda, p. 311, Z born at Urumia. Baida'i, p. 313, Z and Religion, Z's Mountain at Istakhr. Abu Muhammad Mustafa, p. 313, Z and Ezra, Doctrines. Bundari, p. 314 seq, after Tabari. Mahdi, pages 315 to 317, 319, 385, Z Palestine and Azerbaijan, Conversion of V, Molten Brass Ordeal, Cyprus of Kishmar, Jamasp, Vandamiri, p. 317 seq, Z and Fire Worship, V at Istakhr. Shahnama Nasr, pages 319 to 325, abridged prose account from Shn of Z's conversion of V, and his history. Abulparaj, p. 384, Messianic. Call Sufi, pages 385, 421, Jamasp Daniel, the Persian language. Saddiyar, p. 433 seq, gives a Latin translation. Al-Makan, p. 529, Z contemporary with Smerdis, Z institutes a communion. Eutychius, see Appendix 2, p. 168 above. 3. The Mujmal al-Tam LTCH, AD 1126, author unknown. Extraits du Mot Jamal al Tuwarik, Relatives d. I Histoire de la Perse, Traduits par Jules Moll Journal Asiatique, Tome 11 pages 136, 268, 320, Paris, 1841. This work is later than Tabari, Hamza, and Ferdowslo. The author makes use of Hamza. The special pages which are of interest in connection with Zoroaster are the following: p. 147, Chronology, 160, Larasp, 161, Gushtasp, 162 to 163, Bahman, Hume, Darab, Dara, Sikander, 333, The Reign of Gushtasp, War with Argisp. 4 Barbie de Maynard Dictionnaire géographique, historique et littéraire de la Perse et des gantries adjacents, extrait d'un gem el Rebolden de Yaku, Paris, 1861. Zoroaster is especially mentioned in the following articles, which should be consulted, and quotations have already been made from them, pages 26, 86 Armia, p. 33 Austauna and, p. 367 8 CMZ, p. 614 to 515 Mali Dinar, Orig din Ziradusf. Important information further illustrating the subject may be found under the following heads in the same translation from Yakut, the list, however, not complete, p. 27 Jairwend, Elvend, 63 Iran, 75 Betagis, 80 Bamiyan, Baman, 86 Bakjermian, 100, Bos 282 Appendix 6, in Seaston, 106 Bos M, mentions Vishtasp, 107 Boshtan Furust, for Vishtasp, 112 Balk, for Larasp, 124 Behistown, 167 Jaunbond, Gaunbed, for Isfendi R, 183 Jihoun, Jiliun, Oxus, 197 Kurikan, Ancpers Kings, 224. 236 Dihagsyund, Dimawend, 251 Dinwer, 268 Buyan, 272 Bywend, 273 Bay, but Z is not mentioned, 280 Zabukastan, Rustum, 284 Zerd, Mt, 300 Sabelin, Mt, but Z is not mentioned, 300 to 305 Setjistan, Seaston, 367 SCMZ, 413 Farmed, 464 Kaum, Kumish, 467 Kahendez, Qut. Kenhataza, 469 Kaboid, 471 Carrion, Magian Pyrea, 477 Hour, no mention of Vishtasp, 489 Koskmasfi, mentions Vishtasp, 489 Keshmer, no mention of Z or V, 669 Nubelmr, Temple at Balkh. 5 Iskandar Nama. Sketch of the Codex of Iskandar is Tama, Nizami, in Catalogo della Biblioteca Niniana, Asemani, Vol. I pages 112 to 122, especially 119 SEQ Division 15. Larasp, contemporary of Jeremiah and Daniel, at his time lived Zerdusht, but Abulfaraj makes him flourish under Cambyses. Larasp reigned 120 years. Division 16. Vishtasp and Zoroaster, doctrines of Zoroaster. Vishtasp reigned about 120 years, in his time lived Socrates of Greece, and Jamas the Persian philosopher. Division 17XX. Sketch of following reigns down to Iskandar. 6 Ulama-i-Islam, a Persian work in prose. This treatise of the 12th century AD deals rather with a vision of Zerdusht and with eschatology. It is accessible in English and in German. Wilson, Parsi Belijun, pages 560 to 563, Ilma Islam translated, viewers, fragment Ilber Zoroaster, pages 43 to 67, Ulama Islam übersetzt. See also comment by Wilson, Parsi Belijun, p. 135, and Ainquitil du Peron, Zendravesta, 2. p. 339, West, in Arundristar Iran. Filal. 2 123. 7 Das Atir. This curious collection, with its commentary, professes to be old, but it is criticized adversely by Wilson, Parsi Belijun, pages 411 to 412. It is quoted by the Dabistan. Some selections, with commentary, from the chapter on Zerdusht's philosophy are added here from the only edition with translation that is accessible. The spelling of the edition is preserved practically unchanged, but with a few corrections of accents. The title of the edition reads, The Desatir or Sacred Writings of the Ancient Persian Prophets, in the original tongue, together with the ancient Persian version of the 5th Sasan, carefully published by Mullah bin Firas Kaz. With English translation. 2 volumes, Bombay, 1818. Dasatir, p. 120, 42. Now a wise man, named Tianur 1 tfl.tianush, pers, allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures 283 come from L-Irkh in order to consult thee concerning the real nature of things 43. I will tell thee what he asketh, and do thou answer his questions, before he putteth them. Commentary. It is said that when the fame of the excellence of the nature of Zarathustra had spread all over the world, and when Isfendiyar went round the world, erected fire temples, and raised domes over the floras, the wise men of Yun-Sen selected a sage named Tiflodianush, who at that time had the superiority in acquirements over them all, to go to Irn and to inquire of Zarathustra concerning the real nature of things. If he was puzzled and unable to answer, he could be no real prophet, but if he returned an answer, he was a speaker of truth. When the Yun-Sm sage arrived at Balkh, Gusht SSP appointed a proper day, on which the mobs of every country should assemble, and a golden chair was placed for the Yun-Snt sage. Then the beloved of Yezd 9.n, the prophet Zarathustra advanced into the midst of the assembly. The Yunanel sage on seeing that chief said, This form and this gait cannot lie, and naught but truth can proceed from them. He then asked the day of the prophet's nativity. The prophet of God told it. He said, On such a day and under such a fortunate star a deceiver cannot be born. He next inquired into his diet and mode of life. The prophet of God explained the whole. The sage said, This mode of life cannot suit an impostor. The prophet of Yezd then said to him, I have answered you the questions which you have put to me. Now, retain in your mind what the famed Yunsni sages directed you to inquire of Zarathustra and disclose it not, but listen and hear what they ask, for God hath informed me of it, and hath sent his word unto me to unfold it. The sage said, Speak. Thereupon the prophet Zarathustra ordered the scholar to repeat the following texts, Dasat. p. 121, 44. The friend of Eyudness will say unto thee, the Nur-Skh sages ask, What use is there for a prophet in this world? Here follow a number of the supposed questions that will be asked, and then a prophecy is made of Vishtasp and an account given of how the Avesta came into the hands of Alexander the Great. Dasat. p. 123, 58-59. The sacred book of the Iranians is referred to in the text and the commentary says, among other things commentary. That book is the inspired volume which the prophet of God, Zarathustra, asked of God that he should send down as his book for the purpose of advice, that when the time of Sikandar should arrive, the Destfurs might exhibit it, and he being gratified with it, become more attached to the faith of the pure. Yezdtun, approving of the request of his prophet, sent down a part of 1 Yun-Sn, pers, that is, Greece. Yun-Sn, para. 284 Appendix Ye his word in the form of an advice to Sikandar, and the king, i.e. Gusht Sp, placed it, sealed with the seals of the Desturs, in the treasury. When Sikandar gained the ascendancy in Iran, Paradukt Koshanek and the Desturs delivered that volume into his hands. He read it, applauded the religion of Abm, on which be blessings, praised the greatness of Zarathustra and the truth of that religion, and commanded the Mobds that they should make that book a portion of the deity. That sacred volume is known under the name of Sikandar, as it is for his instruction that it was revealed to Zarathustra, and the beginning of it is, in the name of the giver of knowledge Mesdom. Dasat. p. 125, 64. 0 Prophet and Friend. Hertush son of Haresfet Mesti. When Senkarakes arrived, he was turned into the right road by one Fershem of the Navis Shah and returned back into his end. Asterisk commentary. Chinjarangahe was a sage renowned for his acuteness and wisdom, and the Mobds, wise men, of the earth gloried in being his scholars. When he heard of the greatness of the prophet of Yezdan, Zertusht the son of Isfantemto, he came to Iran with the intention of overturning the good religion. When he reached Balkh, before he had dropped a single word from his tongue, and before he had asked a single question, the prophet of Yezdan, Zertusht, said unto him, "Commit not to your tongue what you have in your heart, but keep it secret." He then addressed a sage who was his disciple, saying, "Read to him one section, Nisk, of the Avesta." In this blessed section of the Avesta were found the questions of Chinjareng Sohe with the answers, which he, God, himself had communicated to the prophet, forewarning him, that such a person, of such a name would come, that his first question would be this, and that the answer was to be so. When Chinjareng Ahe saw this miracle, he was convert to the good faith, and returning to the land of Hind remained steady in this blessed religion. May Yezdan the Bountiful grant to us and our friends this best of faiths. Dasat. P 126, 65. Cow a Brahmin named Bert's asterisk will come from a Zen very wise, insomuch that there are few such persons on earth. Y 66. He, in his heart, intendeth to ask of thee, first. Is not Mazdayasna the immediate maker of all things having being? 67. Say thou unto him, Mazdayasna is the maker of all things and used the medium of no instrument in bestowing existence on the chief of angels, but in regard to all other existence he made use of an instrument. 1 Chinjareng She, pers by one nisk, i.e. nask or section, of the Avesta, pers hind, pers asterisk bias, pers undoubtedly the celebrated Visas or Vyssa. Allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures 286 commentary. The first intelligence received being from the bestower of being without the intervention of any instrument, while all other beings received existence by the intervention of instruments and media. Here a long series of questions and answers are given to Zoroaster so as to prepare him. The text then continues as follows. Page 143, 162. When you have expounded this matter to him, he will become of the true faith, and be converted to your religion. Commentary. It is said that when Bis, the Hindi, came to Balkh, Gushtop sent for Zertusht, and informed the prophet of Yezd-Sn of that wise man's coming. The prophet said, "May Yezd-Sn turn it to good." The emperor then commanded that the sages and mobs should be summoned from all countries. When they were all assembled, Zertusht came from his place of worship, and Bis, also having joined the assembly, said to the prophet of Yezd-N, Zertusht, the inhabitants of the world, moved by the answers and expounding of secrets given to Chinjareng She, are desirous to adopt thy religion. I have heard, moreover, of many of thy miracles. I am a Hindi man, and, in my own country, of unequaled knowledge. I have in my mind several secrets, which I have never entrusted to my tongue, because some say that the Ahurmans, devils, might give information of them to the idolaters of the Ahurman faith, so no ear hath heard them, except that of my heart. If, in the presence of this assembly, you tell me, one after another, what those secrets are that remain on my mind, I will be converted to your faith. Zertusht said, Bis, Yezd communicated to me your secrets, before your arrival. He then mentioned the whole in detail from beginning to end. When by 3s heard, and asked the meaning of the words, and had them explained to him, he returned thanks to Yezd and united himself to the Badin, after which he returned back to Hind 163. In the name of Mazdayasna. Zertusht. My prophet after thee shall Simkendish appear, and afterwards the first SSSN, the prophet, shall come and make thy book known by a translation. 164. And no one but he shall know the meaning of my words. Commentary. Hence it was that Sn made an interpretation of the book of Zertusht agreeably to its sense. 8 Dabistan, Persian, gives an account of the Persian religion, and of Zoroaster, and it has often been quoted above. This is accessible in Shea and Troyer's translation, the Dabistan or School of Manners, translated from the original Persian, by D. Shea and A. Troyer, Paris, 1843, vol. I. pages 211 to 253. 9 sources like the Shahnameh, Zartushnameh, Kangrang-Haka since they were spoken in a Persian language which he did not understand. 2 Sikandar. 286 Appendix 6 Nama and Merkhand, have been sufficiently discussed above. 4 titles and editions of other Persian works on Zoroastrianism, reference may be made to West's Appendix, the modern Persian Zoroastrian literature of the Pisces in the Arundhrister Iran. Philal. 2 122 to 129. For allusion to Zoroaster in the Snora Edda preface reprinted, with unimportant omissions, from my notes on Zoroaster and the Avesta, in Proceedings Aus, March, 1894, vol. 16 pages c8. In the preface to the Younger Edda there is a passage relating to Zoroaster which is perhaps worth recording among the allusions to his name found in non-Oriental literature. The preface to the Snora Edda, after giving a brief sketch of the history of the world down to the time of Isto and the flood, proceeds to an account of the Tower of Babel and the dispersion of the races through the confusion of tongues. Foremost among the builders of the tower was Zoroaster. The text adds that he became king of the Assyrians, and that he was the first idolater. In consequence of the confusion of tongues he was known by many names, but chief among these was Baal or Bel. The text Edda Snoras Sturlusanar, formed Ly2, ed. Jadenson, p. 5, is here given for convenience of future reference. OKSD, Erframstravar, Het Zoroasters, Han Mo, Fyrrenn Han Gret, Han Kam I Viraldina, ENN Forsmithir Vora 2 OKLXX, OKSVD Margartung Gur Hafa Sithan Driefstum Viraldisha, Eptirth V Sem Rai Sarnir Skiptus Sithan Til Landa, OK Thjutherner Fjallguthist. Ithasum Samastithvar Jor Ein Hind Xatasta Borg OK Drijat AF Nafna Stopulsins, OK Kalut Babdan. OK Sem Tung Naskiptit Var Orthit, THD Fjallguthist SVD Nofnan Man Anna OK Anara Hluda, OK SJD Sami Zoroasters Half the Morg Nofn, OK though at Han Underst Sethe, at Hans of CV Siri Imthruv Sag 3 Smith, THD Fekrathi Han Sik though Fram Tilberldlegs Met Nather, OK let Taka Sik Til Kanungsagir Morgam Thjata Masiri Orum. AF Onum Hofskirthgotha Villa, OK Sem Hanvar Blote Thru, Var Han Kel Lathra Baal, Thonkulum Verbel, Han Half the OK Morg Honor Nofn. ENN Sem Nofnan Fjallguthist, THD Tindist Meth Dhi Sunlikrin. 5, p. 7. OKAF the Suhofst honor Villa Milium Kritarmina OK Macedoniarum, SVD Sem Hinfuri Methalasiri Orum OK Chaldeus AF Zoroaster. This may he rendered, he who was the foremost, builder of the tower, was called Zoroaster, he laughed before he cried when he came into the world. But there were, in all, 72 master builders, and so many tongues have since spread throughout the world, according as the giants afterwards were scattered over the land and the nations multiplied. In this same place was allusions to Zoroaster in older literatures. 287 built a most renowned town, and it derived its name from the tower, and was called Babylon. And when the confusion of tongues had come to pass, then multiplied also the names of men and of other things, and this same Zoroaster had many names. And although he well understood that his pride was humbled by the said work, nevertheless he pushed his way on to worldly distinction, and got himself chosen king over many peoples of the Assyrians. From him arose the error of graven images, i.e. idolatry, and when he was sacrificed unto, he was called Baal, we call him Bel, he had also many other names. But, as the names multiplied, so was the truth lost withal. 5. From Saturn, there arose another heresy among the Cretans and Macedonians, just as the above-mentioned error among the Assyrians and Chaldeans arose from Zoroaster. This passage is interesting for several reasons. First, It preserves the tradition elsewhere recorded regarding Zoroaster's having laughed instead of having cried when he was born into the world. This has already been discussed above, p. 27. Second, the two allusions here connecting Zoroaster with Assyria, Chaldea, and Babylon are to be added to those references which associate his name also with these places, e.g. consult Windish Man, Zor. Study N, p. 303 seq, or again they are to be placed beside the statement of the Armenian Moses of Korine, Thomas Artranai, and others who make Zoroaster a contemporary of Semiramis, and appointed by her to be ruler of Nineveh and Assyria. See Spiegel, Iranisk Altertums Jacunda, 1682 and the quotation of the passage in this appendix. Third, in connection with the reputed multiplicity of names of Zoroaster, and the association of his name with Baal, Bel, attention might be called to the citation in the Syro-Arabic lexicon of Bar-al, CAD 832, SV Balaam. Balaam is Zerdasht, the diviner of the Magians, cf. Godheil, References, in the Drissler Classical Studies. Appendix 7 notes on sculptures supposed to represent Zoroaster. There is a supposition that we are not wholly without some representation of the personal appearance of Zoroaster, at least according to the conception which prevailed in Sasanian times. One sculptured image, in particular, has been supposed to represent in EFB.GY an ideal of the great master. It is also stated that there is a picture of Zoroaster in a fire temple at Yezd, which is said to be taken from an old sculpture that exists at Balkh. This tradition, together with other facts and material on the subject of portraiture of Zoroaster, is given in the following pages. The modern Zoroastrians themselves can doubtless add much more valuable information on this interesting subject. It is hoped that they will do so. A. In the first place we may refer to a very old tradition on the subject of an e-B.gy of Zoroaster. This is found in the Syriac work called the Oration of Melaton the philosopher, who was in the presence of Antoninus' successor, and bade the same successor know God, etc. This interesting allusion is quoted by Godheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 27, from the translation of Curtin, Spicilegium Syriacum, London, 1855, p. 44, cfp 91, and 36, it mentions an image of Orpheus, a Thracian magus, and Hadran is the image of Zarathustra, a Persian magus. The special point of importance is that it shows the existence of a tradition as to a representation of Zoroaster. A. B. E. G. Brown, in his valuable work, Year Amongst the Persians, London, 1893, p. 374, describes a visit which he paid to 3 Zoroastrian fire temples at Yezd. The third temple which he mentions, serves as a theological college for training youths for the priesthood, and it contains a relic of interest. On the walls of one of the rooms of this building, Dr. Brown saw a picture which attracted his notice, or to use the words of his own description, p. 374, picture of Zoroaster, taken, as Ardashir the host and guide told me, from an old sculpture at Balkh, and several inscriptions on the walls. 288 sculptures supposed to represent Zoroaster. 289 of the large central room, were the only other points of interest presented by the building. It would be highly interesting if we could secure a copy of this portrait or of its reputed original at Balkh, because this would best represent the modern Zoroastrian traditional idea of the appearance of the great high priest. Possibly we may obtain it. The mention of Balkh, moreover, is interesting if this be a different representation from the supposed effigy at Tact-I Boston. Should this be the case, and the location of the sculptured figure be found to be at the old temple Nubahar, we should have a new proof of the traditional association of Zoroaster's name with Balkh. See, the modern Parsi historian Dosabai Pramji Karika, whose work, History of the Parsis, London, 1884, is indispensable to students of Zoroastrianism in our day, presents in his second volume, 146, an idealized colored portrait of the founder of the faith, which is here reproduced, see figure I, without the coloring, however. The portrait is evidently based upon the sculptures next to be described, and it has the value of giving the Parsi conception directly. D. The Tact-I Boston sculpture. Not far distant from Behistun, and near the city of Kermanshah, see map, square B, in the valley of Tact-I Boston or Tek-I Boston, on a hillside, is to be found a series of 6 historic bas-reliefs. The 6th or last of these bas-reliefs comprises a group of 4 sculptured figures, reproductions of which are presented below, being based upon the copies found in Sir Robert Kerporter, Travels in Georgia, Persia, Armenia, etc., London, 1822, vol. 2 191, Plandon et Cost, Voyage en Perse, I Planche 14, Text p6, George Rawlinson, The Seventh Oriental Monarchy, London, 1876, p64, K. D. Kish, Ancient Persian Sculptures, Bombay, 1889, p211, and especially the photographic copy of De Morgan, Mission Scientifique en Perse, Paris, 1894, vol. 2 plate XXXIV. P1045, vol. 4 plate XXXV. P310-11. The photograph of the sculpture taken by M. de Morgan is so interesting that it seems appropriate to make it accessible to those who cannot consultate the valuable original work. Brief description of the possible subject of this fourfold group, which, unfortunately, bears no inscription, is not out of place here. Sir R. K. Porter, p. 191, records that this rock-sculptured group is called by the natives the Poor Calendars, but he does not explain why the name is given, see figures 2 and 3. He regards, 290 Appendix YII the figure on the extreme left, or to the right as we face the picture, as the god Ormuzd presenting the ring or emblem of sovereignty to Ardashir Babagan, who stands in the center of the group, and both are trampling upon a similar royally habited figure symbolical of the fallen Arsacid. Of the fourth or remaining figure, the one in which we are particularly interested, Sir Kerporter says, p. 192, the personage to the right of the center figure or to the left as we face the group is of rather a singular appearance. His head is protected by a similar kind of cap, but without the ball, and with the extraordinary addition of a circle of rays blazing round his head and down to below his shoulders. He holds in both hands a fluted staff, or scepter, of great length. The rest of his vesture nearly resembles that of the murally crowned figure. He stands upon a plant, not unlike a sunflower, the stalk of which is short and thick, and curved down into a lower part of the rock. The prostrate person is greatly mutilated, but his pearl wreath, collar, and sword show that his consequence was not inferior to the two who trample on him. The radiated personage, the one under discussion, may either be a personification of the Mithratic religion restored by him, i.e. by Ardashir, the central figure, which the sunbeams round the head and the full-blown flower rising under their influence at his feet, seem to typify, or the figure may be meant for the glorified Zoroaster himself, some Persian writers ascribing to him the reflected honor of that godlike attribute. The altar platform near this bas-relief, and also the source of the river, two sacred Mithratic appendages, support the idea that this sculpture contains more than human images. Sir John Malcolm, History of Persia, New Edition, London, 1829, vol. IP 545, cf. earlier edition I 258, speaks of the two flogers with the circle or ring as two sovereigns upon a prostrate Eam and a soldier, and he adds, figure supposed to be the prophet Zoroaster stands by their side, his feet rest upon a star, and his head is covered with a glory or crown of rays. And he adds in a footnote, I am informed by the Parsis, or Gwebris, that in almost all the paintings or sculptures that represent Zoroaster he is always distinguished by a crown of rays, or glory, as I have described. This shows, at least, the prevalence of a tradition that representations of Zoroaster were thought to be not uncommon, whatever we may think on the subject. Plandin also believed the radiated figure to be Zoroaster. Voyage en Perse de mm Flandin et Cost, I 442, Relation de Voyage, Paris, 1851. Figure 2a Sculpture at Tact I Boston, sculptures supposed to represent Zoroaster 291 Edward Thomas, Sasanian inscriptions, in the Journ of the Royal Asiatic Society of G.T. Brit, and Ireland, New Series, Vol. 3 p. 267, and 3, London, 1868 equals Early Sasanian inscriptions, seals and coins, p. 27, London, Triebner, 1868, argues that the figure with the rays and staff represents the god Ormuzd, and he bases his identification upon an acknowledged representation of Ormuzd in a Istik Shari Ustam bas-relief, OPCITP 269. As for the rays, he adds in a note that a similar form is given to Ormuzd's headgear in a coin of Hormisdas II. The other two figures in our group he regards, as do others, to be the representation of Ardashir presenting the crown of Iran to his son Shapur Canon George E. Allinson, OPCITP 64, agrees with Thomas that the radiated figure is Ormuzd, not Zoroaster, that the other two are Ardashir and Shapur, and that the prostrate figure represents either Artabanus or the extinct Parthian monarchy, probably the former, while the sunflower upon which Ormuzd stands, together with the rays that stream from his head, denote an intention to present him under a Mithraic aspect, suggestive to the beholder of a real latent identity between the two great objects of Persian worship. Professor E. Allinson, therefore, like Thomas, is not of the same opinion as those who presume that the figure represents Zoroaster. Similarly also, M. Dulafoy, Sis. 4. 409, and Curzon, Persia, I 563. The Parsi scholar, Kawashi Dinshakish, who visited Tact I Boston in 1878 and sketched the group, gives, in his serviceable book, The Ancient Persian Sculptures, p. 212, an interesting tradition regarding this bas-relief which seems not to be recorded by other writers on the subject. But first we may notice the details that he gives concerning the special figure, which, like the other F and geese, stands about 7 feet in height. The head of the first figure, the one we are discussing, is covered up with a piece of cloth, and a surpake flows down the back. He is clad in a short, plain coat, and wears a belt. He holds in both hands a club 3 feet long and 3 inches thick. The rays of the sun shine direct upon his head, and a star glitters beneath him. Kish next notes that some scholars call this a sunflower rather than a star, and he further describes the other 3 figures of the group. Interesting tradition, then follows the one. Some notes on sculptured images of Ormuzd will appear in my article on Ormuzd in the Monist, Chicago, Dis. 1898. On the subject of Ardashir and his history, see Darab D. Pisanjana, Karnani L. Artakshalrifa Paktan, New ed., Bombay, 1896. 292 Appendix 711. Owing to the deficiency in the inscription, tradition says, the first figure with the club is that of Prophet Zoroaster, the second is that of Gustasp, the 5th king of the Kayanian dynasty, the triad is that of his son, the mighty Asfandi R. Isfendla, who had established the Zoroastrian religion through the whole of Persia, and the last is that of Igisp, the grandson of Afrasiab of Turan, or Tartary. The circlet shows that the whole world is in their possession. He then adds, the above tradition, I believe, is taken from the Shahnamet. The Persians take great pride in speaking of their bygone kings. Ancient and modern writers contradict these statements, and doubtless the figures were not sculptured by the Kayanian kings, but by Ardashir Babigan, the first ruler of the last dynasty of the Zoroastrians. Mr. Kish goes on to say he agrees with the view that the sculpture is of Sasanian origin, that the second and third figures apparently represent Ardashir and Shapur I, and the dead figure is emblematical of the downfall of the Parthian dynasty. As to the first only is he in doubt, as it is of peculiar construction and differs from others I have seen in different parts of Persia. On comparing it with the two figures holding clubs at Nakshar-i-Ijab, OPCIT p. 112, and Nakshar-i-Rustam, p. 121, both the dress and crown differ. I am unable to give the name of any religious personage or celestial being, but simply state that it must be a sign of the Mithraic religion. According to the opinion of Mycio travelers, it is believed to be a form of the prophet Zoroaster. Whatever may be the origin and worth of the tradition which Mr. Kiesh quotes as connecting the figures with Vishtaspa and his contemporaries, it certainly is very interesting in connection with Chapter X and the characters who act in the drama of the Holy War, especially Arjasp, the foeman of the faith, with whom we have become sufficiently acquainted. The statement which the Parsi writer records of the opinion of his CO travelers to the effect that the figure is that of the prophet Zoroaster, shows, like kindred statements, a preponderance of traditional authority on the side of the Zoroastrians, at least, in identifying this figure with their prophet. Everything of that kind has its weight and importance when we enter upon the question of such identifications or endeavor to interpret sculptured remains. The evidence on the subject of this particular sculpture, as we look it over, seems to be about evenly balanced. Tradition apparently favors the identification of the effigy with Zoroaster, the sculptures supposed to represent Zoroaster. 293 More technical scholarly opinion of recent times, on the other hand, seems rather to regard the figure as a representation of Ormuzd. The claim to Mithraic characteristics is not so easy to recognize. This much may be said in favor of tradition, that the figure would answer well to the glorified image, with dazzling wand and lustrous glory around the head, which is the guise under which the Zoroastrian writer of the Zarathustra, in the 13th century, describes the vision of the prophet's appearance. C. Wilson, Parsi Religion, p. 481. It is to be regretted that M. de Morgan, 4310, observe his note, does not especially discuss the figure. For the sake of sentiment we should, perhaps, best like to imagine that the whole group really represents a Sassanian conception of a scene from the Holy War of Zoroastrianism, in which the great high priest figured so prominently, and to which Kiesh alludes in his tradition, but, after all, we should have to acknowledge that this is due, perhaps, to our sentiment and fancy. The whole subject of the portraiture of Zoroaster requires further investigation. Much will doubtless be added on this question from time to time. Let 'tis hope especially that additional information 1 Murray's Handbook of Asia Minor, Transcaucasia, Persia, etc., London, 1895, p. 327, merely gives the common statement that this is a Sassanian panel, which is supposed to represent the investiture of Shapi-ur-I with part of the kingdom, Hai his father, Ardashir. A 2 figure has been published as a portrait of Zoroaster in Drive Wallace Wood's 100 Greatest Men, p. 125, London, 1885, but I have not been able to find authority for attributing the likeness to Zoroaster. It represents the head of a grave-faced priest and counselor, with the familiar mitre-shaped pontifical head covering of Sassanian times. On p. 496 of the volume, a note is added that the figure is copied from a bas-relief at Persepolis. Mention is made of Thomas, early Sassanian inscriptions. The portrait is reproduced as a frontispiece to an article on Mazdayasm in the Open Court, 11. 129, Chicago, 1897. In a following number of the Open Court, 11. 378, a Parsi, N.F. Billy Moria, writes that the portrait was new to him and to his co-religionists. As an ideal it is good, but it seems to lack traditional authority. I may learn more about it. 2. At the moment when I am sending the final proof sheets to the press, there arrives from my friend Professor Charles R. Landman, of Harvard University, a prospectus of an important work just issued by Mr. Quaritch of London, and the Harvard Library kindly forwards to me the magnificent a facsimile. It is entitled Florentine Picture Chronicle by Masso Fini Guerra, and it is a reproduction of a 15th century folio of Italian drawings now in the British Museum. Among these drawings are 14. Zoroaster, 49. Ahura Mazda's Raising the Dead, and 50. Hostanes. The Zoroaster is a typical magician with books of black art and imps rather than an antique sage. 294 Appendix 7 or suggestion on this special theme may be obtained particularly from the Zoroastrians themselves. Any material that can be found to throw more light on the problem will be welcomed. The subject is one that is worthy of earnest consideration because it stands, in a certain manner, for an ideal. I shall be glad if these notes have contributed anything by drawing attention to this interesting theme for research. And with these words I close the book, adding only a line which the Pahlavi scribes of old liked to add in the colophon Frajoft Pavan Drut Va Sata Va Rodmason. Index list of names and subjects. The numbers refer to the pages Alak, home of the Spiltamas, 24, 192. Al-Biruni, 7, 141, 161, 174. Abbasabad, 216. Alborz Mountains, scene of a conference, 47. Abdias, text quoted, 257 to 259. Alcuin, text quoted, 252. Abode of Visptaspa, 58. Alexander the Great, 134, 138, 139, Abulfaraj, 167. 158, 161, 162, 163, 181. Abulfetha, 201. Alexander Polyhistor, text quoted, Aehemenians, 134, 160, 172, 219. 233 Adarbijan, 17, 38, 39, 40, 48, 49, 96, allusions to Z in Arabic, etc., 280 168, 171, 192, 193 to 201, especially as 286, in Snora Edda, 286 to 287. Z.'s birthplace, 220 to 221. See also Ajuapeso S, 211. Atropatine, Aturpatakan, and Aryanavayajat. Amarita confers with Z, 49. Ammianus Marcellinus, 167, 188, 207, Adharjushnas, 198. Jaineus of Gaza, text quoted, 248. 213, text quoted, 244. Amshaspans, 41, 42, Conferences with Evatok River, 40, 41. Afer, text quoted, 245. Z, 207. Amurdad. See Amarita. Agonases or Azonases, teacher of Z, anathemas, quoted, 253. 30 Ancestry of Z, 17 Seq Agathias, 6 and 6, 12, text quoted, 248. Age of Zoroaster, 15 and Appendix 2. Ancestral Tree of Z, 19, 20. Ancient Persian Inscriptions, Z not Aharabostato, 137. Ahmed al-Balad Hurat, quoted, 198. Mentioned in, 5. Angarlman, 109, 110. Ahriman, flees at Z's birth, 27. See Anashadhar, 113. Also Anramanu. Ainquitil du Peron, quoted, 85 and Ahumblu S, 79 and 2. Ahanavarya, 51. And 3, 148, on Z's date, 175. Enramenu, 51. Ahura Mazda selects Z as prophet, 27. See also 97, 171. Apocryphal literature, 4. Apocryphal New Testament, 97. Iranian-speaking, 193, 196. See also Apostles of Z, 136 Seq Adarbijan. Aaron Vech. See Iranian-speaking and Apuleius, 6 and 6, 7 and 5, and 6, quoted, 169, text quoted, 237. Adarbijan. Apuscorus, 138. Aryama Ispia, 97 and 1. Arabic allusions to Z.'s date, 16, 161 Octaya, Oct, 44 and 2, 84, 137, 181. Seq, to Z in general, 281. 297, 298 Index Arabic form Armia, 197. Arabic sources of information as to Z, 6 Et Passim, 281. Arag, 192. Iraq, home of the Spitamas, 24, 192. Aras, Araxes, 194 and 2. Erasti, 54. Erasti, 20. Araxes, 221. Archangels come to Z, 41, 42, 65 Seq, 207. Archetype copy of Avesta, 76, 97, 117, 224. Ardashir, son of Vishtasp, 112, 115. Ardashir Dirazdast, 133, 173, 159, 160. Arajataspa and Holy Wars, 103 to 105, leader of Hyaonians, 104, ultimatum to Vishtaspa, 107, invades Iran, 108, situation of his kingdom, 213, his two invasions of Iran, 214, 221 to 222. See also Argisp. Aristotle, 8, 152, cited under Pliny and Diog. Laertius, 234, 241. Aristoxenus, cited under Origen, 240. Argisp, 66, his warlike message, 108, second invasion of Iran, 118 Seq date of defeat, 181, scene of Hades against Vishtasp, 218 possible, sculptured representation of Argisp, 292. See also Arajataspa. Armati, 83. Armenian references to Z, 6. Armenian form of Z's name, 13. Armenian allusions to Z, translations, 274 to 278. Armia, T. Jeremia, 30, 197. Armia. See also Jeremiah. Army of Argisp, 109 Seq, of Vishtasp, 109 Seq Arnachberda, 20 and 3. Arnobius, 156, 187, text quoted, 242. Ardashir, religious monarch, 82, 133. Artabashto, 128, 136. Artavirov, quoted, 157. Artaxerxes Longimanus, 134, 160. Aram. See Riam, 117. Artranai, Thomas, allusions to Z quoted, 217, 276 to 278. Asbanbur, town, 59 and 2. Asuli, quoted, 149. Ashak, 22. Ashavasht, 24. See also Ashavahishta. Ashavahishta confers with Z, 47. Ashavashto, 67. See also Ashavahishta, Artavashto. Ashta Orvant, 103. Asia Minor, 84, 88. Asmohanvat, 137. Asmakanvato, 137, 181. Asnavat Mt, 48, 100, 207. Asoka, 37. Aspa, in names, 14 and 1. Espanvar, 59 and 2, 209. Assassins, 222. Astramsiahus, 138. Adishgaz, 98, 101. Athanocles, text quoted. Cagatheas, 249. Atropatene, 16, 22, 141, 177, 196, 211. See also Adarbijan. Adar Bilrajan Mitro, 100. Adril Retarnbag, 99. Atilragil Shnasp, 100. Adar Patakan, 192, 204. See also Adarbijan, Aryanabayajat. Augustine, 188, text quoted, 246. Ahura Mazda. See Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda, 171, 172. Orvedadang, 39 and 1, 43, 207. Ayurvedo de, the Tier, 33. Orvezara, 215 and 3. Orvadispa, or Larasp, 78, 180 destroys Jerusalem, 91 and 2, associated with Nebuchadnezzar, 162, 209. Avarastri, 22. Avesta and Zand, 7. Avesta, source of information, 5. Archetype copy written down by Jamasp, 76, 97, 117, 224, as a sacred book, 283 to 284. Auzo, referred to, 149. List of names and subjects 299 as Dahaka, 11 and 1, 62 and 2. Azonases or Agonases, 30. Baal, 157. Babylon and Jewish exile, 11, seat of tyranny, 11 and 1. See also 90 to 92. Babylonian exile or captivity, 142, 176. Bactria, 73, 141, 155, 160, 171, 177, 184, 196 and 1, as seen of Z.S. ministry, 186 to 188, 208 to 218. See also 220 SEQ compare likewise Balk. Bactrian camel, 14 and 1. Bactrian kingdom, 11. Bahman. See Voyaman, son of Spendat Bahman Yasht, quoted, 214. Balaam, name associated with Z, 15 and 3, 157, 287. Balk, 38, 86, 89, 130, 141, 199 to 201, 283, Vishtaspa's conversion at, 60, Vishtaspa at, 107 portrait of Ziri, Pute to be at, 209, 289 SEQ compare likewise 116, 118, 119. See furthermore, 213, 214. Babel, 91. See also Babylon. Barak, 197, identified with Z, 80. Bar, 215. Bar Ebitrea, quoted, 201. Bartholomew, cited, 14 and 2. Bashutan. See Peshhotanu. Basil, text quoted, 244. Bastavari, a hero in First Holy War, 105, 112, 118, 116, 121, 122. Bastvar. See Bastavari. Battles, of First Holy War, 114 SEQ of Second Holy War, 120 SEQ, between Vishtaspa and Arajataspa, 214, 218. Beafrald, 72. Baidai, cited, 220. Benva, anathematized, 44. Beresis, cited by Agathias, 249. Bharadja, 14. Biapis, 211. Bias, Hindu sage, Vyasa, 88, 284 to 285. Bidraf Share, 109, 110, 111, 116. Binalutka, 216. Biras, Bias, 284 to 285. Burjand, 215. Birth of Z, 26. Birthplace of Z, 16 SEQ, and Ap2. Vishtasp. See Vishtaspa. Black Horse, healed, 62. Blind Man, healed, 94. Brahman Kangranghaka, 85. Brahman Eichel Cord, 32 and 2. Braitarvak Share. See Bertrakresh. Bertrakar GSH, Braitarvak Share, 28, 127 129, Plots Against Z, 81. Brisson, cited, 147. Broadbeck, referred to, 149. Brown, e.g., 288 to 289. Buddha, 1 to 2, 17, 18, 51, 140, 176, 177. Buddhism, 135. Bidi, 51. Tindashan, quoted, 18 to 21, 123, 158, 193, 216. Bernuv, cited, 148. Burden-Kurias, Z.S. Teacher, 30. Bersian Mitro Fire, 100, 216. Bust, 137. Kabul, 99, 217. See also Kabul. See Sista, 195, 197, 204. See Urumia. Kakshni or Sikshnash, 18, 19, Cambyses, 167. Camel, in proper names, 14. Kangranghaka, 85 to 88, 209, 284. Kangranghaka Nama, 85 to 88, 209. Oathrog, 87. Kasartelli, quoted, 149, on ZS date, 176. Caspian Sea, 207, 219, 220, 223, Z in that region, 46, scene of Arajataspa sacrifice, 211. See also Vaurakasha. Castle, p. quoted, 149. Cassianus Bassus, text quoted, 249. Cave, in ZS religion, 34, 190, 194 and 1. Cedrinus, 126. See Georgia Cedra News, 251. 300 Index Cephalion, cited, 12, 187, referred to by George Sincel, 252. Chaldean Oracles, 259 to 273. Chairs of Mytilene, 73, 220. Chariot, symbol of the religion, 135. Shaban, M. Ephod. Oa Chinese Alozian to Z, 279 to 280. Children of Z, 21. China, Z in, 39. Chinese form of Z's name, 280. Chinese references to Z in general, 6 and 2 given in translation, 278 to 280. Chinese reference for dating Z, 165. Kyanet K, 213, 220 to 221. See also Hyena. Christianity and Zoroastrianism, 1. Christ's coming foretold, 98, 201. Chronicon Alexandrinum, 126, 190. Chronicon Paschal, 126, 190 quoted, 251. Chronology of Persians, 172 Seq Chrysostomus, text quoted, 245. Church Fathers, comparison of Phi. Literature to patristic writings, 5. Cicero, 7 and 4, 5, quoted, 169. Kigov, 22. Sikshnush or Kakshni, 18, 19. Sist, 193 and N1, 204. Sis, 197. See also Shiz. Classical references to Z in general, 6 and FV, to Z's asceticism, .34, to Z's date, 15, 152 to 157, to Z's native place, 186 to 191, to Z's death, 125 Seq Claudian, text quoted, 247. Clemens Alexandrinus, 6 and 6, 7 and 5, 189, quoted, 169, text quoted, 240. Clemens Eaminus, text quoted, 238. Clementine Homilies, 125, 147. Clementine Recognitions, 125, 147. Komi Sene, 99. Comparison between Buddha and Zoroaster, 1-2. Conferences with Archangels or Mshaspans, 46-50, 207. Confucius, 1, 176. Conspiracy against Z, 62. Conversion of Vishtaspa, 56 Seq, of the Brahmin Kangranghaka, 85-88 of Larasp, 78, of Zaralra, 78. Conversions in Greece, 88-89, in India, 84, in Turan, 83. Convert, ZS first, 37. See also made Yoiman Ha. Codalarius, text quoted, 253. Country of Z discussed, 182-205. Court of Vishtaspa, 74. Crusade, 210. Tisias, 155, 187, material in Diodorus Siculus, George Sincel, 232, 252. Curzon, Honorable G.N., 39 and 5, 216 and 2, 3. Cyprus of Kishmar, 80, 217. Cyril, referred to, 169, text quoted, 246. Cyrus, 91 and 2, his name associated with Larisp, 209, his death, 177. D. Dabistan, quoted, 58-59, 89-90 and 5 163, 202, 285. Dadvo, 128. Dahak, 91. Daldal. C. Daitya. Daitya, Deity, Data, River, 40, 42, 45, 49, 196-197, 221, suggested identification, 211. Daklkal, 1,000 lines by, incorporated in the Shahnameh, 5u2 mentioned, 109, drawn upon by Firdausi, 104, 208, end of quotation in SHN, 118. Dara, Dare, 158, 159, 161, 163. Darabdi Pisanjana, on ZS date, 177. Daraja, 193, 195. C. Daria. Darvisht, 97, 224 and 2. Daray. C. Daria. Daria, Daray, River, 34, 49, 52, 193, 196, 204. Darius, 167, 171, as Mazda worshipper, 134. Dharmastiter's view of Z, 3 and 1, D quoted, 149. List of names and subjects 301 Darshanika, 103. Duryati Rud, 195. Dasatir, text allusions quoted, 282-286. Date of Z, 14 SEQ and AP2. Discussed, AP2, 150-178. Davidson, Dr. T, 41 and 3. Deoq, Sino, 137 and 6. Death of Z, 119, 124 SEQ, at Balk, 130. Dianon, 8, 147, cited under Diogenes Laertius, 241. Departure, death, of Z, 128. Derivation of name Z, 147-149. Devadatta, 37. Development of ZS religion, 93 SEQ Dev Nia, MG, on a Chinese allusion to Z, 279-280. Devil worshippers, 223. See also Yazidi, S. Dianawar, 95. Dinkart, as source for ZS life, 5, its account of miracles, 24 quoted, 24, 41, 96, 107, 211 and 3. Dio Chrysostom, 34, text quoted, 236. Diodorus of Eretria, cited by Origen, 240. Diodorus Siculus, 12, text quoted, 232. Diogenes Laertius, 6 and 6, 9, 154, 189, text quoted, 241. Disciples of Z, 98, 137. Dr. Faustus, parallel, 31. Dosabai Framji Karika, 33 and 4. Dug Davo, Duk Dav, Dut Halbo, Dug Du, Dug Hutzva, 18, 25, 192, 199. Dug Du, see preceding. Dilk Tog, 25, see also preceding. Dunoker, referred to, 220. Duras Rabo, Akarap, 28 plots against, Z, 31, his death, 32. Early religious propaganda, 80 Sequeobatana, 11. Edda, Snora, quoted, 6 and 3, 157, text alluding to Z, 286 to 287. Eli's SBUs, Armenian allusions to Z, 275. Epiphanius of Constantia, 188, text quoted, 244. Era of Z discussed, 150 to 178. Erez Raspa, 136. Etymology of Z's name, 125 to 126, discussed, 147 to 149. Eubulus, cited by Porphyrins, 242. Euchologian. See under anathemas, 253. Eudemus of Rhodes, cited by Diogenes Laertius, 242. Eudoxus of Cnidus, 8, 152, 153, cited by Pliny and Diogenes Laertius, 234, 242. Eusebius, 187 to 188, quoted, 156, text given, 243. Eutychius, quoted, 167 to 168. Events after Z's death, 133 Seq Exile of Jews, 11. Esnik, Armenian allusions to Z, 276. Family of Z, 10 to 22. Paris, Persia, 200. Peri Ahmad, 216. Farnbag Fire, 99, 217, 222. Farshildbard, 112 and 8, 116, 119, 120, 214. Farvaden Yasht, gives list of converts, 54. Ferghana, 39, 200, 206. Furldun, 199. Firdausi, 208, 210, author of Shahnameh, 5, draws on Dakikai, 104 especially referred to, 109, 118, 208, 210. Fire of the Priests, 99, of Z, 216. Fires, Fire Temples, 98 to 100, 283, of Z, location, 222. Fire Worshippers in Shiz, 197. Floigel, on Z's date, 175. Florentine Picture Chronicle, 293 and 3. Form of Z's name, 12 to 13. Pounder of the Magi, Z, 6. Fraorta, 222. Cf. also Frabardish, Fraorts. 302 Index Frasheastra, name, 14 and 1, 21, 22, as Vizire, 76, 181, his death, 136. Prashhamverda, 112 and 8, 120 and 1. Prashokara, Frashokarda, 112 and 8. Frashoshtar, 77. See Frasheastra. Freda, 22. Frabardish, 141, 172, 222. See also Fraorta, Fraorts. FravaH, 23, 24, 83, 141, 152. Frasdanava, 210, 211, 220, 221. Freni, daughter of Z, 21. Freno, 137. Froha, fire, 99. See Farnbag. F. Arsbach, Ir, 217. C. Farnbag. Friana, 83-84. G. Gavani, 22. Gonavit, 216. J. Otima, 177-178. Garamai, 113, 115. Gathas, or Z. Psalms, 5, 23, 30, 38, 41, 42, 44, 46, 54, 67, 69 and 1, references to Vishtaspa, 75, 83. Geiger, 104 and 2, 186 and 2, 213. Geldner, quoted, 2, view as to Z's date, 175. Genealogy of Z, 18. Geoponica, text quoted, 249. Georgius Edremus, 126. See also Chronicles Pasch, 251. Georgius Hamartalus, 126. See also Chronicles Pasch, 251, 254. Georgius Ancellus, 153, 154, 155, 190. Text quoted, 252. Ghazni, 211. Jalan, Rivers Inn, 211. Jalan Territory, 213, 222. Glycas, 126, text quoted, 256. Gorias, text quoted, 253. Gabrias, purported Magian, 8. Gabrias, 138. Gospels, quoted, 23. Gospel, spread of, 80 seq Gottheil, cited, 6 and 1 et passim, s Chali 280. Grisbabayatrian coins, 208. Gray, L.H., notes, 226, 259-261. Greece, 6, 7, G and Iran, 11, relations with Iran, 90. Greek accounts of Z's death, 124 seq Greek conversions, fabled, 88-90. Greek forms of Z's name, 12. Gregorius, cited by Michael Glycas, 256. Gregory of Tours, 126, 190, text quoted, 250. Grema, 44. Guardian Spirit. C. Fraba H. Gumadon, 118, 131. Gunabad, 216. Gerdo, 121, 122. Gergsar, 109, 110, 111. Gushasp. See Gushnasp. Gushnasp fire, 100. Gushtasp. See Vishtaspa. H. Haskataspa, 18, 19, 75, 76. Ham, 125, 126, 157. Hamartalus, 126. See Georgius Hamartalus, 251, 254. Hamza of Isfahan, quoted, 199, 224. Han-Horveo, 22. Hauma appears to Z, 50. Haus Rava, 215. Hara Barazide. C. Albors. Harlez, Sita, on Z's date, 175, view on original home of Zoroastrianism, 219-220. Hang, quoted, 148, on Z's date, 175. Orvidit confers with Z, 49. Healing of a blind man by Z, 94. Hecataeus, cited by Diog. Laird, 242. Hellenic use of Lesbos, cited by George. Sincel, 252. Heraclides Ponticus, 8, also cited by Plutarch, Anathemas, and Petrus Siculus, 236, 253. Heronius, or Philo of Biblis. See under Eusebius, 243. Hermippus, 152, 153, cited by Pliny, 234, Diog. Laird, 242. IIST of names and subjects 303 Hermodorus, 6 and 6, his reputed Magia studies, 90, cited by Diog. Laird, 241. Herodotus, on Magi, 7, does not mention Z, 8, see also 35, 155, is cited by George. Sincel, 252. Hieronymus, text quoted, 245. Hillmend, 137 and 5. Hillmend, Hermond, 212 and 2. Hindus, 117. Hindus, converted, 84, 87. Hindustan, 117. Hirth, Dr. F., on Z in Chinese literature, 278 to 279. Historical personage, Z as such, 3 to 4. Holy Communing Ones, 34, 194 and 195. Holy War, 1st, 108 SEQ, 2nd, 120 SEQ. Holy Wars, 103 SEQ, summarized, 122. See also 210, 213, 217. Horn. See Hauma. Home of Z, 16 SEQ, 193 SEQ. Hom plant, Frab H in it, 25. Horn water from Datia, 41, 45. Horn, view cited, 218. Host Haines, Ostans, 138, 238, 248. Hudemso Heindler, quoted, 100, 215, 216. Hrazdan, 211, 220 and 5, 221. Hugo de Saint Victory, text quoted, 188, 255. Hums, 72. Hummel. See Huma. Hummel, 158, 159, 163, 209. Humac, 115. Humaica, 103. Huns, 221, 222. Hanu, a Karap, 43. Hushdive, 109, 110, 112. Hushyathna, 22. Hudasa, 68, 70, 193 and 2. Hildos. See Hudasa. Huvaksatara, 222. Hvadana, 22. Hvarasithra, son of Z, 21. Hvardnak, 24. Hvabaz, 136. Hvagba, 22, 76, 77. Hvovi, wife of Z, 21, 22, 76. Hvovid family tree, 22. Hyeana, 108, 115, 123, 213, 220 to 222, 224. Hyeonians led by Arajagispa, 104. Hyrcania, 219. Histasps, same name as Vishtaspa, 16, 167, 171, his relations to India, 207. See also 220. Lamblishes, 7 and 5. Ibn al-Athir, 88, 39, 166 quoted, 199, 200. Ibn al-Hamadhani, quoted, 198. Ibn Qurdadba, quoted, 198. Image of Z, purported, 288 to 293. India, 11, 207, Z in, 39, conversions in, 84, relations to Persia, 87 and 1 210 and 4. Interviews with archangels or Amshaspans, 46 to 50, 207. Invasion by Argisp, 108 to 109. Iran at Z's time, 10 to 11, spread of religion in, 82, enmity with Turan, 103, Eastern, 218 to 219, Western, 202 to 205. Iranian sources of information, 5. Iranian tradition of Z's death, 127. Zarathustra, son of Z, 21. Isfendla, Spentodata, 67, 72, 77 to 78, 82, 84, 105, 112, 113, 283, as Crusader, 117, is calumniated, 117, imprisoned, 125, his death, 121. See also 134, 158. Isidorus, 188, text quoted, 251. Istakhr, 91 and 3, 97, 219 to 220, 222, 224 and 2. Isvant, 83. Jagadal, 119, 216. Jamasp. See Jamaspot. 304 Index Jamaspot, 67, 75 and 2, 76, 77, 86, 108, 120, 181, son-in-law of Z, 21, 22 writes down the Avesta, 117, his death, 136, 137. Jared Gaba, 14. Jarak Drew, 14. Jemshed, 11 and 1, 23, 99. Jeremiah, 163, 165, 166, 197 to 198, repute as teacher of Z, 30, 38. Jerome, text quoted, 245. Jerusalem destroyed by Larisp, 91 and 2. Jews, captivity of, 11. Jihun, Oxus, 114, 213, 214. Johannes Litus, 247. Johannes Malilus, 126. See Chronicles Pasch, 251. Judaism, alluded to, 1, 142. Justi, view cited, 141, on Z's date, 175, view on Z's native place, 221-222. Justin, quoted, 156, 187, text given, 237. K in Greek names. C. Kabul, 99, 217. Kai. C. Kabi. Cain, 215. Kaios, 24. Comma, Ke, on Z's date, 175. Kandar, 120. Karika, Dosabai Pramji, cited, 289. Caribs, 28, 42. Kataun, 71, 73. Kathas Saratsagara, cited, 27 and 4. Kabarazem, 117. Kabig, son of Kunda, 94, 181. Kavas and Karpans, 28. Kabul, Kabil, 99, 217. Kayanian, home of the dynasty, 211. Kazwini, 34 quoted, 195, 201. Kurdui, 121, 122. Kern-on-Z as a mythical personage, 3n. 1 Kalak, Kalyak, 107, 109, 116, 213. Kazhash, 109, 110. Cattle, 214. Charismia, 99. Khorasan 94, 100, 116, 118, 119, 123, 141, 214 to 218. Khordad, 99. Kshatravarya, confers with Z, 47. Thir, 128. Kurdad. See Orvidat. Kurad, 99. Vandamir, 219. Kvarizem, 217. Kayan. Chyana. Kiash, Kawashi, Dian Shah, quoted, 291. Kig. See Kabi. Kigs and Caribs, 28, 42. Kishmar, Cyprus of, 80, 97, 100, 217. Kidaban, 71, 73. See Katathan. Kizeluzan River, Ancient Datia, 41, 49, 207, 211. Knowledge, Z.S. Scientific, 96. Quran, 142. Crew, authority cited, 260 to 261. Karam, 109, 110, 111, 120, 122. Kumis, 99. Kamel Sher, 216. Kunda, 94. Charism, 117. Kusti, assumed by Z, 32. Kyaxares, 222. Lactantius, 7 and 5, 190 quoted, 154. Lagarde, referred to, 220. Lalita Vistara, 26. Landman, referred to, 8 and 4, 293 and 3. Lassen, 12 and 2, 148. Latin accounts of Z.'s death, 124 Seq. Layman, view cited, 221. Logia of Z, 8, 168, 259 to 273. Larasp, 78, crowns Vishtaspa, 73, destroys Jerusalem, 91 and 2, death, 118, 130 to 131, 212, name associated with Nebuchadnezzar, 162, 209. C 199 to 201. See also Orvatispa. Lord, Henry, cited, 148. Losses in the Holy Wars, 116. List of names and subjects 305 Luian, 7 and 5, 169, text quoted, 237. Lidus, Johann, text quoted, 247. Medofriat, 216. Magi, Z an arch-representative, 6 Median tribe, Z as founder, 7 reputed teachers of Pythagoras and Plato, 7, 8. Magian worship, 7, doctrines, 90, fire worship, 98 priests, 138 priesthood, 141, 142. Magians, 195. Magicologia of Z, 259 to 273. Mahdioiman Ha, Mahdioiman Ha, Z's cousin and first convert, 13 and 6, 20, 37, 54, 75, 137, 180, 196, 206. Magdi, cited, 220. Malalas, Johann, 126. See Chronicles Pasch, 251. Malcolm, Sir John, quoted, 290. Manichaeism, 142. Manichaeans, anathemas against, quoted, 253. Manfloshsayer. See Manashoithra. Manashoithra, 18, 119, 193. Marcel Linus, text quoted, 244. Marriage, next of kin, 43. Masudi, quoted, 162 to 163, on date of Z, 173, text quoted, 199. Mazda worship, 134. Meaning of name Spishima, 13, of Z's name, 12 to 14, 147 to 149. Medes, 176. Media, 17, 22, 73, 141, 142, 184, 189, 190, 196 and 1, 206, 218, 224, view as to Z's ministry, 219 to 222, view as to cradle of Z's faith, 219, media atropatine, 51, 192, see also Adarhygian, media Ihagiana, 51, 197, 206, see also Eel. Median Kingdom, 11, Origin of Vishtispa, 213. Merv, 114, 214, 225. Meshhead, 215. Messiah, idea of, 21. Medisma, cousin of Z, 40. See also Mahdioiman Ha. Michael Glykas, 126, 190, 256. Mir, Town, 100. Mills, View on Gathas, 217 to 218. Ministry, Z enters upon his, 35, 36. Miracles for Z's birth, 24. Merkhand, 34, 215 and 5. Mithra, 100, Cult, 34 and 3, possible representation of, 292. Mithraic Mysteries, 194 and 1. Mayani 216. Modi, J.J., cited, 178. Mohammed, 206, beholds Gabriel, 40. Mohammedan Conquest, 138. Mohammedan Calendar, 164. Mohammedan Allusions to Z, 280 to 282. Mohammedan Writers on Z's Native Place, 197 to 201. Moses of Korine, 187, his allusions to Z given, 274 to 275. Muslim Power, 142. Mother of Z, 18, 20. Mountain of Holy Communing, 34, 194 and 1. Majmal al-Tawarik, 164, 281. Mdiller, Prince, quoted, 148, F. Max, 179. Murdat. C. Amarita. Mythological View of Z, criticized, 3. Annulled. C. Kataun. Nadi Hyajaotima, 177-178. Naksharayustam, 292. Name Zarathustra, 12. Name of Zoroaster, 12 seq, discussed, 147-149. Nampvast, 107, 111, 112. Neotyria, 70. Neotyrians, 193 and 2, 222. Gnarlman, 22. Nask, 136. Nasks, Books of Avesta, 8, 95. Nastur. C. Bastavari. Native place of Z, 16 seq, discussed, 182-205. 306 Index Nebuchadnezzar, 162, associated with Larisp, 209. Neoplatonic Sklioal, 142. Esphria Sang, an angel, 66. Nevzar, 113, 115. Next of kin marriages, 43. Nicholas of Damascus, 232 quoted, 168. Nimrod, 125. Nineveh, fall of, 11. Ninus and Z, 15, 151, 154-157, 186-188, 217, 274-278. Nisia, 98. Nishapur, 98, 100, 119, 215-216. Nivadish, brother of Z, 20. Niotis, 89, 90. Nizami, his Iskander Nama, 282. Nidas, 178. Non-Iranian sources of information as to Z, 6. Noter, Noters, 135, 192, 204, 210, 222. Notariga, brother of Z, 20. Nurak, 89. Nushadar, 113, 118, 129. Oodatus, 73. Oppert, quoted, 148. Oracles of Zoroaster, text given, 259-273. Ordeal established, 97. Origen, quoted, 189, text quoted, 240. Ormuzd, Armized, 277, picture, 291. See Ahura Mazda. Ormuzd, son of Vishtasp, 113. Phipshautos, Greek form of Z's name, 12. Ilpofiter T, 171. Orumia. C. Sista. Orogius, 127, 188, quoted, 156, text quoted, 246. Orpheus, 235. Ostans, 138, cited under Pliny and under Eusebius, 234, 243. Oxus, 114, 213, 214. Oxyarts, 155. Padashklivargar, 216. Pahlavi form of Z's name, 13. Pahlavi literature as a source of information, 5, 23, references to Vishtraspa, 62 and 2. Pakad, 22. Palestine, 197, according to some, Z a native of, 38, 197. Panodorus, cited by George Syncellus, 252. Pars, 215. Parshat Gao, Parshat Gal, 22, 207 and 1 212. Parses, 33, 138, 142. Patarak Daraspo, 20. Patkusrav, 112, 115. Pazates, 138. Persepolis, 97, 220, 224. Persia, 95, 141 to 142, 171, 184 to 185, 189 190, in Chinese literature, 279 280. Persian lawgiver, 11. Persian spellings of Z's name, 13. Persian wars, 7. Peshana, 103. Peshhachingha, 103. Peshhotan. See Peshhotanu. Peshhotanu, 66, 113. Peshiatan. See Peshhotanu. Petrus Comestor, text quoted, 256. Philo of Bibios. See under Eusebius, 243. Photius, text quoted, 254. Fraorts, 172, 222. See also Era Orta, Aravardish. Pictures of Z, reputed, 288 to 293. Plato, purported Zoroastrian studies, 7 and 6, reputed Magian studies, 90 referred to, 142, text quoted, 231. Platonic Alcibiades, 6 and 6, 9, 153, 189. Platonus Vita, quoted, 231. Pletho, Gemistus, 8. Pliny, 6 and 6, 138, 153, 169, 170, 189, mentions Z's birth, 27, text quoted, 234. List of names and subjects 307 Plutarch, 6 and 6, 8 and 4, quoted, 153, 169, text given, 235. Polyhistor. See Alexander Polyhistor and Silinus Polyhistor, 233, 244, 252. Porphyrins, 7 and 5, 34, 189, quoted, 169, text given, 242. Porter, Sir E. Kerr, quoted, 289 to 290. Portraits of Z, purported, 289 to 293. Poriacast. See Poricestes. Poriashaspa. See Pomshaspa. Poricestes, 13 and 6, 75, 77, daughter of Z, 21, 22. Porushaspa, 19, 20, 131, 192, father of Z, 24, 25, 29. Preaching of Z begun, 42. Priests, their fire, 99. Procopius of Gaza, text quoted, 248. Prodicus, 8. Promulgation of the Gospel, 80 seq prophecies, of Z's coming, 23, of future events, 138. Prophecy of Christ by Z, 98. Prudentius, text quoted, 246. See Aurelius Prudentius. Psalms of David, comparison, 75. Purushasp. See Purushaspa. Pythagoras, reputed study of Magian doctrines, 7. See also 90, 91, 100, and 42. Pyrrhus of Magi, 217. See also Pyrrhus, fire temples. QQ, on Arabic forms in, CKE 202 SEQ via, 202. Rak. See Rak, 204. Iga, 17, 85, 192. EAI. See Iga. Bimbizara, 37. Eek, 192 to 193. Ian Gushtar, brother of Z, 20. Ian Ha, 223. Edelshtar, brother of Z, 20. Eolinson, G. and H, quoted, 148, 291. Evand, 215. Ejavishtasp, 216. Eth, on Z.S. date, 175. Eth, view cited, 218. Edbar, 215 and 5. EUM or Asia Minor, 84, 88. EUM, 99, 117, 210. Eustem, 121. S. Savalan MT, 34, 195. Sacred Fires, 98 to 100, 222. Sacrifices of Vishtaspat, 212 to 213. Sina, 137 and 6, 178. Saft River, 41, 49. Saftyud, 211. Sagistan. Seaston. Sahendemts, 49. Sakistana. Seaston. Samakirisispa, 22. Samaria, 142. Asayakariakaria, 87. Sankar Akas, 284. See also Kangranghaka. Sayashyant, 21. Savalan MT, 195. Scene of battles between Vishtaspa and Arajataspa, 216. Scene of ZS Ministry, 15, discussed, 205 to 225. Scholasticus Bassus, text quoted, 249. See also Geoponio. Scholiast of the Platonic Alcibiades, 34, 36 and 2. Scholion to Plato, text quoted, 231. Schuyler, M., Jr., 178, 277. Scientific Books of Z, 8. Scientific Knowledge of Z, 95. Sculptured Portraits of Z reproduced, 288 SEQ Seaston, 17, ZS Journey Thither, 44, 45, Early Propaganda There, 45 and 3, 212, Other Allusions, 82, 99, 118, 131, 137, 207, 208, 214. Semiramis and Z, 15, 151, 154 to 157, 186 to 187, War with Z, 217, her name associated with Z, 274 to 278. 308 Index Sino, 137 and N6, 181, 212. 7 Conferences, 36 SEQ, 40. Shahnama, a source of information regarding Z, 5 and N2, cited, 78 and 4, 80 Et Passim, dates of dynasties, 164. Sharazfkani, quoted, 94 to 95, 199. Shakespeare-Bacon controversy as an illustration, 4. Chapin, 224. Shapagan, 97. Baspagan, 224. Shatvar. Sikshathravarya. Shadasp, 113, 115. Shelley, View of Z, 50 and 2. Shiro, 112, 115. Shit River, 211 and 3. Shikantgomanik Vijar, 57. Shiz. CFC Sista, Sis, 195, 197, 201 202, 204. Shizagan, 224. Significance of Z's name, 13 Seq Simachus, cited under Agathias, 249. Simakos. See Simikos. Smrtis, relation to Z's date, 167. Snorada preface, alludes to Z, text quoted, 151, 286 to 287. Socrates, 1. Solinus, text quoted, 244. Solinus Polyhistor, text quoted, 244. Soma and Eagle Myth, 25 and 1. Zii Taktipoi, variant of Z's name, 12 and 2. Sources of information about Z's life, 5, of material for Z's 7 conferences, 38 to 40. Svar, Lake, 100. Spayatida Basura, 215. Sped River, 41, 49. Spelling of Zoroaster's name, 12. Spendat. C. Isfendi R. Spendnask, referred to, 26. Spendyat, for Spentodata, 215. Spenta Armadi confers with Z, 48. Spentodata, Mount, 118, 215. See also Isfendi R. Spentofrasna, 34, 194 and 1, 195. Spitrazur, 214. Spiegel, on Z as a historical personage, 3 and 1, view on original home of Zoroastrianism, 220. Spinjorusha, 103. Spidima, 18. Spit SMA, name, 12, 13. Stito/Zas, S7RI9D/I7, S, 13 and 6. Splitimas, home of the, 24. Spiti, 136. Spread of the religion, 135 to 136. Srito, 135, 180. Srito, 137. Statue, purported to represent Z, 289-293. Successors of Z, 137. Suitas, 6 and 6, 126, quoted, 154, 157, 169, 190, 255. Suelucha, Chinese name of Z, 279. Sunk Elos. See Georgius Syncellus. Simakos, cited by Agathias, 249. Syriac authors, quoted, 98, 165 to 166, 288, sources of information as to Z6, 280 to 282 et passim. Taberi, 38 quoted, 166, 198, 209, 224, and 2. Tomasp, 22. Tajan. Sitahan. Takt I Boston, reputed sculpture of Z there, 289 to 292. Takt I Suleiman, 195 and 1. Tanas, 73. Tantra philosophy, 210 and 4. Striavant, 103, 210 and 4. Tiyend River, 47 and 5. Temples of Fire. See Fire. Temptation of Z, paralleled in Buddhism and Christianity, 53, alluded to, 207. Thales, 161, contemporary of Z, 168. Theodortus of Cyrus, text quoted, 247. Theodoras of Mopsustia, cited under Photius, 254. Theologumena Arithmetica, text given, 256. List of names and subjects 309 Theon, quoted, 156, 187, text given, 237. Theopompus, 8, reputed Magian studies, 90, cited under Diogenes Laertius and Jaineus of Gaza, 242, 248. Thomas Artrani, Armenian analyst, 217, his allusions to Z, 276 to 278. Thomas, EDW, cited, 291. Thridi, daughter of Z, 21. Tianur, 89, 90. Tile, quoted, 171 to 172, view cited, 218 and 5. Tahan Water, conference at, 47. Tradition, importance of, 39. Turan, 11, conversions in, 83. Turan and Iran, enmity, 103. Turanians, storm balk, 212. Turburaturhash, 131. Turi Bratarvax, 127 to 129. Turi Bertrokrash, 127 to 129. Turkestan, 214. Turks, Z among the, 39. Tushanush, 89, 90, 283. V. Ukshiatirta, 21, 155. Ukshiatnema, 21. Ulama-I Islam, 282. Urumia, Z.'s reputed birthplace, 17, 30, 48, 49, 96, 165, 197 to 198, Urumia Lake, 39 and 5. Urarviha, grandson of Z, 20 and 3, 21. Urvadatnara, son of Z, 21. Us, Kal, 24. Uyura in names, 14, 148, 149. Tjsyatirta, 21, 155. Vidvoist, not converted by Z, 43. Valerius Maximus, 7 and 5, 169. Vanderimani, 109. Verovravand, 215. Varaza, 83. Vairdaka, 221. Vair Shna, 22. Vedantist philosopher, 87. Vedas, 178. Vendidad, 1. 15, quoted, 202 to 203, 19. 1 to 10, translated, 51 to 53, 19. 11, 194 22. 19, 194 and 1. Victorinus, text quoted, 245. See Afer. Victory, final, of Zoroastrianism, 121. V. Idrivshare, envoy of Arajataspa, 107, 115, 116. Vishtaspa, 151, Vishtasp, patron of, Z, 21, sought by Z, 38 to 39, abode of, 58, 223, meets Z, 59, Hazavisayan, 66, references to, in Gathas, 69 and 1, Pahlavi references to, 69 and 2, his court, 57, 74, children and family, 71, his date, 158, 180 to 181, 199, 201, springs from Noder, 193 and 2, 204, he is a Derhupati, 222, story of his youth, 72, 210, he goes toward Rum and later returns to Iran, 73, 110, his residence and kingdom, 210, 223, his meeting with Z and his Khan. Version, 37, 59 SEQ, 64 SEQ, 209, date of this event, 164, influence of his conversion, and rejoicing that he has received the religion, 74, his brother and father converted, 78, his religious zeal, 81, makes the religion current in the land, 81, founds fire temples, 98, removes the Farnbag fire to the east, 99, wars against Arajatispa, 102 SEQ, receives from Arajatispa an ultimatum, 107, invokes divine aid, 103, army, 112, first victory over Arjasp, 116, outlives Z, 135. He is said to have been at Istakhr, 219 to 220, situation of the ridge of Vishtaspa, 216. Vision, seen by Z of the future, 97 by Vishtaspa, 66. Visions of archangels, Amshaspans, 46 to 50. Visraps, 135. Vita Platonus, text quoted, 231. Vohuman. See Vohumana. Vohuman, king. See Ardashir, 82. Vohuman, son of Spendat, 133, 158. 310 Index Vohumana, 83, brings Z.S. Frabai, 24, reveals himself to Z, 40, 41, his conference with Z, 46, leads Z to Ahura Mazda, 36 protector of, cattle, 46. Valmano. See Vohumana. Vohunam, 137. Vohunema, 22, 137. Vohustra, name, 14 and 1. Vaurakasha, 211. Versan Svd, 100. Vyasa, 88, 284 and 4. W. War of Religion. See Holy Wars. Warren, W.R., 41 and 3. Wars, Holy, 102 SEQ, waged against Arajatispa, 103 SEQ, number of, 105, causes of the first, 106, events of the first, 105 to 118, Zayavari, hero in the first, 105. West, E.W., cited, 5, 15, 45 and 3, 47 and 4, 58 and 2, 59 and 2, 112 and 8, 187 and 5, on date of Z, 15, 174, on Zoroastrian chronology, 179 to 181. White Forest, 119, its location, 214-215. White India, 207 and N2. See also India. Wilhelm, E., cited, 84N. 2, view cited, 221. Williams, Dr. F.W., 279. Windish Man, 147, 148. Wisdom of the Magi, 6. Witchcraft, 96. Wonders of Sagistan, 137 and 5, 209 quoted, 212. Writing down of the Avesta, 97, 117. Xanthus of Lydia, 9, cited under Nicholas of Damascus and Diogenes Laertius, 232, 241. Xenophon does not mention Z, 9. Xerxes, 128. Yakut, 34 and 2, 204, allusions to Z, 281 to 282 quoted, 197, 200. Yasht, 5. 108, 210, 13. 99 to 100, translated, 81, 83. 4, 223. Yasna, 19. 18, quoted, 203, 46. 1, 207, 46. 12, translated, 83, 46. 14 SEQ, translated, 76 to 77. Yatkarai Zariran, 52 to 56, quotation, 115. Yazatas in Bundation, 50 and 1. Yezd, portrait of Z there, 288 to 289. Yezoldes, 31, 223, 224. Yuma, Yim, 11 and 1, 23, 99. Yoishto Yofryan SM, 84. Yosht Ifryano, 84. Yunan, i.e. Greece, 89. Unani, i.e. Greek, 283. Zabulistan, 118, 212. Zayavari, brother of Vishtaspat, 70, 77, hero in First Holy War, 105. See also 85, 99, 108, 112, 114, 115, 223 and 4. Zach, Akarap, 57, 59. Zapsigis, Greek variant of Z's name, 12. Zarathustra, supposed Western form of Z's name, 13 and 1. Zarathustra, meaning of name, 12 seq Zarathustra. See Zoroaster. Sparos, gr variant of Z's name, 12. Zarathustra, phi. Form of Z's name, 13. Zarathustra. See Zoroaster. Zaravasts, 12 and 5. Zaravan, an Armenian form of Z's name, 12. Zarbisht, 97, 224 and 2. Zerdusht, mod. Pers form of Z's name, 13. See also Zoroaster. Zar6r. See Zayavari. Zikpagis, Greek variant of Z's name, 12. Zarathustras, 73, 223 and 4. Zarir, 77 to 78. See also Zayavari. Zarshtan, 115. List of compounds and subjects 311. Zarathustra Nama, date, and translation, 5 and N1 passage quoted, 39. See, also 293. Zaspoio TTJS, 6K. Variant of Z's name, 12. Zatsparam, as source for Z's life, 5, quoted, 32 to 33, 40, 204. Zoop 6 of 5 OS, 6K. Variant of Z's name, 12. Zoroaster, Zarathustra, Zarathusht, Zerdusht, as a religious teacher, 1 compared Brith. Buddha, 1 to 3, as a historical personage, 3 to 4, a Magian and founder of the Magi, 6, 141, 275, 277, called an astrologer, 125, is an Iranian, 10, is called Pers lawgiver, 11. Sources of our knowledge regarding him, Avesta, Pahlavi, Arabic writings, 5-6, not mentioned in ancient Pers inscriptions, 5. Name of Z and its meaning, 12, 18, 125, 147-149, Discus Zion, form in Armenian, 274-278, in Chinese, 280, in 6 Reek, Latin, Pahlavi, Persian, 12, etc. Date OFZ, 14 SEQ, his date referred to, 22 Question of two Zoroasters, 153, date discussed, 150-178, date of his death, 180-182, is confused with other persons by some writers of antiquity, e.g. he is by some identified with Ham, 125, also identified with Nimrod, 125, is said to be a contemporary of Smerdis, 167, or a contemporary of Cambyses, 167, his purported war with Ninus, 217, according to some he was made governor of Assyria, 275, 277, Z's name is associated by some Mohammedan authors with Jeremiah, who is even called his teacher, 30, 38, 163, 165, 166, name associated with Bel, Baal, Balaam, 15 and 3, 286, name is associated with Ninus and Semiramis, 274-278. Native place of Z and scene of his ministry, his birthplace referred to and his native home in Iran discussed, 22, 182-205, according to some Mohammedan assertions he was a native of Palestine, 38, tradition as to his native city, 197, statements connecting Z with Rak, 204, conclusion as to his native place, 205, scene of his ministry discussed, 205-224. Main events of his life, Z's family, 10-22 ancestry, 17 SEQ, father and mother, 18, see also Porushaspa, Dughdhova, brothers, 20, his ancestral tree, 19, 20, his coming foretold, 23, triumph over demons foreseen, 27, is Phri ordained to be the prophet of Ahura Mazda, 27, his birth is attended by prodigies, 26, he laughs instead of cries, 27, Ahriman flees, 27, Z's youth and education, 29, he is taught by Burden Karels, 30, Orbiagoneses, 30, we find Z's name associated with Jeremiah, 30, according to some legends a pupil or disciple of Jeremiah, 38, 163, 166, by some he is identified with Barak, 30, assumes the custody, 32, his marriage and his wives, 20, 33, his children, 21, his religious preparation, 32-35, eclecticism in religious matters, 33, asceticism according to the classics, 34, he crosses the Daitya, 40, 211, Tohumana meets him and leads him into the presence of Ahura Mazda, 36, his first vision, 40, he holds converse with Ahura Mazda. 41, he beholds visions of the archangels, Amshaspans, 46-50, his second vision and conference with Vohumana, 46, third vision and conference with Ashavahishta, 47, fourth vision and conference with Kshatravirya, 47, fifth vision and conference with Spenta Armadi, 48, sixth vision and conference with Orvidit, 49, seventh vision and conference with Amrita, 49, beholds an apparition of Hauma, 50, sees other visions, 50, his tempta, 312 indexion, 51-53, 207, receives Instruction and enters upon his ministry, 34-35, begins preaching, 42, 196, preaches next of kin marriage, 43, tries to convert Vidvoisht, 43, his wanderings, 200, 207, statements that he was in India, China, and among the Turanians, 39, in Cease 10, 44, he tries to convert Parshit, 44, 45, is for a time in the region of the Caspian Sea, 46, 47 prays to, Ardvisura, 57 seeks Vishtaspa and, meets him, 38-39, 59, 209, disputes with the wise men at V.S. court, 61, 283, conspiracy against him, 62, he is imprisoned, 62, heals the king's horse, 62, he then converts Vishtaspa, 64, meets the archangels, 65, he instructs Vishtaspa, 74, afterwards he converts the Brahmin Kangranghaka, 85-88, did he visit Baha'u'llah? 90, his scientific knowledge and purported scientific books, 8, 95, converts a Kavig, 94, heals a wind man, 94, sees a revelation of the future, 97, is said to have prophesied of Christ, 97-98, his successor is Jamaspa, 76, other apostles and disciples, 98, 136-138 purported, sculptured portraits, 289-293, death at age of 77 years, 119, 124, 127, 181, 212. Allusions to Z, in the classics and in other literatures, 6 and Apv, 6. Cited under Pliny, Clemens Alex, Eusebius, Genias of Gaza, Origens, Geoponica, 234, 240, 243, 248, allusions to him in Armenian literature, 274-278, alluded to by Moses of Corinth, translation of passage given, 274-275, alluded to by Eliseus, 276, by Esnik, 276 by Thomas Artrani, 276-278 allusions to him in Chi, Nessa, 279-280, allusions to him in Syriaco and Arabic literature, 281, in Mohammedan writings, 280-282. Zapad RTP7S and other Greek forms of ZS name, 12. Zoroastrian calendar, 174. Zoroastrian chronological tables, 179-181. Zoroastrian logia, 168, 259 SEQ Zoroastrian victories, 116 SEQ Zoroastrianism, Holy Wars of, 102 SEQ later development of, 133 SEQ, modern, 142-143, spread of, 135-136, view as to Eastern origin of, 186-188, 208-219, view as to Western origin of, 189 SEQ, 219 SEQ Zarathustra, Armenian form of ZS name, 13, 274-278. Zurvan, 274-278. Key to the map 1. On Iranian geography, see especially Geiger in Krun Drister Iran. Filal. 371-394, where a bibliography is given. 2 Avestan, Pahlavi, or ancient Persian names in the list are designated italics. 3 conjectural identifications are indicated by, or by probably, Abbasabad GB Adarbijan, Azerbaijan, AB Kabkaryana via Jalai equals Adarbijan. AB Cabk Alberts Mountain CDEFB Albond MTCCAMU Dargia, C Oxus, Aras, Araxes, Bardabilis Navant MT Sahend. Atropatine equals C Adarbijan Bactria CAKLMBC Bajis Eco Balk MB Barfrush EB Bihistan, Bisaitun, B Binaludka HB Burjand HD Balihara La Uisista, C Casta, Ob Caspian C equals PROB Vaurakasha CDEAB Chakansar Ike Charismia, CKB. Khurasan, CKH. Date River equals Kazelos U. Derei River equals Durya EBCBBA Demavond MT Disti Neighbor, Diawar, not on map, B Drangiana Ikek Batana, Hamadan, CC Elbirds, C Alberts, Elvend equals Alvon CE Farabrud Ikade Fars, Persis, De Fefkferg Hana, in Turkestan, Ne, Gonzaka BB Ghazni ND Gilan CB Gor LD Ghazni, C Ghazni, Gunabad HB Hamadan, Ekbatana, CC Haman Swamp Le Hara Barazidi, C Alberts, Hasser, C Hisser, Herat KC Hillmend River Hisser KL Me MNA Hyrcania EFGB Isfahan, DD Istagri equals Persepolis, NE of Shiraz, F Jagatai. Mountains GB Jihan, Oxus, River Ikab Kabul NC Kayan, Kane, HD Kansava equals PROB Chakansar Ike Karman, C Kerman, Kashaf River HB Kerman Kerman Shala Horazmia El Khurasan FGH. Kerman Shakazeluzan, Sefid, Safed, River BKUB Imish GL Kumish G Kunduz N Kurdistan ABL Lake Urumia A Maidenheim Aragba BL Masib Bad High Mazodaran Deb Media CDEBC Merv 1 KB Meshed, C Mashhad, Myandesh GB Mir GB Murgab River KBC Nihaban CC Nizbaber, Nishapur, HB Oxus, Jihu River, Ikab Parthia FGBC Pasargat EE Persepolis, NE of Shiraz, F Persis, Fars, De Fef Kradkan HB Raga, Rai, Durai DC Safed, Sefid River, Kazeluzan, BCB Sagistan, Seaston, Ikaldisahend, MTBB Samarkand Masari. EB Savalan MTBA Sena B Seaston Ikaldishiraz F Shiz, CF Takt I Suleiman, BB Sogdiana LMN Aspet Razur HD Susa CD Tabaristan EC Tajan River, Thuryend, EB Takt I Boston B Takt I Suleiman BB Tehran I, C Tahan equals C Tajan Turan equals Turkestan F Mab Tus HB Urmia, of Vaurakasha equals PROB Caspian C Yezd, F J and CB 314 Publications OP The Columbia University Press Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drissler with portrait and illustrations 8 VO cloth, pages 8 plus 310. $4, net contents on the meaning of Nada and Viator in Horus, Saturday. ISI 11-23. By Sidney G. Ashmore. Anaximander on the Prolongation of Infancy in Man. By Nicholas Murray Butler. Of two passages in Euripides' Medea. By Mortimer Lamson Earl. The Preliminary Military Service of the Equestrian Cursus Honorum. By James C. Egbert, Jr. References to Zoroaster in Syriaco and Arabic Literature. By Richard J. H. Gottheil. Literary Frauds Among the Greeks. By Alfred Goodman. Henotheism in the Rig Veda. By Edward Washburn Hopkins. On Plato and the Attic Comedy. By George B. Hussey. Herodotus 7. 61, or Ancient Persian Armor. By A. V. Williams Jackson. Archaism in Aulus Gellius. By Charles Knapp. On Certain Parallelisms Between the Ancient and the Modern Drama. By Brander Matthews. Ovid's Use of Color and Color Terms. By Nelson Glenn McCree. A Bronze of Polyclitan Affinities in the Metropolitan Museum. By A. C. Merriam. Geryon in Cyprus. By A. C. Merriam. Hercules, Hydra, and the Crab. By A. C. Merriam. Onomatopoetic Words in Latin. By H. T. Peck. Notes on the Vadio deity Paizen. By E. D. Perry. The so-called Medusa Ludovisi. By Julius Sachs. Aristotle and the Arabs. By William M. Sloane. Iphigenia in Greek and French Tragedy. By Benjamin Duryea Woodward. Gargetus, an Attic Deme. By C. H. Young. The Macmillan Company 66, Fifth Avenue, New York. From the press, many glimpses of fields almost untrodden in Greek and Latin literature are given in this volume. The New York Tribune. A recent publication which will appeal to every American scholar. The papers are kept strictly within the lines of scholarship and criticism in which Dr. Drissler himself has been engaged. On the part of the contributors, they are an offering of what is choicest arid best in their own profession, a rich and delightful mosaic of American scholarship, which will bear study part by part, and which, in the combined setting of the parts, is an incomparable tribute to the incomparable Nestor of our American Greek schools. The Independent. The circumstances of the issue of this handsome volume give it an emotional interest, which makes it a volume separate and distinct among the collected records of the investigations of scholars. It is a gathering of 21 studies of classical problems, printed as a tribute to one of the best-known classical students of the present day, at the conclusion of 50 years of his service in a single institution. These circumstances give this volume an interest to all persons concerned with scholarship and university influences. The studies themselves, for the most part, appeal in the first instance to specialists, but many of them have a much wider interest. The book is a credit to American scholarship, as well as a fit tribute to the honored name of Professor Drissler. The outlook. Entirely apart from the special interest which its contents possess for the student of the classics, the publication of this handsomely printed volume has some features that are of general significance. It gives evidence, for one thing, of the Germanization of our classical scholars, not only in their methods of research and the other weightier matters of the law, but also in the minor points of academic custom and tradition. In Germany it has long been the practice for the friends and former pupils of a distinguished scholar to celebrate some epoch of his career by the publication, in his honor, of a collection of scientific monographs relating to the special subjects in which his life work has been spent and his reputation won. So far as the writer knows, the work that has just appeared from the New Columbia University Press, the first to be issued by that organization, is the only one of the kind yet published in honor of an English-speaking scholar. This collection of monographs is particularly instructive as practically illustrating the economic principle of the division of labor applied to scholarly pursuits. The stockcharge that has been brought against the intense and minute specialization of the present day, is that specialists in their devotion, each to his own limited field of research, lose their sense of perspective, despise the equally important labors of their fellow specialists, and come to feel that the part is greater than the whole. Such a volume as the present affords a practical and ample refutation of that view. Here we see investigators in many different fields of study, not only using in their own work the garnered results of other specialists, but ably and effectively throwing upon the problems of other workers the special knowledge that their own research has enabled them to give. The appearance of the volume is unusually attractive and reflects credit upon the Columbia University Press, whose work of publication is thus so appropriately and so auspiciously begun. The Educational Review. The Macmillan Company 66, Fifth Avenue, New York. PTOW, IT. TTL, FFF, 1T, TF. T, Foot, IFL, 1, I. RI.